Off-Season Bake-Off, K-Pop Mysteries Book 12. Written by Winnie Reed. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. The day Aunt Trixie got into a public screaming match with the mayor, my sister and I were busy in our mother's cafe. Well, I was busy, hustling around under Mom's watchful, fretful eye. My pregnant sister, meanwhile, sat with her feet up on a chair, bemoaning the fact that she wasn't able to indulge in the sweet treats I tucked into the bakery case. "It's not fair." Emma looked down at her stomach, which frankly was starting to bring to mind a sci-fi movie. From the back, nobody would ever know she was pregnant. Only when she turned around and revealed the beach ball under her clothes did the truth come out. "My one joy in life, sugar." I cocked a brow. "I'm sure your husband never brought you any joy." When Mom clicked her tongue, I rolled my eyes in her general direction. "That's not how I meant it. When did you develop such a dirty mind?" Mom all but clutched her pearls, which had been part of her daily uniform for as long as I could remember. "I wasn't reacting to you. Boy, you've gotten sassy lately." "It's almost like there's a new influence in your life or something." Emma was lucky she said that while Mom was busy scurrying into the kitchen. She was also lucky to be carrying my future godchild. I pointed to her, narrowing my eyes. "Watch it." "What?" Her eyes went perfectly round in that oh-so-Emma way. Little Miss Innocent. "I was only suggesting a reason why you're suddenly so sassy, sis." "You're not going to distract me with alliteration," although I was always a sucker for it, which of course she knew. "You've been dying to spill the beans about Ethan for weeks." "But I haven't, have I? I've been the perfect angel." "A perfect, sugarless, beached whale of an angel." She eyed the glass case, biting her lip. "Soon." I stood in front of the case in hopes of removing the temptation for her sake. "Let's get back on topic. I appreciate you keeping the Ethan thing a secret, but you can't keep dropping little hints." I could tell she wanted to argue and would have sworn up and down she intended no such thing, but something about the way I glared at her brought her up short. "I'm like a volcano trying to hold back an explosion, Darce." "Could you be a little more dramatic?" "It's true. From time to time, I need to vent a little steam or else I'll burst." I shot a pointed look at her belly. No comment. "I'm still capable of violence even in this condition, you know." As if to prove her point, she plopped her feet on the floor and tried to get up, but failed. "Just wait right there. I'm on my way. And when I get out of this chair, you'll be sorry." I blew out a sigh and pretended to study my nails. At this rate, I'll be collecting Social Security by then. She fell back in the chair with a sigh. "The doctor swears there's only one of them in here, but I'm sure he's wrong." "Unless one is hiding behind the other." The thought of my sister caring for not one but two babies at a time was enough to make me shiver. Who would I feel sorrier for, her or the babies? Maybe Joe, her husband. There was never a time I didn't pity him ever so slightly. I loved the girl and always would, but she could be a handful. Anyway, he'd know best, but we keep getting off topic. "Don't worry," she waved a dismissive hand. "I won't give you away, though you might want to figure out a way to break it to Mom that you two are dating." I held a finger to my lips, eyeing the kitchen door. While Mom didn't possess superpowers, she was still a mother, and they had a habit of hearing things they had no business being able to hear. "We're not even dating. We've been out a couple of times, that's all." That really was all, and I wasn't entirely thrilled about it. We both knew what we were signing up for when we decided to see each other again after our first date, which had gone shockingly well until we were interrupted. Ethan had his business, I had mine. We both maintained crazy schedules that left little time or energy for anything else. Still, I would have liked a little more time with him. When he stopped being a snarky, arrogant grump, he was a lot of fun to be around. And he got me in a way that other men didn't. He knew what it meant to work hard on a dream. "I'll keep your secret, but don't count on it being secret much longer. You know how people talk. She's bound to find out." Right on cue, the kitchen door swung open. "Who's bound to find out what?" Rather than answer her question, I gestured to the tray of brownies Mom carried. I just stocked the brownies, remember? She stared at the case, then at me. Right, I don't know where my brain is lately. I knew, so did Emma. It was the reason we'd decided to stop in and help Mom open up that morning, even though business wasn't exactly booming in the first days of November when tourism was at a low. She'd reacted well to the news of her ex-husband getting engaged to his longtime girlfriend, much better than any of us had expected. She was affectionate toward the baby Dad and Holly shared too, which pretty much blew everybody's mind. But then Georgie was a sweetheart, capable of melting even the iciest heart. Or maybe that was sisterly pride clouding my judgment. Now the wedding was coming up in a handful of weeks, scheduled for the Saturday before Thanksgiving. According to Holly, it was the only time her family could make it in from California. And Mom was starting to show signs of unraveling. Forgetfulness was a huge red flag. She'd gone to open the cafe in her pajamas more than once, not long after Dad moved out, claiming she'd simply forgotten to get dressed. That was the least dangerous of her memory lapses. Let's just say it was a good thing the cafe's ovens came with very loud buzzers that could be heard next door at my shop. That, plus her sudden frantic fluttering around, told us she was suffering. It was one thing to know her ex-husband was getting married to another woman, but something else to have the date rushing toward her like a speeding train. The fact that Emma and I were slated to stand next to Holly during the small ceremony couldn't have helped. I was about to ask Mom very seriously if there was anything she wanted to talk about, when a familiar leopard-clad figure waved from outside. Trixie to the rescue. I unlocked the door for her, thrilled to know she'd pick up Mom's spirits. They'd been best friends for years and knew how to cheer each other up. She unzipped her faux fur jacket and removed her sunglasses, smiling wide. I had the most wonderful idea last night, Sylvia. I could hardly wait for this morning to tell you all about it. Hi to you, too. Emma waved at her from the corner table in back. Oh, of course. Hi, sweetie. Trixie was too distracted to notice the sarcasm. Either that or she didn't care, knowing Emma too well. What is it? Mom wore a knowing smile, the look of a woman who's been friends with somebody for too long not to suspect something fishy was up. You should do a bake-off with that Ethan Crosby. Emma hooted out a single laugh before covering her mouth with her hand. I shot her a warning look. Mom, meanwhile, only chuckled. Now, why would I do that? Weren't we just chatting yesterday about bringing more traffic your way? Trixie took a seat across from Emma. I mean, don't get me wrong, the cafe has never done poorly, even at this time of year. But still, if you want to compete with that tall drink of water across town, you need to be proactive. I almost choked on my own spit at Trixie's description. Granted, she'd never been one to hold her tongue when it came to a man she thought was cute, but I'd kissed that tall drink of water. It was weird to hear her say it. My sister, meanwhile, bit her lip to the point where I worried it might start bleeding. Trixie noticed. What's the matter? She's just jonesing for sugar, as always. I stared daggers at Emma. Right? Mm-hmm. Her head bobbed up and down, blue eyes way too wide. Yup. Why do you come here and torture yourself? Trixie turned back to Mom without waiting for an answer. What do you think? We could publicize it in the paper and turn it into a whole event. The two best bakers in Cape Hope, going head to head. Emma stared at me so hard it was amazing my hair didn't burst into flames from the intensity. I knew what she was thinking too. Ethan would hate the idea. And I'd end up being in the middle if this turned into anything more than an idea Trixie had in the middle of the night. Their rivalry has cooled off, though. I had to try to pump the brakes, and that was the first idea that came to mind. They both have their own niches in town. Trixie laughed this off. I'm not talking about a high-stakes competition. Nobody's going to hand over the keys to their store or anything so dramatic. It might be fun is all. And we could inspire people to drive in from the surrounding area and spend a little money here in town. There's no downside. Except there was, thanks to the fact of my being involved with the other competitor. I would have to hear about this if it became an actual thing. It would give me something to do. Mom glanced around, looking a little fretful. I've been looking for a new diversion. Sorry, Emma rubbed her belly. I'm cooking up a diversion as fast as I can. She had a point. Mom would be busy as a bee once the baby came, whether or not anybody wanted her to be. She had a way of inserting herself, even when a grandchild wasn't involved. What do you say? I'm sure somebody could convince Ethan to join in. Trixie turned to me. So did my sister. So did Mom. You two are sort of friendly, aren't you? She wrinkled her nose when she said it. You are, right? Emma had finally found something she enjoyed more than sugar, tormenting me. What's the difference even if we are? I crossed my arms, knowing it wasn't the best body language if I wanted to avoid suspicion, but unable to help myself. What, you think he'd listen to me? Think again. I'm sure you could. Trixie's voice faded until it was inaudible, and when I looked at her to find out why, the direction of her gaze led me out to the window. The man pacing the sidewalk across the street was instantly recognizable. Jacob Hayworth had been mayor of Cape Hope for 6 years, getting elected after spending decades in various civil positions. He was one of the most familiar faces in town. What's wrong, Trix? Mom exchanged a worried look with me as Trixie stood, then marched straight for the door, fists swinging at her sides. There was no doubt in my mind who she had it in for. Flinging the door open, she thrust a finger in Jacob's direction. You can't duck me forever, Hayworth. We both know you've got a story to tell, and I'm running my story with or without you. Mom dashed out from behind the counter. Trixie, what are you doing? Meanwhile, the mayor lowered his phone. He'd been in the middle of a conversation before my aunt's interruption and pointed right back at her. You're a two-bit so-called journalist. I don't have to give you the time of day if all you're interested in is a hit piece. Maybe that's what you deserve, Hayworth. I had never heard nor seen Trixie like this in all my life. She wasn't merely shouting. The woman was screaming, her face flushed, teeth bared like a rabid animal. You've been lining your pockets for years without anybody noticing. That's slander. It's the truth, and if it wasn't, why deny me the interview, huh? Wouldn't you want to get your side of the story out? She barked out a bitter laugh. Because your lies have finally come home to roost. It's only a matter of time before you get what's coming to you. By now, there were more than a few people hanging around the perimeter of this fight, hanging out of upstairs windows and sticking their heads out from inside businesses on the verge of opening for the morning. Next door, Becca put aside setting up the bookstore in favor of standing on the sidewalk, shivering for lack of a jacket. Our eyes met through the front window, and I shrugged. Trixie, please. Mom took her by the arm and dragged her back into the cafe before planting herself in front of the door, blocking her friend. Jacob shouted something unintelligible with a smug look on his face before getting back to his call, continuing down the street like a soldier on the march. What was that all about? I could hardly wrap my head around it. Trixie was breathing heavy, with bright spots of color on her cheeks. It's complicated. She stormed past Mom and me, grabbing her jacket and punching her arms through the sleeves when she put it back on. I've got work to do. I'll see you girls later. She was out the door before any of us could think of anything to say. Mom looked as perplexed as I felt. I've never seen her like that before. What in the world? Emma had finally managed to stand. She joined us at the window, looking up and down the street. Well, the rumor mill has plenty of material to keep it grinding this morning. Yes, and I hated to think our aunt was the reason for that, especially since I had no idea why she had suddenly flipped out. Chapter 2. I don't see why you're asking. Again. Ethan brushed past me on his way to the oven, where a timer had just sounded. Because it's such a small thing to do, and there's no reason to be so stubborn. A small thing to do. He either slammed or dropped a tray of muffins on the prep table. I chose to believe it was a drop. That's easy for you to say. Some of us run busy shops. So, is that your idea of a lunch rush out there? I had walked past on my way to the alley alongside the building, intent on slipping in through the kitchen door like I usually did. Silly? Maybe. but it meant avoiding stories about me preferring Ethan's chocolate chip cookies to my mother's, or rumors about us getting engaged or something. I saw how thin your crowd is, and this isn't the first afternoon it's been like this.
You should know better than anybody what happens in the off-season.
Yes, I do. My head bobbed up and down in time with my deliberately slow speech, which is why I know you have time for this, so it's a lousy excuse.
What about not wanting to? Is that a lousy excuse?
He removed his pot holders and tossed them onto the table.
Last time I checked, I'm a grown man who can give any reason he wants for not participating in something. I do not want to participate. Thanks, but no thanks.
What's the big deal? I was doing my best to stay calm, encouraging, but he wasn't making it easy. It's just a goofy little one-day thing that could end up bringing in more business.
He stroked his scruffy jaw. Why would I not want to be associated with a goofy event? I mean, you know me. I'm sure the word goofy is the first that comes to mind.
Forget I used that word. Heaven forbid he loosen up and have fun. The point stands. It could end up being fun, and you might even win. Had I ever made a mistake like that one in my life? Even once? My sister had once described wishing she could reach out and catch her words out of the air and shove them back in her mouth, because the second they'd fallen from her lips, she'd known it was a bad move. Now I could relate. Ethan's brows lifted a millimeter at a time.
I might even win?
His voice was little better than a whisper.
I might?
Don't start.
I'm not starting anything. I'm marveling at how you think I might win.
He emphasized the word might, of course. What do you want me to say? That I hope you beat my mom? Honestly, I don't care who wins. That's not the point.
So what is the point of a competition, if not to win?
Having fun.
Fun?
He snorted, derisive.
Yeah, baking things so your mom can stare daggers at me and use her connection to more than half the town to secure a win sounds like a great idea. I can't wait to waste my time and end up with egg on my face.
That was enough to change my attitude. I softened up a little, though I still stayed on the other side of the room, since there were knives around and he was testing my patience. I'm sorry that's how you think it would be.
Don't. He shook his head with a little smirk. You're patronizing me now.
I'm not trying to, honestly. It's just that I hadn't looked at it from your perspective before. I offered a little smile. It won't have to be that way at all. Not everything has to be a high-stakes issue. He was in one of his grumpiest moods, for sure. I wondered if it was such a hot idea in the first place, walking over to his shop on my lunch break. There I'd been, thinking I could change his mind with a little one-on-one conversation. Silly me. He cast a look my way from beneath his heavy brows.
You're wasting your time. I have no desire to be part of this. But thanks for thinking of me.
Ethan. I stared at the ceiling, heaving a sigh. Why can't you play along for once?
Because I don't want to. Let's start there.
Is this some kind of personal thing? I couldn't shake the feeling that it was, much as I hated to think that way. Are you mad at me or something?
No. Why would I be mad at you?
I pried my eyes from the ceiling to check out his expression, looking for a smirk or a scowl. I found nothing but sincerity. It just feels like you're deliberately putting up blocks, even though you know this is important to me.
Is it, though? Is it really?
He flung a dishcloth over his shoulder after wiping down the table, resting his hands on his hips.
Or is it a random idea Trixie came up with that you feel obligated to turn into reality?
He made a good point. He really did. If only he didn't sound so knowing and disapproving when he said it. My blood started to simmer. That's not fair.
Any fairer than it is to strong-arm me into something I shudder at the thought of?
When I only groaned, he grew insistent.
I don't like publicity. I hate the idea of my face being all over the newspaper, even if it's only here in town. And all because your mother needs a distraction.
The room went silent while I absorbed this. From the way his face fell a little, I knew he'd said it in a moment of frustration, which he now regretted.
Hey,
I cut him off. You know what? That's fine. You don't have to do anything you don't want to.
Darcy.
He took a step, starting toward me, but I backed away with my hands raised. Here I was thinking you might do it as a favor for me, since we're, supposedly seeing each other. He drew a breath, but I talked over him. I was on a roll now. I mean, even if we weren't supposedly seeing each other, it's the sort of thing one friend might do for another. He lowered his brow. How many favors have I done for you? I could easily turn this around and throw it back in your face. When is it my turn? Maybe I need you to do me a favor this time and understand how uncomfortable this would make me. I hated when he made a good point. The jerk. How dare he? Fine, I'm a bad friend. I accept that, and I'm sorry. I won't bring this up again. I went to the door and hated him even more for not trying to stop me. No, I wasn't acting my most mature. This was not the best version of me. But he wasn't being the best version of himself either. I went outside and was glad for a breath of fresh, cool air to clear my head. As was usually the case in a situation like this, the second our fight was over, I regretted my part in it. I wanted to apologize. I wanted to ask why he was so against publicity. I wanted to go back before the whole thing started, more than anything else. He had a job to do, though, and so did I. That was one thing about both our lives that wouldn't change. I'd call him later, after work. By then, we both might be in a better place. Was he right about me? I thrust my hands into my jacket pockets as I walked, my shoulders hunched, my head lowered in a closed-off position. The last thing I felt like doing then was having a conversation with a neighbor about Emma's pregnancy, or Dad's wedding, or whether the bake-off was going to happen or not. Of course, Trixie had already spread word of the idea, probably to distract everybody from her screaming match with the mayor. Their fight had grown over a few days until it was the stuff of legend. One version featured Trixie throwing a coffee cup at Jacob's car. Another involved her trying to hit him with her car as she sped away. The fact of her car being nowhere nearby at the time was a minor detail nobody cared about. What irked me was how in every version of the story, Trixie was the aggressor. Yes, she had started the whole thing by running out of the cafe and screaming across the street. But it was clear at the time that something had been brewing between them for a while. It wasn't like she'd woken up that morning determined to pick a fight out of nowhere. She hadn't mentioned it since. Even Mom was still confused about where the whole thing started. It wasn't like Trixie to be secretive. Far from it. There were a few customers in the store when I returned. I put on my happiest face for them, but made no such efforts when it came to Becca, who sat behind the counter and frowned when she saw me. Didn't go well, huh? Gee, how could you tell? I took her place so she could go on break, sighing as I settled on the stool. Now he's good and mad at me, but I'm mad at him, too. You can't get blood from a stone. I think the bake-off is a fun idea, but you know how he is. She grabbed a purse from under the counter. I guess you forgot to eat, too. Shoot, I did. My stomach growled, right on cue. I'll pick you up a sandwich. She winked on her way to the door. Figured I'd have to grab you one anyway. The girl was a godsend, but then I already knew that. It came as a relief when customers picked out their choices and paid. I didn't have to smile anymore. Ethan's attitude and the accusations he'd hurled my way weighed heavy on me. He was never Mr. Personality, never the guy to shrug things off and play along for the better of everyone involved. Did I want to be involved with somebody like that? And if I was half as selfish as he'd made me out to be, why would he want to be with me? Darcy? I recognized the voice of Mom's assistant, Frankie, as she entered through the back door and darted across the store. Sorry to sneak over like this. What is it? She'd never come through that way. Only I did when I was leaving Mom's kitchen. All sorts of emergencies raced through my head in the moments it took Frankie to reach the front counter. She was breathless, flushed. I just wanted to tell you, we had a call next door, directly from Ethan Crosby. My heart stopped, then took off double time. What did he say? He wants to set a date for the bake-off. She grinned, eyes gleaming. The weekend before Thanksgiving. My jaw dropped. That's the weekend of Dad's wedding. I know. So does your mom. Somehow she found this funny. At least it looked and sounded like she did. Which is exactly why she agreed. They agreed on Sunday, so at least you and Emma and everybody will be able to come. He knew when the wedding was, the stinker, and he scheduled it for that weekend anyway. Good, I nodded firmly. I wouldn't want to miss Mom wiping up the floor with him. Chapter 3.
Come as quick as you can.
Dad's text had me jogging all the way to his house with my heart in my throat. Any number of things could have led him to send that message to Emma and me. He wouldn't want to freak us both out if there was no reason, so it had to be serious. The thought of Georgie being sick, or of Dad's heart giving him trouble, were the two at the front of my mind as I ran up the front steps and through the door. Only to find the living room full of complete strangers. No, not complete. Georgie was there, being passed around like a trophy and loving the attention. My grandbaby. The oldest woman in the group clutched him to her chest and peppered his little head with kisses that left traces of red lipstick in his hair. Even if she hadn't chosen those exact words, the resemblance between her and Holly would have clued me in after another moment or two, once I got my head on straight. The second woman, who looked to be around Holly's mom's age, took Georgie from his grandma. Don't hog him, Fran. Let his great-aunt Barbie get a little time in. She was just as beautiful as Fran and Holly, familiar, too, like I'd seen her before. I chalked it up to the resemblance between her and her niece. Darcy. Dad came in from the kitchen and pulled me in for a tight hug before murmuring in my ear, "Thank goodness you're here." What the heck is going on? He only squeezed me a little tighter, grunting in a way I recognized, the sound he made whenever he felt outnumbered and overwhelmed. So this was the big emergency? We'd have to exchange words later. Everybody. Dad let go of me, but not for long, draping an arm over my shoulders. This is Darcy, my oldest. Darcy, this is Holly's family. His arm tightened in time with his voice. They surprised us by coming into town a few weeks early to help plan the wedding. So that explained it, at least somewhat. I see, that's exciting. They introduced themselves, Fran and Barbie, Fran's husband Al, Barbie's daughter Jenna, and her husband Eric. Every one of them was good-looking, well-dressed. Jenna's dark hair was shinier than I'd ever managed to make mine. I tried not to be jealous. I greeted all of them and tried to ignore the way Georgie reached for me with his chubby little grabby fingers. I didn't want anybody to feel like they weren't getting time in with the baby, especially since this was only the second time they'd ever been with him. Holly had flown out to California with Georgie for a week back in September, but that was it. I tried to remember everything I'd heard about the family. Al was some big-shot agent out in Hollywood. He and Fran had been married for a few years, after Fran's move from the East Coast post-divorce. Barbie had gone out there after her own marriage ended, since her daughter lived out there with her husband. It hadn't been her first divorce either, her third if memory served. She had the same big, freewheeling sort of energy I'd come to associate with Trixie, commanding the room without hardly saying a word. You're so beautiful. Barbie smiled warmly, almost fondly. I'll bet you don't remember me, but I remember you when you were a little girl. It took a second, but the little girl part was what brought the memory home. She used to live in Cape Hope, only she was Miss Barbara when I was little, and she was married to— Right! You were the mayor's wife. Well, he wasn't the mayor then. No, he wasn't. Barbie rolled her eyes with a snicker, though he always had his sights set on the position. So ambitious. Another eye roll. Don't get her started. Jenna cast a fond, if exasperated, look her mother's way. I could relate. The door flew open, and in came Emma, wide-eyed and panicked, followed by an equally concerned Joe. I looked up at Dad. Gee, wonder why she looks so worried. He winced, understanding, before going to her and explaining things. The sagging of her shoulders told me she was just as relieved as I was. I turned back to Barbie, who bounced Georgie on her hip. He's a doll, such a sweet baby. He really is. It's always such a joy to take care of him. I planted a kiss on his forehead before looking around, suddenly realizing who was missing. Where's Holly? Al nodded toward the kitchen. She went in to get us all something to drink. He had a booming voice and an easy smile. I could see him fitting in with all the big shots in Hollywood, especially with his Rolex and deep tan. I offered to go in and help Holly, and was glad I did when I found her leaning against the counter, her head in her hands. "Holly?" I went to her and touched her shoulder. "Are you okay?" "Oh, Darcy, I'm glad it's you." She ran a hand under both eyes before blowing out a huge sigh. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm fine, just overwhelmed." Family can do that, can't they? I poured tea into glasses already filled with ice. "This is different." Another sigh, this one heavier. "This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. My nightmare." "How so?" Then I thought better. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." No, it's nothing private." She jerked a thumb toward the living room, where Emma was making the rounds and being fussed over. They were a bunch of loud talkers. "You know how I feel about the wedding. How your dad and I both feel. We don't want anything big or splashy." "Right. Unfortunately, it seems like my wishes are falling on deaf ears." I had to chuckle. "Gee, I have no idea what that's like." We shared a chagrined laugh. "I had no idea they were coming. They wanted it to be a surprise." She waved her hands around, grimacing. "They're staying at a hotel on the beach, and Al has already bragged about the great deal they got, how much cheaper things are out here than they are in L.A. And you know what my mother said?" When I shook my head, I had the pleasure of watching Holly transform herself. All it took was a slight change in the way she held her body, her face. Suddenly she might have been her mom. "All that means is that we'll be able to throw an even bigger party than we thought we could afford." Oh no. Was it the worst problem a person could have? Not even close. But it was clear the idea of a big wedding hit a nerve, so I could only sympathize. I know how it feels when nobody listens. "I wanted something small, a simple ceremony." She ran both hands over her dark curly hair. "Now I'm thinking it might be better if we elope. Tonight, maybe." I wish I could offer some advice. I really do. She looked so unhappy and sounded like she might burst into tears. Her eyes met mine only for a second before darting away. "You want to know something between you and me?" Sure. It wasn't an everyday thing, her asking me that sort of question. She bit her lip, wrapping her arms around herself. "Some of it has to do with not hurting your mom's feelings. I don't want her to think I'm throwing this in her face. We've been getting along so well lately." I blinked hard, finally understanding. "You're having a small wedding, not because you want one, but because you're worried about how it would look otherwise. I mean, I don't want a splashy blowout, but pretty much." "I'm so sorry." I rubbed her back. "For what it's worth, I wouldn't worry about it. I could always talk to her for you if things get out of hand, and you end up having the town's biggest, splashiest wedding ever. Please." At least she laughed a little. "For what it's worth, that's not my style. But I'm in the minority." A big burst of laughter erupted in the living room. I looked that way, sighing in sympathy. "No kidding. I can't imagine why you'd think that." She surprised me by throwing her arms around me in a big, impulsive hug. "Thank you for getting it. I can't tell you how much it means." "Anytime." It still amazed me how things had changed between us. Holly had nothing to do with the past iciness either. That was all me, and the memory of how nasty I was at first still shamed me. "Do me a favor." We both picked up a tray of glasses. "Make sure your dad doesn't kill me for this. I thought for a second his heart would give out when they showed up." I decided not to share the text he'd sent my sister and me, only nodding mutely before heading to face the crowd. "There she is." Dad's smile was a little tight as he came our way, picking up 2 glasses for Emma and Joe. His was the face of a man who'd have words with his fiancée once the dust cleared. I stared at him with wide, threatening eyes. Let him take the hint for once. "Honey, let's pencil in some time tomorrow to talk about the plans you've already made." Fran accepted a glass of tea before patting her daughter's cheek. "Then we can fill in anything you haven't yet had time to handle." That's what we're here for." Jenna looked sympathetic, even rolling her eyes at the back of her aunt's head. "We're here to make your vision a reality, and we're going to respect your wishes." The way she raised her voice told me this had already been discussed. "Of course we are," Barbie added. She and Jenna exchanged a look that reminded me too much of Mom and me, with Jenna playing the part of the exasperated daughter. Al and Eric stood off to the side, typing on their phones. Men. Joe was on his phone too, and I happened to catch his eye before he turned to Dad. I'd seen him look that way before. Something was wrong. He pulled Dad aside, muttering something, then left without another word. Dad rubbed the back of his neck with a sigh, and I knew he wished he could go too. "What is it?" Emma was as bewildered as me, looking up at Dad with a frown. "Where'd he run off to?"
"Something came up at the station. Nothing to worry about."
He patted her head in an absent sort of way, still gazing toward the door. Emma ducked his hand with a scowl.
"I'm not a little girl anymore, remember?"
She looked down at her belly.
"Well, I'm not a little anything." "Hopefully you'll get your figure back as quickly as my Holly did. You'd never know she was pregnant."
Fran eyed Holly's waistline, smiling in approval.
"Well, we can hope."
Emma glanced my way, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek, imagining her lying unconscious on the kitchen floor, surrounded by crumbs and bits of powdered sugar, while the baby waited for a diaper change. Dad seemed to be studying Barbie for some reason, and she noticed.
My, Detective Harmon."
There was a playful gleam in her eyes.
"I remember back when you were a superstar in this town.
Has that changed?" His smile was brief.
Funny, I didn't feel much like a superstar at the time. Too busy looking for my next cup of coffee so I could stay awake for work."
"And now we'll be in-laws.
Funny how life works out, isn't it?"
She chuckled, stirring the ice in her glass. "I understand law enforcement runs in the family now, too. That handsome husband of Emma's." She winked my sister's way. Then she turned to me. "I felt it coming before it happened. And what about you, Darcy? Anybody interesting in your life?" I stood there, dying inside, while my sister choked on her laughter. How I wanted to smack her. I must not have answered fast enough. Barbie clicked her tongue. "It's okay, sweetie. Marriage isn't worth it. Believe me, I've had enough of them to know." Jenna raised a hand.
"Didn't you at least get one good thing out of one of them?"
"Yes, and I should have stopped after the first one. I got my beautiful, perfect baby. What else did I need?" She answered her own question with a soft laugh.
"Oh, right. The settlement from the second marriage. That was nice, too."
"This again."
Jenna mimed, gagging. "The story of how you raked Jacob over the coals when you got divorced and how you own like half of Cape Hope."
That was news to me. When my brows lifted, Barbie waved it off.
"She's exaggerating."
"Then you're exaggerating whenever you brag about it." Jenna sipped her tea. I decided I liked her very much.
"Why did I bring you again?"
Barbie pursed her lips, disapproving. "I'm sure Emma's looking forward to her baby getting to be your smart-mouthed age." Georgie was nearly frantic now, reaching for me. I held out my hands, and Barbie passed him over, where he settled against my shoulder with a tiny sigh. I couldn't help but feel a little smug over his wanting me more than the others. "Hey, bud." I kissed his head before whispering in his ear. "Family is crazy, right?" I looked up from the baby to find Dad pulling Holly aside. For a heart-stopping second, I thought he might be giving her a hard time about the party developing in his living room. I was about ready to go to war in her defense. Having spent all of a few minutes with family was enough to demonstrate how unlikely they were to listen to Holly's protests. It wasn't her fault they'd invited themselves. Holly's gaze darted to Barbie, her forehead creasing. Emma noticed too, shrugging at me. Holly nodded slowly, squared her shoulders, and went to her aunt. Something happened earlier. It's the reason Joe left so suddenly." She swallowed hard. "It's difficult to say this, but Jacob Hayworth was found an hour or so ago. He's dead." The room went silent, except for Georgie's baby babble. Barbie's eyes went perfectly round. Jenna's mouth fell open. And when her husband appeared at her side, she turned her face to his shoulder. Barbie hadn't moved. I wasn't sure she was breathing anymore. I was a half-second away from asking if she needed to sit down, when she lifted her glass, smiling brilliantly. "Have anything harder than this? I feel like celebrating." Chapter 4.
They found him in the water, caught up against a jetty not far from the lighthouse.
Joe handed me a slice of pizza before taking one for himself. On a night like this, it seemed fitting to pick up a couple of pies from Angelo's and take them to Emma's. The festive atmosphere at Dad's had fizzled out soon after the announcement of the mayor's death, no matter how Barbie had tried to laugh off the whole thing. As soon as possible, Emma and I had made our exit, and Joe met us at their place after checking in down at the station. I glanced at my sister. "So he drowned?" Joe frowned, lifting a shoulder while sitting down with his own food.
No way of knowing just yet. There was a lot of damage done to the body, but that could have been caused by the water throwing him against the rocks. From what I heard, his suit jacket got caught up and held him in place.
"So what are the chances they'll ever find out exactly what killed him?" Emma wrinkled her brow between bites. It amazed me she even took the time to breathe while wolfing it down. "What are you so concerned about?" That made me laugh. "Don't even act like you aren't insanely curious. We just saw the man over the weekend. He's been part of the town for as long as I can remember. Is there anything wrong with caring about how he died?" "Of course there isn't. It's just that you seem a little overly interested. You've been talking about it ever since we left Dad's." That was rich. "Since when do you grill other people for being interested in a sudden death?"
She's got you there.
When Emma shot her husband a withering look, he gave her one right back.
It's true, and don't pretend you aren't interested either.
I finally had to set my plate down when my hands started shaking. How could they not see it? Especially Emma. She was there at the time. "It just worries me. You know the way people have already been talking about the fight between him and Trixie. That's why I care." I had the displeasure of watching my sister's face fall as understanding finally reached her. "I can't believe I'd never even thought about it that way. This baby is stealing my brain cells." Joe only scoffed, though he was gentle about it.
Please, you can't think anybody would suspect Trixie just because the two of them had a fight out in the open. I'm sure a guy like him has plenty of people waiting in line to curse him out.
"What makes you say that?" He scowled at me in a way that reminded me too much of my father.
Don't even try it.
"Try what?" He quirked a brow.
I see that light in your eyes. We didn't meet just yesterday.
I pouted, sticking my bottom lip out as far as I could, but he was unmoved.
One of you is bad enough. Two of you at once is something I wouldn't wish on anybody.
Come on, what aren't you saying? Emma elbowed him a little harder than was strictly friendly. Now I bet he wished he'd never opened his mouth. When he spoke, it was slowly, like he regretted every word.
I don't know anything in particular, but the man's business interests were vast. He was on several boards in the area. He owned a lot of property around town and in the surrounding counties. He invested in several businesses too. He had a lot of associates, and he wasn't exactly well known for being a friendly person.
That's true. He was no benevolent benefactor, no matter how everybody tries to make him sound now that he's dead. Emma tapped her chin, eyes narrowing. It even seemed like he was in the middle of an argument with someone on the phone before Trixie started yelling at him, didn't it? I tried to think back. Yeah, he was pacing and muttering into the phone like he was already having trouble with somebody.
I think you girls have cracked the case. Nobody has ever gotten into an argument over the phone.
Joe took a big bite of his slice when Emma and I scowled. Don't you ever get tired of being so jaded and sarcastic? Yet Emma asked with love in her voice. His prickly attitude was one of the things she liked best about him.
Well, since the phone was in his jacket pocket, there's no use trying to look through it. It'll take time to get the records from the phone company, but I'm sure we'll find out who he was speaking to, and hopefully who he might have been meeting with today.
Joe snagged another slice, folding it in half before taking a huge bite. I couldn't help but laughing a little at what came to my mind next. Does anybody know where Barbie was this afternoon?" Joe didn't get it. He wasn't there at the time, but Emma was on the same wavelength. That was weird, wasn't it? When Joe only looked more confused than ever, she explained Barbie's reaction to the announcement. I sat back, going over the events in my head. I mean, I understand divorce can make a person bitter, and it might have been for show. She strikes me as the kind of person who knows how to keep her real feelings hidden. Emma only scowled. It was obvious Jenna was upset. She could at least try to keep her happiness bottled up for her daughter's sake. I guess Jenna liked him a lot more than her mom did. Well, if you put the timeline together, they were married when Jenna was young and divorced when she was in high school. Those are important years in a kid's life, the formative years, you know. He was probably more of a father to her than her real father ever was. Sure, and she'd shot daggers at the back of Barbie's head in response to her reaction earlier, like she couldn't believe Barbie's callousness. She was a few years ahead of me in school. I didn't know her at all. But yeah, if he was her father figure back then, I can imagine why she'd be upset. Emma pursed her lips then. I wonder if she'd be willing to provide a little insight. Joe shook his head so hard, I was surprised it didn't fall off. She will provide you with nothing because you aren't investigating this case. For all we know, there isn't a case at all. Things happen. People drown. They slip and fall when they're distracted. Nobody said anything about investigating, only asking questions. Joe rolled his eyes at me, which of course made me double down. Listen, this might sound a little paranoid or a little too protective, but I would like to know the family my father's marrying into. Emma's mouth fell open. I was glad she had just swallowed her latest bite. I didn't even think about that. I swear my brain is so sluggish. She turned to Joe, eyes wide. She's right. I want to know who these people are too. What if Dad's marrying into a family of murderers? I'm not sure I would be that dramatic about it. Here's the thing about talking to a pregnant woman. Don't ever call her dramatic. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Emma tipped her head to the side, and I would have sworn on a stack of Bibles there was literal fire burning in her eyes. Her voice had gone unnaturally deep, too. Even I was scared of her. Joe saw it too, though it was too late to take it back. Okay, bad choice of words. Terrible choice of words. The worst choice of words. I'm sorry, okay. The poor man looked like he wanted to disappear. I wouldn't attach that much importance to this. Is that better? Marginally. I'll take it. She rolled her eyes before turning to me. One thing is for sure, if there was foul play involved, it couldn't have been Trixie, right? I heard the uncertainty in my sister's voice. Are you asking or are you stating a fact? I know Trixie doesn't have this in her. I know she doesn't. Still, there was uncertainty written all over her face. But you can't tell me she didn't look mad enough to kill. She sounded that way too. I had to at least try to comfort her, and myself. That was only in the moment, though. There's been days since then for her to cool off. Still, she never did tell anybody what it was about either, did she? Joe tried to shrug it off, bless his heart. People fight. Maybe she was writing something about him that he didn't like. That's exactly what it was, remember? The more I thought about it, the more it came back to me. She was shouting something about him denying her in an interview. Wasn't that it? Emma snapped her fingers. And about his lies coming home to roost. Those were her exact words. He was lying about something. Joe scoffed. A politician lying about something. Stop the presses. Emma raised a fist. Are you trying to get me to divorce you? Because there are easier ways, Joe Sullivan. He raised his hands in defense, chuckling. That's the last thing on my mind. And I don't mean to be sarcastic, I really don't. But we know Trixie had nothing to do with this, so there's nothing to worry about on that end. Some of us weren't as confident as he was. Not in Trixie. I knew her well enough to know she would never kill a man, and that even if it had been an accident, she would have reported it to the police. What worried me was the court of public opinion. She was so popular around town, the sort of person everyone knew and recognized from a distance. She was usually the one writing the stories, digging up the news. What would it do to her, being the one in the spotlight now? I didn't want to upset Emma by talking about it anymore, and I knew Joe would only tell me to stop thinking about it if I did. That was why I turned my attention to the open door leading into the baby's room, or what soon would be. A large cardboard box sat in the middle of the floor. What the heck else did you guys buy? I swear that kid is going to be the most spoiled baby in the history of the world. Don't blame me. That was all Mom. She saw a mechanical swing online that's supposed to rock the baby when they're feeling fussy. It's supposed to work like magic. Please, like she won't practically camp out here and pick the baby up whenever it fusses. Emma narrowed her eyes. She better not. The one thing I keep hearing is what a bad idea it is to pick up a baby every time they fuss. Yes, and she had a stack of baby books strewn around the apartment that more than likely backed this up. There were bright-colored sticky notes peeking out here and there, the symbol of tips she must have decided were worth returning to. For somebody whose entire career was based on blogging, she was surprisingly old school when it came to her reading material. Then again, her sister owned a bookstore, so it only made sense. Why did Ethan insist on popping up in my mind's eye when I surveyed the whimsical little room? It seemed I couldn't get away from him. Now, I had never gone so far as to imagine us being an actual long-term couple, but it had seemed like there were possibilities at least. I'd felt like we were off to a good start, like we were a good match. Maybe I was deluding myself, surrounded by happy couples, people venturing into a new phase of their lives, while I was stuck in the same place as always. I polished off the last of my pizza and stood, gathering what trash I could find. I'd better get going. Becca was nice enough to close up alone tonight, and I promised she could come in late tomorrow to make up for it. Something tells me I'm gonna need to be on my game. Because of course there would be no end of gossip come morning, meaning people I'd known all my life would wander into the store in hopes of picking up some juicy tidbits. Do you think I should go in and help Mom tomorrow? Because you know everybody's going to want to head over there and see if they can hear any news. Emma looked fretful, even when Joe put an arm around her shoulders. How about this? I'll keep an ear to the ground and let you know if it seems like things are getting a little out of hand. I could easily see people coming and going from the cafe while I stood at the register. And I can have Frankie check in with me too. I'm sure Mom will be just as distracted and worried for Trixie as we are. She seemed satisfied with this, so I left after pressing a kiss on the top of her head. Maybe she was too distracted to push me for details, and that was fine with me, because of course I wasn't heading straight home. It was way too early to go to bed anyway, even for me. There was somebody I wanted to check in with before turning in. Chapter 5. Only a single light burned at Trixie's house by the time I arrived. The night had turned from cool to downright cold, and I couldn't help but shiver as dried leaves blew over the sidewalk when I reached the front gate. It creaked on its hinges, only adding to the feeling of dread I couldn't seem to shake. Trixie would never kill anybody. I knew that in my heart. Still, it didn't look good, having a screaming match with a man who ended up dead a few days later. She had to be home. Her car was parked in its customary spot at the curb, the spot which her neighbors knew better than to take. The woman wouldn't hesitate to sit at her window all day waiting for the offending car owner to return. More than a handful of her neighbors had already gotten an earful over the years. But then that was Trixie. She was colorful, opinionated, and took absolutely no grief from anybody. I saw through that. I knew the person underneath all the red lipstick and animal prints. Aunt Nell's personality was much more in line with mine. Quiet, content to curl up with a book rather than go out and make a splash somewhere. But Trixie's curiosity, her thirst for truth, struck a chord with me, and always had. A lot of times, I wondered if her whole confident, room-commanding energy was just an act intended to hide a sharp, insightful mind. The light in the living room gave me hope. I rang her bell and thrust my hands deep in my pockets, then stepped back so she would be able to see me from the window. The curtain stirred like she had peeked out from behind it, and a moment later the door opened. "Let me guess." She leaned against the door, one hand on her hip. "You came by to see if I'll buy Avon from you." "You're a little behind in your references, you know." I don't think there's been an Avon lady in this town since I was little. I shivered, bringing my shoulders up around my ears. Can I please come in, or should I freeze to death out here? I'm not exactly dressed for company. She clutched her leopard print robe a little tighter around her throat, but stepped aside anyway. Who am I kidding? You've seen me in a lot worse than this. Terrific. She was in a wonderful mood. I bit my tongue rather than make a comment about that, glad she was at least letting me into the house. Only the light above her desk was on, and that, plus the glow from her laptop, meant the rest of the room was cast in shadow. I flipped on one of the smaller lamps next to the sofa, which went a long way toward making the room seem less like a funeral parlor. Don't pretend we both don't know why you came. She took a seat at her desk, swiveling the chair so she could face me while I took a spot on the sofa. Is this some sort of preliminary questioning before your father comes in? Nobody's coming in. You know better than that. Sweetheart, I've known him longer than you have, and I've been around the block more times than I care to mention. She touched a self-conscious hand to her hair, like she was thinking about the amount of gray that had worked its way in over the years. For all her flashy clothes and makeup, she wasn't afraid of showing her age through her hair. No, I might not get a visit tonight, maybe not even tomorrow or the next day, but it will happen. So what if it does? I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. Nobody's going to think you had anything to do with this. Are you kidding? Do you know how many phone calls I've already gotten tonight alone? She looked up at the clock, which read just past 8. And the night is young. Who's been calling? Anybody and everybody, wanting to know if I heard about Jacob, wanting to know where I was this afternoon. You're kidding. She was not kidding. You know, Rachel Merriweather had the nerve to call from her bridge game. She even put me on speaker so everybody could hear. I'm not sure which part of that is the strangest. The thought of the little old lady calling from her cell phone in the middle of her girls' night struck me as both tacky and hilarious. In other words, it was exactly the sort of thing Mrs. Merriweather would do. Trixie snickered, smirking. It was sort of funny, though it didn't exactly strike me that way at the time. You know the worst part is? I shook my head. I would have done the same thing if our positions were reversed. I never thought twice about asking direct questions. I always told myself that if a person is innocent, they won't mind, and if they're guilty, they deserve to be uncomfortable. That's different. You're a journalist. Just the same, it didn't feel very good. I hadn't noticed the wine glass next to the laptop until she picked it up, swirling the red liquid. Do you want one? No, thanks. What I wanted was to make sure you're okay. Her lips curved in a gentle smile. You're a good egg. I've always thought so. I wasn't sure if this was the perfect time to ask what was brewing on my mind. Why not ask while she was feeling so kind and tender? What were you fighting about with Jacob? And there it is. She lifted her glass to me in a mock salute. I can't let myself forget you're Sylvia's daughter, and Sylvia never lets anything get in the way of her curiosity. Trixie, it's a perfectly legitimate question. What were the two of you fighting about? When all she did was scowl, I leaned in further. You'd better get your story straight now, because you know that's exactly what the police are going to ask you. I'm surprised nobody's done it yet. She blew out an exasperated sigh, staring at her wine. Everybody has a tell, and hers was lack of eye contact. That's still confidential. What does that mean? You own a bookstore. You don't know what confidential means? And you think Sylvia Harmon's daughter can't handle a little sarcasm? I lowered my brow, shooting her a disappointed look. Really, you have to try harder. I'm working on a story. And he figured in that story? She nodded. Prominently? It's a possibility. I wanted to interview him and he refused. This is something I've been working on for months, following any little crumbs I happen to find. What does it have to do with? She shook her head firmly, her eyes meeting mine again. I can't tell you more than that because I don't have all the facts in place yet. I sat back, folding my arms, staring at her the way she stared at me. A story having to do with the mayor of Cape Hope? What could it be about? Well, he sure didn't make himself sound innocent, did he, refusing to give you a simple interview? Yes, I agree, which proved to me he was hiding something. She sighed, puffing out her cheeks when she did. Now, who knows if I'll ever find out? It could be easier now that he's gone. I winced at the way it came out. Listen to me, making it sound like his death is a good thing. No comment. I was about to offer my support in whatever happened next when a soft knock came at the door. We looked in that direction, then at each other. The strain in her eyes made my chest ache until she scowled. I should have known. What do you mean? I followed her to the door and understood immediately at the sight of Pete Fraser under the porch light. I didn't know he was coming over. Trixie flung the door open. Well, are you the bad cop? Because I already talked to the good cop. Poor Pete. I'd seen him looking perplexed before, but this was on a whole other level. Excuse me? Then he looked over her shoulder and found me shrugging. Uh-oh. Got it. I didn't know he would come by. It didn't seem like Trixie was interested in listening to me, though. She was too busy glaring at Pete, who shivered the way I had. Are you going to let him in? I'm not so sure. You don't have to. He was patient, but he didn't patronize her. I appreciated that, and I knew she would, too. She did. You might as well. I wouldn't want another strike against me. Bad enough people think I killed the mayor. Letting a cop freeze to death on my porch wouldn't help matters. She went back to the living room, this time sitting on the sofa with her wine. Pete lifted an eyebrow at me. I couldn't help but feel defensive. Don't even start. Who's starting anything? I followed him into the living room, where he didn't bother taking a seat. Something told me Trixie wouldn't be offering him a glass of wine. Well, why don't you ask what you came here to ask? She was defiant, bitter, though I heard the undercurrent of worry in her voice. Frankly, I didn't come in to ask you anything. I wanted to check on you. That earned him a snicker. Come on, let's not waste our time. I'm certainly fine and well, though, if that's really what you're interested in. Any chance you might want to tell me where you were this afternoon? And there it is. She raised her glass in salute the way she had done to me. I was working, right here, in fact, on my laptop. Come to think of it, you could probably look at the most recent documents I saved and see the timestamps on them. That's very good. Not that I think anyone would seriously consider you a suspect, if there's a suspect to be had, but at least we can prove you were busy working. The poor guy was so uncomfortable I could feel it in my bones. But it could just as easily have been an accident, right? What happened to the mayor? Please, Pete, play along, for heaven's sake. Absolutely. Things like this happen all the time. Still, he glanced her way. But this isn't some random tourist who wanted to get the perfect selfie and ended up falling into the water. We're talking about a high-profile victim here, so naturally... Let me finish for you. Naturally, you at least have to make it look like you're taking it seriously. I've heard it all before. Trixie sipped her wine. That's right, you shouldn't take it personally. We have a lot of contacts and associates to sift through. I'm sure that number will greatly reduce once we're able to get Jacob's phone records so we can see who he was in contact with today. Uh-oh. I saw it even if Pete didn't. The momentary flash of uncertainty on Trixie's familiar face. She covered it well, but not well enough. Had she seen him during the day? I was about ready to burst from curiosity, but I somehow managed to play it off. As Joe said earlier, Jacob didn't have a reputation for being a good guy. Trixie laughed. You can say that again. Pete folded his arms, his brow creasing in concern. Exactly what were the two of you fighting about a few days ago? Were you investigating him for any reason? She wanted to smart off. I just knew it. Good sense won out, though. I had reason to look into some of his business arrangements, officer, but I'm not at liberty to share any more than that until I've confirmed what I think to be true. You know that isn't going to fly, with all due respect. Are you protecting a source? Maybe, maybe not. I couldn't help myself. Trixie, this isn't the time to be stubborn.
I've said all I have to say this evening." She glanced my way, then her gaze quickly darted back to Pete. "I'm sure anybody with half a brain could put it together without much trouble. Suffice it to say, there was no love lost between Jacob and myself, and he was well aware of the piece I was working on. He put up every roadblock imaginable in hopes of shutting me down."
Pete was an agreeable, affable sort of person. Everybody got along with him, thanks to his ability to put people at ease. But that affable nature hid a keen sense of insight.
"You wouldn't be stonewalling me in favor of breaking a nice, juicy story, would you?" "Why, Officer Pete, why would I do any such thing?" She batted her eyelashes, coy.
Okay. I closed a hand around Pete's wrist, tugging. "We'll leave you alone now. Though I think it was very nice of Pete to stop by in an unofficial capacity to check in with you."
"Spare me the condescension, young lady."
She didn't sound angry, more tired than anything else. I told her not to bother walking us to the door, then promised to call her in the morning. Honestly, I would have promised anything just then, so long as it meant getting out of there before the claws came out. Big surprise, Pete gave me an earful as we walked down the path leading to the gate.
"What did you think you were doing there?"
"She's my mom's best friend. Why wouldn't I check in on her before I go home?"
"If I thought you were only checking in on her as a friend, it would be one thing."
"Well, I was. Really." When all he did was snort, I couldn't help feeling a little indignant. "I'm telling you the truth."
I believe you.
We came to a stop at his car, parked a few houses down.
"You're heading home? I can drive you."
If it hadn't been so stinking cold, I might have turned him down in favor of walking. It wasn't that I didn't want to spend time with him. Quite the opposite. But there was unfinished business between us. Last time we were alone together, he had admitted to having feelings for me. Then he went and got himself shot, which had, of course, stolen focus. Now he was all healed up and looking at me with what I sincerely hoped wasn't expectation. "You two are friends. Friends do things for each other." "That would be great. It's freezing out here." I wasted no time almost diving into the car to get out of the cold. Pete turned on the heater as soon as he started the engine, and the warm air coming through the vent provided instant relief.
"We both know Trixie doesn't have it in her to kill anybody."
Still, Pete sounded grim as we pulled away from the house.
"That doesn't mean she won't need a solid alibi. I wasn't kidding in there when I talked about the pressure that will be on this entire department to find out what happened to Jacob."
I shivered, figured it was still the cold. "Do you think it's possible he fell on his own?" One look in his direction told me he was fighting not to give anything away.
"Possible, sure. But probable?"
I get it, though there was so much I didn't get about this situation. We fell into silence as he drove the few blocks to my place. I couldn't help but replay those last few minutes with Trixie, the way she'd looked at me before making a comment about anybody with half a brain being able to put things together. Pete might not have recognized what she was really saying, not knowing her as well as I did. Her meaning came through loud and clear, though. She wanted me to look into it on my own, and there was absolutely nothing that would stop me if it meant clearing her name. Chapter 6. "You have no idea how much you're helping me out right now." Poor Holly looked more frazzled than I'd ever seen her as she finished dropping off the last of Georgie's things with me. "Trust me, this was not my idea." "I get it. You don't have to apologize. I'm just glad I can help you out." I propped the stroller up next to the door, where the diaper bag and a second bag full of toys were already waiting. "I swear I told them I didn't want to go out and do wedding things, but it's like I'm talking to myself." She ran a distracted hand through her hair, blowing out a sigh. It had been 3 days since her family showed up, but from the looks of her, it might as well have been 3 months. I hadn't seen her like this since Georgie was a newborn. "What do they want to do today?" "My mom wants to look at venues, no matter how many times I remind her of the short notice, and how unlikely it is that we'll find one. Barbie wants to go down to Olivia's to talk about flowers." "You know Olivia will do a great job." "No doubt. The problem is keeping her from insulting Olivia by being too demanding." My blood threatened to boil at the thought of anybody bullying my friend. It didn't take a lot of imagination to picture Barbie doing exactly as Holly described. Then they want to go to lunch, and they both want to visit some family up in Seaside. I couldn't see bringing Georgie with us. She kissed his hands before giving him to me. I just hate feeling like this is such an imposition. It really isn't. Becca has everything under control at the store. I might stop in for a little bit, but he's such an angel. Besides, he brightens up the place. I followed her downstairs to the front porch, where Barbie and Fran had taken seats in the high-backed rocking chairs. To my surprise, Poppy was with them, perched on the railing, wearing her typical paint-stained overalls and an oversized sweater. "Hey," she grinned, waving at the baby. "I was just on my way to grab some fresh paint, and I met these two ladies." "You're so lucky to have such a nice neighbor, Darcy." Barbie was practically radiant, smiling from ear to ear. I managed to stop myself from reminding her that we weren't in Los Angeles. No need to fawn and simper out here. I agree. I then looked around and found us on our own. Where are the guys? What about Jenna? Fran waved a dismissive hand. The men are golfing, which is all they care about whenever we go anywhere new. They were over the moon with excitement when they found out the courses out here are open until December. Barbie chuckled the way women did over their men. And Jenna wasn't feeling very well today. Was that true? I would have believed it if it hadn't been for Barbie's sudden scowl, which she only thought she hid from view. Tell her I hope she feels better soon. Have a great time. I gave Holly one last sympathetic look before the three of them marched away, with the two older women talking over each other as they reviewed their plans for the day. Poppy whistled softly. I feel like I just got hit by a Mack truck. Tell me about it. I didn't know Holly's aunt was going to be a judge at the bake-off. I swung my head around, my mouth falling open. Neither did I. She told you that? Yeah, something about your dad mentioning how sort of last minute the whole thing is, and how... She winced. How he thinks it might be deliberate? The scheduling, I mean? It is, but not for the reason he thinks it is. I slapped my palm against my forehead. I should have known he would see it that way. I'll have to talk to him about it before he gets any other wrong ideas. Well, Barbie thinks she's some sort of local celebrity now that her ex-husband is dead. When all I could do was gape at her in surprise again, she shrugged. We were out here for a few minutes. I practically know her entire life story. So the two of them were married, huh? Apparently so. And apparently she found it necessary to work her way into every aspect of our lives. I guess she didn't figure on things blowing up the way they did while she was here, but she's definitely making the best of it. Poppy giggled, looking off in the direction of the car the three women now climbed into. I kept my thoughts on that to myself. The fact was, the more thought I gave the situation, the more I questioned exactly where Barbie was at the time of Jacob's death. Supposedly, Fran and everybody were setting up things in their hotel rooms. But was that really true? Had she slipped out for a few minutes at some point? Granted, I couldn't imagine why she'd go out of her way to see somebody she supposedly hated as much as she hated him. It was the complete lack of shock that made me wonder. When she'd found out about her ex-husband's body being discovered, there hadn't been so much as a gasp. The last thing Poppy needed was to think I was sleuthing, especially when she'd gotten caught up in it more than once. Anyway, I thought I'd take Georgie out for a walk around town and stop in at the store. Poppy offered to wait and walk with us, so I handed the baby off and dashed upstairs for his stroller. Being with Georgie was a pleasure. If anything, I hoped Holly would come up with more reasons to drop him off with me. He babbled happily, clapping his hands, pointing to colorful leaves on the ground, and everybody we passed had nothing but smiles for him, which he happily returned. We'd been walking a couple of blocks before Poppy elbowed me. Why are we walking this way? What do you mean? There's a much more direct route to Main Street, but you started off in the wrong direction. Before I could scramble around and come up with a decent excuse, she grinned. It wouldn't have to do with the way this route goes right past Ethan's shop, would it? Oh, does it? At least she was gentle with her laughter. You know it does. What are you trying to send subliminal messages?
He sees you pushing a stroller down the sidewalk and it plants an idea in his head. Don't even joke like that. When all she did was laugh some more, I gave up the act. I'm not trying to send subliminal messages, but it's been a while since we've seen each other. I just wanted to check in on him. That's very cute. Gross. Don't make it sound like that. But it is. Poppy had a way of seeing the positive in most situations. I had a thing or two to learn from her. Well, as far as I'm concerned, he fired the first shot when he set the date for the bake-off. Oh, I get it. That's what you meant when you said it was deliberate. I growled at the thought. Exactly, the creep. The creep you want to see anyway. That's enough of that from you. She giggled, but was nice enough to let it go. Right on time, too, since we were only a few doors down from Ethan's shop. Why was my heart racing? I gripped the stroller handles a little tighter and willed myself to play it cool. That didn't stop me from glancing toward the window and into the shop as we passed by. There he was, ringing up an order and even smiling at his customers. It was a rare treat, one of Ethan's smiles. But then, I wasn't a paying customer, was I? We must have caught his attention from the corner of his eye, because he looked out in time to watch us pass. His smile faded. Message received. I walked on, turning my attention forward. What an idiot I was, thinking there was any kind of future for us. Poppy patted my back, but was kind enough not to say anything. We parted ways at the art store a block down from First Edition, and I continued on with my head held high. It was time to forget about Ethan. Our personalities didn't mesh well anyway, with him being so rough around the edges, always ready to argue. He couldn't even be bothered to play along for my sake when it came to the bake-off. That alone was a huge red flag, and I needed to stop ignoring things like that if I ever wanted to get my personal life in order. Speaking of red flags, oh, buddy, I smell trouble brewing, because just as I crossed the street, the unmistakable sight of Trixie marching into the cafe made my heart sink. She did not look happy. I picked up the pace, which of course thrilled Georgie to no end. He clapped his little hands and giggled happily while I practically jogged the rest of the way. And I would have you all know that it's pitiful the way you gossip, dissecting people's lives the way you do. The door was closed, but I could hear her, could feel the bitterness in her words. She was shouting at the cafe in general, at all of its customers. What, did you think nobody would let me know how you've been playing armchair detective with this cafe as your headquarters? Trixie! Mom hurried from behind the counter and tried to subdue her friend, but Trixie wasn't having it. I caught Mom's eye from outside and grimaced, but she only shook her head when she saw I wasn't alone. It would be better to keep the baby outside on second thought. He would only get upset when he felt the energy in the room. Instead of going in then, I knocked on the window. Trixie whirled around, and the sight of her snarl made me fall back a step. I motioned for her to join me next door, stomping my foot and pointing in that direction when she rolled her eyes. I hustled over, and Becca helped me get the stroller through the door. What the heck is going on over there? I could hear through the wall. I hope she comes over here. I peered out the window, worried Trixie wouldn't follow. I guess somebody must have tipped her off to all the gossip swirling around over there. A moment later, Trixie appeared, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Still, that didn't stop me from warning her when she barged in, making the bell over the door clang noisily. There's a baby here, so maybe cool your jets before terrifying him. The sight of Georgie did seem to deflate her a little, but there was no lack of sharpness in her voice. Who do those people think they are? And why doesn't your mother try to stop them? It finally hit me. That's what's bothering you? Trixie, you know she believes in you, but trying to stop people from talking in the cafe is like trying to empty the ocean with a bucket. It's not going to happen. But she could try. The slight quiver in her voice went straight to my heart. All I could do was hug her. It's bad enough the papers in Avalon and Seaside and Paradise City are having a field day with this, doing their best to make me look like a killer. But knowing it's going on right here in my hometown is too much. The part about the other papers disgusted me in a way nothing else did. They resented her, these so-called reporters,
for being more popular than they were, for selling more papers than they did, for being an award winner when most of them could only wish to be. I'm sorry, I really am. And I was terribly sorry. She didn't deserve this. I know Dad's been working practically round the clock. That's part of the reason I have Georgie with me today. He wants to help you just as much as everybody else does. You have a lot of friends down at the station. They're going to find out who did this, and everybody's going to owe you a big apology. In writing. The words were barely out of Becca's mouth before she opened the door and leaned outside. Either come in and buy a book or keep moving. Sure enough, there were a few people lingering by the window, like they wanted to see what was going on. Jerks. I didn't recognize any of them from town, so I assumed they were passing through. They scurried away and at least had the decency to look embarrassed. Trixie touched her hands to her cheeks, which had started to fade from the bright, angry red to their normal shade. I can't believe I threw a fit in public. I just saw red, and nothing else mattered. It's understandable. For the record, I never heard Becca yell at anybody before either. I nodded at my assistant, who laughed. It's a day of firsts. Becca didn't look the least bit embarrassed either. I'm sorry, but enough is enough. People seriously need to get a hobby. When Georgie blurted out a string of very serious babble, all three of us laughed. See, he agrees with me. I'm sorry, cutie. Trixie leaned down, running a hand over the top of his head. Do yourself a favor and stay this age, okay? Growing up is pretty rough. I would have agreed with her, but I was too busy noticing someone very familiar crossing the street coming toward the store. Look who it is, Georgie bud. It was hard to talk with my throat tightening the way it did, because I saw the concern written all over his face. It's Daddy. He saw me, then noticed the stroller, and finally his gaze landed on Trixie. When his face fell, I knew something was wrong. Considering the way Trixie muttered an extremely foul word under her breath, she did too. Once he was inside, she was quick to cut him off before he had a chance to say a word. Well, George, have you come to arrest me? She folded her arms and drew a deep breath, puffing her chest out a little, bracing herself. He winced, then shook his head. No reason to arrest you, Trix, but I am going to have to ask you to come in and answer a few questions. Trix? I hadn't heard him call her that in years. But I thought you already talked to her. No, it wasn't my place to say anything, but I couldn't help it. We did, but we also obtained access to Jacob's calendar from the past few weeks to get an idea of who he saw, what was going on. He looked very tired when he turned to Trixie. It seems the two of you had a meeting the afternoon he died, and you didn't bother mentioning it to me before. I couldn't believe Trixie did it. I refused to, but even I knew it didn't look good, the fact that she'd conveniently forgotten to mention that bit to the police or to me. Chapter 7. Once again, my sister and I were called upon to prevent a catastrophe. Only this time, the potential catastrophe was growing at Mom's house rather than at Dad's. And it was Bob who'd called us, practically begging for help. By the time we arrived, it was clear he wasn't exaggerating. You know I would never bother either of you if I didn't think it was necessary. He looked toward the kitchen from where he'd met us in the living room. I've never seen her like this. As if on cue, she slammed a cookie sheet onto the stove, making the three of us jump. Don't worry. I tried to put on a happy face for his sake, but I could only imagine it came out looking more like a grimace. We'll take it from here. Though I knew he wouldn't leave, he wouldn't take this as his cue to duck out. Emma led the way to the kitchen, calling out to Mom as she did. I hope you're baking something sugar-free, because I could sure go for a treat. What we found stopped both of us in our tracks. The kitchen looked like a tornado had blown through, worse than I could ever remember seeing it, even when I was little, and Mom was testing out recipes for the cafe. There was flour on just about every surface, what looked like roughly 100 dirty mixing bowls in the sink, bits of batter, and chocolate chips on the floor. And Mom, who normally looked calm and collected even if she really wasn't, wore an apron practically coated in various substances. I recognized lemon curd and blueberry right off the bat. Oh, I suppose he called you. She scowled toward Bob. No, Neither of us had anything better to do than to watch you break down. Normally I would have been gentle with her, but I didn't appreciate her snappy tone when Bob was only trying to help. What do you think you're doing here? And who are you to question me? When all I did was lower my brow, she rolled her eyes. I'm perfecting my recipes for the bake-off, of course. We'll be making fresh batches of our chosen recipes the morning of, with people from the Civic Association checking in to make sure we aren't cheating somehow. I have to make sure I can whip up my recipes quickly and perfectly. Your recipes are pretty much perfect the way they are. Emma took a seat at the table, rather than venturing onto one of the stools positioned around the island. Yeah, why do you think you have to go to all this trouble? I knew the answer before I asked the question, but I wanted to hear it from her. Do you honestly think I'm going to let Ethan Crosby beat me at a game I've been playing since practically before he was born? I think not. She wiped her hands on her apron, which did very little considering the mess that was already there. I can't leave anything to chance. I checked the oven, which was empty, and turned off the heat. No, sit the heck down. You're not baking anything else tonight. I'm going to make you a cup of tea, and we're going to talk this out. I left out the part where I was considering calling in a cleaning crew. Bob cleared his throat. If you don't mind, I'll be in the living room watching the game. Mom called out to him as he went. Which game? Whichever one I find first. Even now I had to resist the urge to laugh. Bob knew better than to hang around at a time like this. I filled the kettle and put it on the stove before offering a silent prayer of thanks to find the dishwasher empty. It would be getting a lot of use this evening. Mom, we know why you're doing all this, and it's not about the bake-off. Emma reached over and took Mom's hand, which was still covered in dried batter, and heaven only knew what else. She's gonna be okay. You weren't there, Emma. You didn't see the way she was. You didn't hear her. Mom's voice shook with emotion. She looked at me like I was a stranger. She was only upset because she wanted to believe you were sticking up for her. Of course I was. I will always stick up for her. She and Nell are my sisters, the closest thing I ever had anyway. I made sure to tell everyone how wrong it was to assume she played any part in that wretched man's death. She sniffed. Not that it matters much, because of course everybody knows how close we are. They know I would stick up for her no matter what, and for some reason Jacob's a saint now that he's dead. Yes, and there were signs and monuments to him all over town. It was rather pitiful. She thought you were letting the conversation run rampant. She was hurt. I told her I was sure you did everything you could to shut it down. Of all people, she should know how impossible it is once a rumor takes hold. It's almost karmic, isn't it? When both Mom and I looked at Emma in shock, she shrugged it off. I'm not criticizing her. I'm stating a plain fact. How many times has she crowed over the latest scandal? She's usually the first person to swan into the cafe and put everyone on alert. Emma, I don't like hearing you say that. I'm sorry, Mom. You know I love Trixie. But she should know better than to think you can put a stop to what she put in motion so many times. And you know she would be the first person to say that to you if the situation was different in any way. If she wasn't the subject of the gossip. She has a point, Mom. I looked up from my work at the dishwasher to find her pondering this. She's hurt because everything's so raw right now. Once she calms down and this blows over, she'll understand. That's just it. When is it going to blow over? I understand your father took her in for questioning. The kettle was starting to whistle, so I went over and removed it from the heat. He did. But why? I tried my best to come up with a way to phrase it, to find some way to soothe her. It was no use. Apparently she was on Jacob's schedule the afternoon he died. What? Mom held her head in her hands. Now she really looks guilty. Unfortunately, yes, because she didn't tell Dad about it from the get-go. So of course once they got hold of Jacob's calendar and saw her name on it, I offered a shrug as I carried a teapot to the table. It certainly doesn't mean she did anything, just that they have to follow up. I exchanged a glance with my sister before turning away, going to the cabinet for 3 cups. Of course it was more complicated than that, but I was doing my best to calm my very frantic mother. The fact was, she had every reason to be concerned. I was concerned too. Why hadn't Trixie been honest with me? I was right there in front of her, and she lied to my face. You girls have to help her. Emma blurted out a disbelieving laugh. Excuse me? Hang on a second. I need to commemorate this occasion. Why didn't I bring my diary? I'm not kidding, and I would appreciate it if you didn't either. Somebody has to get to the bottom of this. I couldn't believe what was about to come out of my mouth. Mom, that's what Dad is trying to do. That's what the police are for. Okay, I really need to mark this occasion. We both frowned at Emma, but she couldn't help herself. Sincerely, it's like I walked into the Twilight Zone. Mom is begging us to stick our noses into something, and you're the one saying we should leave it to the cops? And you don't think we should? She wasn't so quick with a comeback this time around, so I forged on. Honestly, in a situation like this, there's only so much we can do. We don't have the authority to go through Jacob's phone records or his personal files. We can't ask businesses in the area to provide security footage, trying to trace the details of his last day. You can find out if he had enemies. The hope in Mom's voice just about killed me on the spot. Mom, he had a lot of enemies, or at least people who didn't like him very much. I guess that's bound to happen when you spend as much time as he did in the public eye. What about finding mentions of him online, like in the newspaper archives? Deals he was involved with, anything. Tears welled in Mom's eyes. I would do it myself, but I'm not as good at that sort of thing as you two are. I could bake a blueberry muffin with my eyes closed, but navigating the internet? It was time to come clean. I took a seat, forgetting the dishes for a little while. I've already been digging around. Emma smacked my arm. You didn't tell me. Sorry, Warden. She stuck her tongue out at me. But I haven't found out much. There's been a lot of talk lately about all the developers trying to snap up land here in town, but that's literally the only thing I could find that even loosely involves him. Because he owned so much property. Mom frowned at her little slip-up. Exactly. I figured maybe something there would connect, some sort of scandal, a feud. I dove right in today after Dad took Trixie to the station, but I couldn't find anything that seemed like a lead. Neither could Becca. She figured 2 heads are better than 1. Tell her I said thank you. Mom patted my cheek. Thank you, too. Mom, you know how much we love her. She's family. And if she didn't do this, which she obviously didn't, I had to add that part just in case, nothing will come of it. They need evidence to prosecute, remember? Having a meeting with somebody is hardly evidence. That's true. She wasn't smiling, though. She looked just as worried as ever. And I had a feeling I knew why. You're worried people won't believe it, not unless his death was ruled accidental or if the killers are found. Exactly. Mom stared down into her teacup. You know Trixie. She would pretend it didn't bother her, laugh it all off, put on a brave front. But inside... Emma sniffled. Don't get me started. She dabbed her eyes with a shuddery sigh. My throat got tight, too. It was about to become all kinds of emotional in the kitchen. Good thing Bob interrupted when he did. Brave guy. Excuse me, I couldn't help it over here. Mom snickered. I thought you were watching the game. You were louder than the game. He went to her, putting a hand on her shoulder. The fact that she had somebody in her life, finally, went a long way towards easing the pain in my heart. I wonder if you wouldn't mind hearing my perspective. Go ahead. I offered what I hoped was an encouraging smile. Bob was a soft-spoken man, the opposite of Mom in many ways. I didn't want him to feel uncomfortable speaking his mind. I know what it's like to be unfairly accused. He looked at Emma. And you saved me. I could have gone to prison for killing Moira Banks, but thanks to you, I'm a free man today. At Mom's urging, Emma had looked into the murder of a woman Bob was once involved with. As it turned out, it was Bob's ex-wife who'd killed the poor lady out of jealousy. He shrugged. I'm just saying, I remember it meaning the world, knowing somebody cared enough to go out of their way. Whatever can be done for her should be done. No matter whether it's one of you girls or the police or anybody else. Frankly, it seems to me that so many people in this town are interested in gossiping about a situation
They might want to look a little further into it and figure out the truth.
I can't argue with you on that one. I exchanged a look with my sister. What do you think? You're not really working right now. Do you have a little free time to help me with research?
Are you kidding?
I hadn't seen her like this in a long time. Cheeks pink, eyes sparkling.
All I was looking for was an excuse to get involved.
Chapter 8. You ready for this? I looked at my sister, standing beside me on Trixie's front porch. She's gonna be tough to crack. Emma threw her head back, hair shining in the porch light. Pregnancy made her hair look amazing. I had to give her that much.
I'm ready for anything.
Okay, slow down there, killer. I rang the bell, mentally crossing my fingers and praying we'd get some answers this time. After a long talk at Mom's kitchen table, we'd come to a conclusion. There was no sense digging around if we didn't know where to start digging. The idea of trying to empty the ocean using a bucket came to mind again. We'd only spin our wheels without a clue as to which direction to go in. I explained as much as I could to Mom. After all, Trixie was trying to write a piece on him, and even she was having a hard time putting it all together. How would we know where to start? But will she share it with you? You know how protective she is of her work. I reflected on this and how she'd shut Pete down with a coy flutter of her eyelashes when he'd referenced her so-called juicy scoop. That was before Dad brought her in for questioning, though. She might loosen up a little now, knowing the stakes have changed, I mean. I hoped I was right as we waited for our aunt to open the door.
What if she pretends she isn't home?
Emma spoke in a whisper, like we were two little girls knocking at the neighborhood haunted house on a dare. Then we come back in the morning. She's bound to be home sometime. We both gasped when a light flipped on behind the door's glass panels.
You two are incorrigible.
The door opened a moment later, revealing a very wry, somewhat exasperated Trixie. Emma's mouth fell open.
Were you standing there in the dark all this time, waiting to see what we would do?
Something like that. I wanted to see how long you'd wait before you gave up. She looked back and forth between us. I should have known you wouldn't.
Making a pregnant woman stand out here in the cold.
Emma continued to grumble as we stepped into the house, where it seemed we'd interrupted Trixie while she watched TV. That alone was a red flag, since she normally prided herself on rarely turning it on. Normally she'd be too busy to sit still long enough to watch an entire episode, let alone a full-length movie. She curled up on the sofa, tucking her feet under her, while Emma sat at the other end, and I settled into the nearest armchair. What are you watching? I nodded to the TV.
I have no idea. I haven't been paying attention.
Trixie rubbed her arms like she felt a sudden chill.
I couldn't sit here in silence. The noise helps. Okay, you're going to make me cry now.
Emma sniffled before digging through her purse for a tissue. Trixie reached for the box on the coffee table and handed it over.
Did your dad send you?
Trixie looked my way, smirking.
Does he want to make sure I haven't slit my wrists or something equally gruesome?
Don't even joke about something like that. I'd always known she'd had a dark sense of humor, but there were limits.
Who's joking?
When my eyes widened, she relented.
Sorry, it hasn't been an easy week. We came to check up on you, of course.
Emma's eyes met mine for the briefest instant.
And to ask what the heck you were digging into. With Jacob, I mean.
Typical Emma. She knew just how to approach a subject with care. Trixie burst out laughing, then stopped when she realized we were serious.
You know I'm not going to tell you that.
Why not? Did it sound like I was whining?
More than a little.
I couldn't bring myself to care much. I get you wanting to keep it confidential, but come on. If anybody's going to keep your secrets, it's the two of us. You know that.
And no offense, but there's a lot more at stake now than a scoop.
But I didn't do anything. We know that. I looked at Emma, who nodded her encouragement. But if he was murdered and the murderer is never found, you'll always be the one people believe did it. That's why we need to find out who that person is, if only to shut everybody up from here out. And to give those idiots at the other papers a reason to apologize for dragging your name through the muck. I shouldn't have read the pieces they'd published. I should have avoided them at all costs. But I didn't always make the best choices either. They turned my stomach, putting it mildly. Trixie sank deeper into the sofa, looking pained.
I didn't think of that. Which is why it would be easier if you tell us where to look. Trixie opened her mouth, sucking in a quick breath like she was ready to argue, but Emma was too quick. If you dig around in plain sight asking questions and such, it'll look like you're desperate. That wouldn't look great either. There's no winning. She stared at the TV, but it was clear she couldn't see it. Was she looking at a future full of hearing whispers wherever she went? I would be if I were in her shoes. Tell us what you were researching, what you think you found. Emma pointed to me, then back at herself. Between the two of us, we'll get the job done. You know we can. Trixie looked unmoved. For a minute, I wondered if she'd heard a word of what Emma said. I was about to ask if she had when her attention shifted from the TV to me. Not a word of this to that boyfriend of yours. Emma frowned. Ethan? What does he have to do with anything? She slapped a hand over her mouth, eyes bulging. You're right. The baby's stealing your brain cells. I wanted to melt into the chair under the weight of Trixie's stare. If this were any other situation, you'd better believe you'd have questions to answer. Trixie smirked, looking to Emma. Obviously, I meant Pete. We'll have to talk about Ethan some other time. Regardless, neither of them's my boyfriend. Let's drop the subject. I raised my brows, hands folded in my lap. Talk. Trixie looked like she was on her way to the gallows, but she gave in. I wanted to write a series about the condo development that's been running rampant in our shore towns over the past several years, how all this new development is ruining the character and charm, turning us into bland, cookie-cutter tourist traps. It's about time someone started talking about it. I hate seeing historic hotels torn down to build those monstrosities. Emma wrinkled her nose. And all those little fishing cottages on the bay? Gone. Exactly. It's a sin the way those money-hungry morons are ruining everything that made the Jersey Shore great. And the buildings they construct are flimsy. In Paradise City, a bunch of them fell like they were made of matchsticks during that last tropical storm. Okay, so what does that have to do with the mayor? I'm getting to that. Even now, she would be in control of the narrative. Silly me, forgetting I was sitting in front of a storyteller. As I said, I wanted to write a series about that, in hopes of alerting everyone in town to the possibility we would be next. I started looking around, asking questions, and what I found sickened me. Boy, she was good. My sister and I were on the edge of our seats, hanging on her every word. Well, Emma prompted when the waiting got to be too much. What happened? Trixie drew out her silence for effect, going so far as to drain her glass. My nerves were frayed to the point of snapping by the time she spoke. I found there were already tentative plans in place to raze an entire block of buildings downtown and build a row of condos in their place. No! We shouted it in unison, both of us horrified. Yes, Trixie nodded to Emma. Your old block, in fact. Where I used to live? My apartment? Trixie's head bobbed up and down while Emma shook hers. I can't believe it. Those are businesses, apartments. Where would everybody move to if they lost their homes? I'm fairly sure nobody cares much about that, at least except for the people who would be directly affected, like the business owners and tenants. The thought of so many people left homeless hurt more than the thought of losing a block of beautiful buildings to something soulless and poorly constructed. Did anybody else know about this? It was extremely hush-hush. It still is, I'm sure. That was why I wanted to talk to Jacob. I was finally starting to get it. Because he owns a lot of those buildings, doesn't he? Well, he did. I haven't seen the man's will, so I don't know who got them, but yes. Roughly 3/4 of the properties on that block were owned by him, or rather through shell companies set up on his behalf. Nothing was directly in his name. And you wanted to get the truth, Emma snorted, her brows drawn together. No wonder he was ducking you. Oh, trust me, I had every intention of eviscerating him, but you know me, I wasn't about to go off half-cocked. I didn't want to print rumors and allegations without at least going to him first. I needed his side of the story. But he refused to give it to me, which naturally left me thinking he was trying to hide. I tossed my 2 cents in. He probably knew the fallout would be enormous. Emma's eyes narrowed. I bet he was hoping to push the deal through before anybody found out about it. Trixie nodded. No doubt. You can imagine how shocked I was, since no one in town was talking about it. It was all very hush-hush. I bet there'd be a lot of angry people once word got out. Emma stared off into space, the wheels turning in her head. I wonder if anybody did find out and confronted him about it. It's a possibility.
You were going to meet with him, did you? And why did I hold my breath waiting for an answer? Trixie pressed her lips together, and my heart sank.
I did, but only for a few minutes. That's the truth, the full truth.
Where did you meet up?
At Angelo's. I convinced him to grab a slice with me, and I admit the choice of location was deliberate. I wanted him to see what would be destroyed if he went forward with these plans.
Funny how he hadn't heard anything about a meeting, about the two of them being seen together the day he died. Then again, word could have spread for all I knew. I wasn't exactly trying to entertain gossip at the store, since I wanted no part in helping it spread. How did it go?
How do you think? She rolled her eyes. I know he's dead, and I know we aren't supposed to speak ill of the dead, but the man was a raging narcissist and a complete sociopath. All that interested him was the money he would make from the deal once he sold the buildings to the developers. In his words, it was only business. If a store owner knew anything about business, they would understand, and they would be successful somewhere else.
So typical.
Whatever it takes to help you sleep at night.
Trixie's lips twitched.
Not exactly what I said, but that was the general idea.
I couldn't imagine what it would be like, finding out the building where I rented space would be sold and demolished, the helplessness, hopelessness, and how angry I would be once the initial shock wore off. Now we need to find out if anyone else knew about this. Maybe they thought if they could get him out of the way, the deal would fall through.
Now let's not jump the gun.
Emma and I both looked at Trixie in utter shock.
All I'm saying is there could be plenty more he tried to sweep under the rug. There's a reason the man used shell companies as prolifically as he did.
Do you think? I could barely bring myself to say it. It sounded so outlandish. Maybe he was involved with dirty money? Organized crime?
Let's just say the man was complicated. No, I don't think it was as serious as being involved with the mafia or anything like that. But he learned a thing or two over the years about how to make the numbers look good for the IRS, and I doubt he did it alone.
In other words, it could have been one of any number of people, if he was murdered at all. Though really, with everything Trixie was telling us, the odds of him accidentally slipping and falling versus being pushed were starting to look slimmer.
And that's everything I know. I can give you the name of the company looking to buy the properties, but that's it. That's the most I have, even now. I was in the middle of searching for the names of the other building owners, the ones that didn't fall under Jacob's umbrella.
She got up, went to her desk, and picked up a folder. She did a lot of her work online, but was still old school in a lot of ways. I opened the folder and scanned the list of names she'd printed out. What did I hope to find? There was no telling, but I certainly didn't expect a familiar name to jump out at me. Barbara Schneider.
What?
Rather than make Emma get up, I went to her, pointing to the name listed beside several addresses.
Jacob's ex-wife. Trixie nodded. I understand she obtained ownership of several properties in their divorce settlement.
I turned to Trixie. And she just happens to be in town. She's Holly's aunt, and they've come in to help plan the wedding. Wasn't that a coincidence? Chapter 9.
I look like a whale.
You do not look like a whale.
Fine, I look like I swallowed a whale and it settled right here.
My sister placed a hand over her belly, turning sideways to get a look at her profile in the three-way mirror. That was a bad idea, at least judging by the way her face fell in dismay. Her chin started to tremble. You look beautiful in this dress. And she did. She also looked like she'd swallowed a whale. I would never say that to her, of course. I just don't think it's cut for a pregnant woman. I wonder if there are any maternity options.
What difference does it make?
Tears welled in Emma's eyes.
I had a dress all picked out, and it looked great on me.
That dress looks great on you, too. In the mirror, I saw Barbie coming our way, a glass of champagne in both hands. The color does wonders for you. Yes, the rose gold satin made Emma's eyes sparkle and went well with her hair and complexion. It did the same for me. It's just the cut isn't very forgiving. I smoothed my hands over my stomach. I don't feel very comfortable in it either. Now, the words of beauty and comfort should never be paired up. Barbie handed me a glass, though I hadn't asked for one. Sorry, sweetie, they don't have non-alcoholic options here, she pouted in Emma's general direction. I found that hard to believe, but held my tongue. It wasn't easy to keep my thoughts to myself, especially now that I trusted Barbie less than ever. She'd already rubbed me the wrong way from the get-go, but now, knowing she was the owner of several buildings which could be raised in favor of condos, I was more certain than ever that she had something to do with Jacob's death. Even if I couldn't quite come up with a reason why she'd want to kill him, the sale would benefit her just as much as it would him. Maybe she didn't want to lose that passive income, the monthly rent from the business owners and tenants, sort of like killing the golden goose. One thing my sister and I had agreed on before meeting up with Holly and her family to go dress shopping was avoiding the subject of Jacob entirely. Funny how easy that had seemed before we got out of the car and entered the store, before we had to come face to face with this overly made-up, overly bubbly, overly opinionated stranger. Now I wanted nothing more than to demand she tell us where she was the afternoon of Jacob's death. She could easily have slipped out while the rest of the family was settling in. Fran emerged from one of the dressing rooms wearing a cream-colored gown. "What do you think?" She lifted her hands, doing a slow spin for our benefit. The tiny crystals sewn around the neckline and cuffs sparkled. Barbie just about hit the floor, she swooned so hard. I, on the other hand, wasn't so impressed. Confused was more like it. "I thought Holly was wearing cream." Fran blinked at me. "Yes, so?" Oh boy. Luckily Jenna joined us, wearing a dress not unlike the one Barbie had insisted we try on. "So you don't wear white or cream to a wedding, Aunt Fran? Everybody knows that." She rolled her eyes while shimmying a little, like she was as uncomfortable as we were in the bias-cut satin. Emma stared at Jenna in the mirror. "Wait a second, is that the same dress Darcy and I are wearing?" Barbie laughed it off. "Well, obviously, now that we're in town, Holly would want Jenna to be one of her bridesmaids, too. They were closer than sisters growing up." "Holly never asked me, Mom." Jenna looked down at herself, scowling. "Besides, we were not closer than sisters, and you know it. She's 8 years older than me, for heaven's sake." "Does Holly know about this?" It was a good thing Barbie gave me the champagne after all. I would need it, a lot of it. This entire situation was going downhill faster than a rolling snowball, and getting bigger and bigger the further it went. "I'm sure when she sees how beautiful the three of you look, she'll know it makes perfect sense." Holly was in the middle of being helped into a dress her mother and aunt had all but begged to see her wear. No pressure, according to Fran. She only wanted to see her beautiful daughter in a wedding gown. The next time I saw my mother, I would apologize for the grief I'd given her over the years for being overbearing and too opinionated. Compared to Holly's family, she was a saint, an absolute joy to deal with. Clearly, Emma shared my feelings. I bet she was happy when everybody moved to the other side of the country. She sighed, shaking her head, raising her voice. "I'm sorry, I just can't wear this in public. I'm afraid if I sit down, the seams will split." "No worries." Barbie patted her on the back in passing. "There are plenty of dresses to choose from." "You do realize Holly never wanted any of this, right?" Jenna shook her head firmly when her mother offered her a glass of champagne. "Please, every woman wants a wedding." She was going to have a wedding, a perfectly nice wedding. One thing Holly would never have is a tacky wedding. She had a point there. The woman was an interior decorator with an excellent eye for style. She probably thought she couldn't afford it. Now that I couldn't let go. Holly does very well with her business, and my dad doesn't do so badly either. Barbie clicked her tongue. "Sweetheart, that wasn't meant as an insult. But they have a baby. Little George is where all of their money and time should go now." I couldn't argue with that, but it seemed unfair just the same. It was like Holly's family wanted to live out their wedding fantasies through her, no matter what she wanted. From what I understood, neither woman had done that well for themselves until they married wealthy men. They wanted to give her everything they'd felt they'd missed out on their first marriages. On the other hand, that could have been my overactive imagination weaving a story that didn't exist. I could admit my tendency to do that after reading so many hundreds and thousands of books over my life. The curtains in front of a dressing room down the hall opened, and a gasp rang out when Holly emerged. Barbie and Fran both looked like they wanted to faint, hands clasped over their chests. My gasp, on the other hand, was one of horror. Judging by Emma's stricken expression, I knew I wasn't alone. Holly walked with her arms held straight down at her sides. She needed to if she wanted to keep the billowing skirts of her gown close enough to her body that she could see where she was walking. I wondered how heavy something like that was, layers upon layers of tulle and satin, which then had been crusted with pearls and crystals. It looked like something out of an 80s wedding album. I didn't know they made dresses like that anymore.
Oh, my goodness.
Tears rolled down Fran's cheeks.
You look like a princess. I look ridiculous, Mom.
The two saleswomen who'd helped Holly into the dress winced, but facts were facts.
You do not. You're a vision.
Barbie put an arm around her sister's shoulders, the two of them drowning in emotion. Poor Holly's cheeks went red when she caught sight of herself in the mirror, and the quivering of her chin told me how hard she was fighting not to cry. It was amazing what the presence of overbearing family members could do to an otherwise confident, self-assured woman like the one who would soon be my stepmother. That was before she got a look at the rest of us.
Hold on.
She turned away from the mirror, looking Emma up and down.
Why in the world are you wearing that? Doesn't she look beautiful? Nobody glows like an expectant mother.
Barbie was really laying it on thick.
She looks ridiculous.
Holly looked at Emma.
Sorry.
Emma shrugged. No, please, I agree. Then it was Jenna's turn.
And why are you dressed like them?
Ask my mother. Jenna folded her arms, glaring at Barbie.
Okay, enough is enough.
Emma removed her headdress, which had to weigh several pounds.
Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to have a small, intimate ceremony the way I planned. No offense, Jenna, but I never intended to have you as one of my witnesses.
No problems there. Emma grinned, somewhat triumphant.
Now, wait a minute.
Fran squared her shoulders like she was ready for a showdown while the saleswoman found something else to do, because, honestly, who would want to have to witness this if they didn't absolutely have to?
No, Mom, you wait a minute.
Holly looked around at all of us, shaking her head.
This is exactly what I didn't want. I don't want anyone telling me how to do this. I appreciate the fact that you want to pay for this, Mom, but that's not an excuse to take over the entire day.
Then she gasped.
And why are you dressed in cream?
She didn't wait long enough to get an answer.
Emma found a beautiful dress that looks great on her, and that's what she's going to wear. Darcy will wear whatever she wants to wear too, because I trust her and I know she'll look beautiful. Mom, please do not wear the same color as me.
Then she looked down at herself, arms spread.
As for this, absolutely not. I've indulged your fantasy, but that's as far as I'm going to go. I already know the sort of simple dress I want, and there's several here that I would like to try on, okay? That's it. I will hear nothing else about this.
It took just about all of my self-control to keep from applauding. Holly turned to me.
Can you help me get out of this thing?
With pleasure. I did my best not to look triumphant as I followed Holly back to the dressing room. There were roughly 1,000,000 buttons running down the back of the gown. No wonder she needed help. As soon as we were alone with the curtains drawn, her shoulders slumped.
What a disaster. I'm so sorry.
You don't have to apologize, not even a little bit. Frankly, I couldn't help but giggle a little. You look like a wedding cake topper.
I look like a wedding cake, period.
She covered her face with her hands, shaking with laughter.
How did everything fall apart like this?
It's not that bad. I could barely breathe. I was laughing so hard.
My legs went weak, and I had to lean against the wall for support. I would have to turn sideways to get through the door. I'd have to walk to the ceremony because I wouldn't be able to fit in the car. Holly wiped the tears from her cheeks, gasping for air. What's so funny in here? Emma opened the curtain to find Holly with her dress half unbuttoned and me slumped in a corner, giggling helplessly. You'd better get yourself together because I'm going to need somebody to help me out of this thing. I'm of half a mind to buy it just so I can burn it. I'm sorry. Holly twirled her finger in the air, signaling Emma to turn around so she could unzip the dress. She managed to get control over herself, though I was still struggling. Where did everybody else go? I don't know. I think Barbie went outside to cool off, and I think Jenna and your mom are getting changed. She has a lot of nerve, needing to cool off. Holly made finger quotes in the air. They've completely taken over our lives since they got here. Barbie has gone through her manic phase before, but I've never seen her like this. That got me to stop laughing. Manic. Was she reacting to what she'd done to Jacob? Or was I looking too deep into her behavior? Well, at least Jenna's on your side. I got back to work on Holly's dress, releasing all the tiny buttons. Yeah, at least she has sense. Sometimes I think it skipped a generation, you know. I exchanged a glance with my sister. Do she and Barbie always argue like this? Things seem pretty contentious between them. Not as far as I know. Holly was unaware of any meaning behind my question, too busy trying to get her arms out of the tight sleeves. Though it's been a while since the last time I spent time with them together. You know, she dropped her voice to a whisper. I got the feeling she was really hurt by Barbie's reaction. About Jacob, I mean. They were pretty close when she was growing up. That's probably it. I looked to Emma again, and all she did was raise an eyebrow. We were on the same page. But what did it mean? Chapter 10. And there you have it. Becca finished her presentation with a little bow. Why closing on Sundays during the off-season would be a good idea and would not hurt our bottom line at all. I kept my thoughts to myself at first, mulling over the figures she'd presented in her colorful, impressive charts. She'd gone back over years of records, drilling down to specific days of the week, months of the year, the whole 9 yards. It was no secret business slowed down in the winter with less foot traffic. But I'd never considered closing one day out of the week. We could hardly be the only ones to do it. Many of Cape Hope's small businesses closed at least one day, and they often shortened their hours too. I had always been stubborn about it, determined to keep the lights on and the doors open for the town's residents. We were the only bookstore for miles, after all. Online sales were changing the game, though. We didn't need to keep the doors open so long as the website was up and running. Becca continually worked our social media to push traffic in that direction, and her efforts were paying off. You make perfect sense. It was clear she was pleased with herself when I said it, even letting out a breath like she'd been holding it, waiting to see what I'd say. And literally, the only thing keeping me from putting this in motion immediately is my pride. There's nothing wrong with taking an actual day off once a week. She winked. Work smarter, not harder. Once again, she made a good point. Still, I had to take a walk and clear my head. The store was pretty quiet, a few people having trickled in the first thing that morning. It was near lunchtime when I pulled on my jacket and wound a scarf around my neck. Was it strictly cold enough for a scarf? No, but if there was one thing I loved, it was dressing in boots and scarves at this time of year. It made me feel cozy, and coziness was what I needed when my spirit was in turmoil. Not only because of the store, of course. Becca's presentation was one more thing on top of an ever-growing pile of things to think about, to ponder, to worry over. I already had Trixie on my mind, more so than ever since she insisted on holing up at home. Dad's wedding rushed toward me like a speeding train. The bake-off had Mom calling me all hours of the night, asking if I thought she should try adding coconut to her carrot cake recipe. No wonder my nerves were shot. Evidently, they were shot worse than I'd imagined, because it wasn't until I was only half a block away from Ethan's that I realized where my feet had carried me. Subconsciously, I must have connected my work woes with him, because he was one of the hardest, most hard-headed workers I knew. If anybody could relate to my hesitation about closing the store on Sundays,
It was him. I didn't want it to look like business was too slow. I could have picked a better time to visit, though. That was the thing about letting my subconscious lead the way. A subconscious didn't know how to tell time. Still, there wasn't half the crowd inside the dining room as there would be over the summer. Ethan's assistants were handling things without breaking a sweat. As usual, I ducked into the alley rather than strolling through the front door. After knocking at the kitchen entrance, I stepped back and waited. And waited. And waited some more. I was about to raise my fist to knock again when the door swung open. Ethan rolled his eyes before I could say a word. "What?" It was like a gunshot ringing out in the narrow alley, bouncing off the brick walls and assaulting me from all sides. Surprise took my breath away, so much so that it took me a second to respond. I wanted... "What? What did you want?" He shook his head before I could answer, scowling. "You know what? I hate to say it, but I'm busy. You can't stroll over here and expect me to drop everything because Emma broke a nail, or your mom's worried about some random thing." Where was this coming from? No, we hadn't spoken in a while. Knocking at the door was a calculated risk. I'd done it in hopes of maybe patching things up, offering an apology for pushing so hard on the bake-off idea. Then maybe I'd ask if he thought closing on Sundays was a good idea. Now? "Wow, I didn't realize you were that busy, or that you looked down on me that way. I'll keep it in mind from now on." I almost ran away. I was so desperate to get out of there. What was I thinking? Obviously, there was a deep current of resentment running between us, all of it flowing from him. The very worst part was how he didn't call out to me. He didn't apologize. He only slammed the door. Message received. I came to a stop on the sidewalk, breathing hard, fighting the tears threatening to choke me. Darn him. Darn me for caring what he thought. "Hey, Darcy." My heart sank when I heard it. I was in no shape for conversation, not now, not when I wanted to pick up a trash can from the sidewalk and hurl it through Ethan's front window. I couldn't exactly run away, though, could I? Not when it was Pete who crossed the street, smiling from ear to ear. I lifted my chin and drew a deep breath. I had to get myself together. He saw right through me, though, his gaze moving from my face to the front of Ethan's store and back again. Worried lines creased the space over the bridge of his nose. "You okay?" "Just fine. Trying to take a walk and clear my head. You?" Oh, sure. That was completely convincing. I could tell by the way his worry lines deepened. They cleared up a moment later. "I was thinking about going and getting some pizza. Maybe at Angelo's?" He asked this with a grin, knowing my love for Angelo's pizza. Even if Emma hadn't lived above the restaurant as long as she did, I would still be addicted. It was that good. Sounds great to me. Anything to get my mind off the humiliation I'd suffered. We started down the sidewalk, and I looked his way out of the corner of my eye. "Did you get a haircut?" "I did." He ran a hand over his hair, wearing a self-conscious grin. "I'm surprised you noticed." "I'm observant. It looks nice." "Thanks." He looked me up and down. "You look the same. I'm trying to come up with something to compliment you on, but nothing's different." I had to laugh in spite of the cloud hanging over me. You know, not everybody would take that kindly. It doesn't sound like a positive thing. "Yeah, I figured that the second I said it, but you know what I meant." I did. He wasn't always suave with his choice of words, but I didn't mind. If anything, it was a refreshing change from the sarcastic, angry mess I just left. I knew where I stood with him. I didn't have to ask myself which version of Pete I'd encounter whenever we saw each other. "How have you been?" His voice was heavy with concern. I appreciated that concern, but at the same time, I didn't want to wallow in depression when it wasn't my life turned upside down. I shrugged. Fine, I guess. We came to a stop at a red light, and I turned, looking up at him. How have you been? Busy. He was frowning, looking down at me like he hadn't seen me before. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with everything going on? Again, the difference between him and the man I'd just spent time with wasn't lost on me. I don't have any right to be anything but okay. I'm not the one who feels like she can't leave her house right now. People can be awful, can't they? He looked like he wanted to say a lot of other things, but thought the better of it.
Knowing he understood, though, meant more than I could say.
Do me a favor, would you? Let her know we're doing our best. We would be even if it wasn't for your dad practically whipping us into shape and making sure we leave no stone unturned.
Emotion rose in my throat and threatened to choke me. I swallowed hard, hoping to control it, at least while I was out in public. I'm sure he's not making it easy for any of you. He let out a knowing little chuckle.
He cares about her a lot. I have to admit, this is way more complicated than I thought it would be.
My hands were in my pockets, so he couldn't see the way I dug my nails into my palms in a desperate effort to keep from sounding too eager. How so?
Nope, I'm not going to let you trick me into saying more than I should.
You do realize I could find out anything I want to know from Dad, right? Or from Holly, because I know he tells her everything.
And that would be fine, because you would be hearing it from him. I wouldn't have to duck his right hook that way.
Come on, Dad doesn't go around hitting his coworkers. Not anymore, anyway. I burst out laughing at the look on his face.
Very funny.
If he thought I could be so easily turned down, he had another think coming. I know Jacob was a complicated person with a lot of ties to people all over the place.
Yes, that's true.
He spoke in an even tone, measured, careful. So that alone must make it awfully tough.
It's more than that.
I could tell he didn't want to tell me, but I could also tell he wanted to say something to somebody. Finally, he blew out an exasperated sigh.
The coroner said the damage to the body could just as easily have been done by the force of the water throwing it against the rocks. There's really little way of knowing at this point what happened before he went in and what happened post-mortem.
It wasn't easy hearing that, but it made sense. I see. I wonder if there's any way to ever really know.
We're working on it as hard as we can, that's for sure.
As if on cue, he yawned loudly, his mouth opening wide. Naturally, it made me yawn too.
Sorry.
I'm just worried for Trixie. And I hated the way I automatically lowered my voice when I said her name, whispering it in case anybody overheard. There weren't that many people out on the street either. I was becoming paranoid.
If she didn't do anything, there's nothing to be worried about.
I slowed down, staring at him, making sure he was serious. When he raised an eyebrow in confusion, I almost laughed. No offense, and I mean that, but you sound adorably naive when you say things like that. His jaw tightened.
I'll choose to focus on the word adorably and not naive.
Good thinking.
What's so naive about it?
How long have you lived here, Pete? You know just as well as I do that if this case is never solved, if there's never a cause of death in either direction, accidental or otherwise, she's going to spend the rest of her life as the woman who probably murdered the town's mayor. It just so happened we passed the hardware store, where a homemade sign with the words, "We love our mayor, rest in peace," was scrawled in black marker. Below them was the picture of Jacob smiling while standing beside the store's owner. Pete noticed it too. He would have been blind not to notice.
You're right, of course. She'll carry this with her for the rest of her life, unless she leaves town.
I can't imagine that ever happening. And not only because Cape Hope is such a big part of her life. The fact was, it wouldn't seem like home without Trixie. She was just as much a part of my family as Mom or Dad.
And knowing her, she would be too stubborn to ever do something like that.
There was no missing the heavy fondness in his voice. I liked him even more for it.
The biggest problem with a case like this is not knowing whether we're wasting our time or not. It could have been nothing more than an accident.
I guess that would be incredibly frustrating. We reached the pizza shop, where the mouth-watering aroma of tomato sauce and garlic and oregano wove together to create a tapestry of temptation. I was a stress eater, and the nonsense with Ethan combined with fear for Trixie had me craving comfort. When Pete opened the door for me and offered a cute little grin, I couldn't help but wonder what the heck I was doing even thinking about Ethan. I'd never once gotten this angry with Pete. I couldn't remember ever wanting to strangle him. Even if I did, it would have been more of a reaction to him sounding too much like Dad than to anything really serious.
We stepped up to the counter and agreed on splitting a medium pie before taking seats near the window. It's funny, I think I've eaten here more in the past few weeks than in the past few months combined. Pete was a little distracted, only grunting while his eyes scanned the room. He was looking for something, and I started to wonder if this little visit to Angelo's was entirely social. In fact, I've started working my way through the menu. I watched, waiting to see if he was listening. I ate an entire extra-large pie by myself the other night, with a side of cheese fries. Nothing from Pete. I leaned back in my chair, folding my arms when I got no reaction. I'm thinking about building a fort from the empty pizza boxes around my apartment. Maybe you could come visit sometime. It's going to be really cool once I'm finished.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
I burst out laughing, shoving him as gently as I could while still getting the point across. What the heck? You're a million miles away. What aren't you telling me? He at least looked embarrassed.
Sorry, it's just we know the last thing he ate was pizza, and this is where he was supposed to have met up with the you-know-who.
He was careful not to use names, too, which I appreciated. While there weren't a ton of customers, nowhere near as many as there would be in July or August, there were enough people enjoying a meal to warrant caution. Plus, fewer tourists meant the people who were still around were more likely to be residents, neighbors. In other words, people who knew Trixie, or at least knew of her. Better to be cautious. So you're trying to imagine them here that day? It wasn't a question.
I can't help it. I've had this place on the brain.
There are worse places, I winked, hoping to reassure him. Try to get your mind off it for a little while.
I wish I could. It's just that I know how much this means to a lot of people.
His throat worked, the muscles in his jaw twitched, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was more he didn't feel comfortable saying. I wasn't about to press him for it, no matter what it was. Something told me things would get uncomfortable if I did. Why couldn't I figure out what to do? Pete was a great guy who had feelings for me. He cared about what this whole situation with Trixie was doing to my heart, to my family. It would be easy to sink into his arms and close my eyes and let him take care of me. Why couldn't I bring myself to do it? A sudden crash made us both jump. I stood to get a better look and found Angelo himself standing halfway between the kitchen and the dining room. At his feet was a tray and the pizza that had sat on it before he dropped it on the floor. One of the girls behind the counter hurried over to help him clean it up.
Sorry.
The poor man was beside himself. It occurred to me for the first time he was getting on in years, maybe even at the age where a man might consider retiring. The thought of living without the possibility of his pizza was almost offensive. Pete shot me a wry look.
How much do you want to bet that was ours? It's the way my luck's been going.
Mine, too. And as it turned out, he was right. At least I had somebody I liked to keep me company while we waited for another one. Chapter 11. My head spun as I surveyed the array of chocolate chip cookies placed before me. You want me to try all of them? Mom nodded firmly. Both of you. I would have invited your sister, but she can't help right now. Aunt Nell cleared her throat, her lips pressed together in a thin line. This is a lot, Syl. How many bags of chocolate chips did you go through? I didn't make a full batch of each variety, silly. Mom ran a distracted hand over her hair, which I noticed was freshly washed and still a little damp. I wondered how much flour and sugar she'd washed out by the time she finished baking up a storm. No fewer than 8 different versions of the cookies awaited our approval. My teeth ached just looking at them. What's this all about, anyway? Nell picked up one of the cookies, this one featuring a sprinkle of sea salt on top. Your cookies are delicious the way they are. That's fine for every day. This is for the bake-off. When it was clear neither of us understood, she groaned like we were the dumbest people alive. This isn't the time to fall back on tried and true. Aside from that Barbie person, the other 2 judges are longtime customers of the cafe. They'll know which cookies I baked at first taste if I don't try something new. I had never wished so hard in my whole life for Ethan to suddenly appear. I wanted him to see this, to hear it, to know how hard Mom was working to make sure what he'd predicted didn't happen. She wasn't about to rest on her laurels and rely on her reputation to score an easy win. What a shame I'd rather bite off my tongue than say a word to him about it. With this in mind, the idea of tasting 8 different cookies didn't seem so daunting. Where do you want us to start? If Nell thought there was anything weird about my sudden change of mind, she kept it to herself. You might as well start where Nell did, with the sea salt cookies. Mom picked up a small notebook and flipped to what I imagined was the section reserved for this batch. Tell me everything that comes to mind when you take a taste. Oh boy, this would be fun. Mom could be a little intense in normal situations where her prowess as a baker wouldn't be called into question. Something told me I'd have to invent new words to satisfy her thirst for an accurate description of each cookie. The first bite was bliss. I like this a lot. So much so that I was tempted to take a second bite. Good sense stopped me in the nick of time and reminded me I had 7 more cookies to go. No sense in overdoing it on the first try. Me too. This is delicious. Nell dabbed the corners of her mouth, her lips coated in pink lipstick. You should have been baking these all along. Now you tell me. Mom managed a tiny sarcastic smile. What do you like best? The salt brings out the sweetness in the chocolate. I've always liked my cookies with an extra dash of salt. I gave her 2 thumbs up. Honestly, we can stop here as far as I'm concerned. Not so fast. Mom used her pen to point to the second plate. Keep going. I glanced at Nell. I hope there are antacids in the house. But I picked up a second cookie anyway and took a bite. Browned butter? Holy moly! Just when I thought it couldn't get better, the woman wasn't making it easy. You prefer the brown butter to the regular? Mom's pen hovered over the page, waiting to be used. Do I prefer it? Was it my imagination, or was I truly sweating under the weight of her expectant stare? I don't know, but it's a great touch, deeper flavor. I agree. This from Nell. Mom shot her a withering look. Is that all you have to say? Yes. Nell glanced my way, slightly panicked. If that's the correct answer. I finally had to laugh. Mom, come on, this isn't the end of the world. Why do I feel like I'm standing in front of my executioner? Because this has to be perfect, that's why. She slapped the notebook onto the counter loud enough to make us jump. It has to be perfect, so I'll win. We agreed on chocolate chip cookies, a bar of choice, and a quick bread. No matter what I bake, it has to be superior to Ethan's, and I have 3 weeks to get it right. Her voice cracked near the end, which only made me feel terrible for laughing in the first place. I'm sorry, I am. I went to her, arms outstretched, and she allowed me to give her a hug, even if she maintained the same stiff posture when I did. The lady knew how to hold a grudge. We want you to win, Syl. Nell looked over the array of cookies, and nobody could pretend you aren't working hard to put on a good showing. But you'll work yourself to death if you don't calm down. But I want to win. Mom cut herself off, studying the countertop like she'd never seen it before. I need to stay busy. Don't tell me you don't know how it feels, Nell. You've spent this last week cleaning that library within an inch of its life. I always clean at this time of year, and again in the spring. The excuse wasn't working, not even for me. She deflated a little. I have to keep busy. I'm worried for her, too. It isn't like Trixie to lock herself away in her house the way she has. But heaven forbid you try to get her to come out. You know how she is. I took a seat, pulling the third plate of cookies closer to me. You could tell her to keep breathing, and she'd find a way to show you she doesn't need oxygen. Always contrary. Nell said it with love, along with maybe a touch of exasperation. Perhaps we should encourage her to never leave the house again, and she'd do the opposite. She would too, wouldn't she? Mom chuckled fondly. I want so much to make this better for her, but I don't have the first idea how to do it. Her attention swung my direction. Have you found anything? Don't you think I'd tell you if I did? All right, that might have been a lie, but Emma and I had promised to keep quiet. While I doubted anything bad would come of sharing Trixie's discoveries relating to Jacob, it would feel like a betrayal, and Mom wasn't exactly known for discretion. "What is it about that man that makes it so hard to figure out who'd want to kill him?" Mom bent over, elbows on the counter, and covered her face with her hands.
It could very well be that no one killed him at all, and it could be that's the reason why it's been so difficult to find a motive.
Nell shrugged a little, like she was making this all up as she went along, which she was. In her shoes, I would have said the same thing. The fact was, the entire situation was a nightmare. It would have been easier for the police to come up with a cause of death if the body had been found lying on land. It would have been easier if the body was found someplace not quite so remote. There weren't any businesses near the jetty, and the lighthouse didn't have cameras. Why did she have to do it? I didn't realize my thoughts had come out of my mouth until I found the two older women staring at me. "Sorry, that came out wrong." "You'd better believe it came out wrong." Mom scowled to the point where I considered stealing the rest of the sea salt cookies and making a run for it. Nell, meanwhile, had gone red.
"You don't think Trixie was responsible for this, do you?"
No, you've got me all wrong. I was thinking about the fight. Why did she have to pick a fight with him out in the open? If it hadn't been for that, nobody would suspect a single thing. Nell sighed, her head bobbing up and down. "I've said that to myself more times than I can count. If only she hadn't been the one at the cafe that morning. If only Jacob hadn't been across the street. If only she had exercised a little self-control." That was almost cute coming from Mom's lips, considering all the times she'd failed to do that very thing. I was feeling charitable and more than a little heartsick, so I let it slide without saying anything. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any reason for her to live like a prisoner. The town would mourn the mayor, whisper about how it looked like foul play, and then we'd all move on once the novelty wore off. I was trying to lighten the mood with a bit of sarcasm, but the truth was, my alternate view of things wasn't that far off. While Jacob had been respected, it was a superficial sort of respect that came from people who only cared about a person's job title. He wasn't a nice guy. There wouldn't be many fond remembrances. And if word got out of the deal that he was trying to push through behind the town's collective back, oh brother, I'd be amazed if nobody spray-painted his headstone. You know Trixie, fiery, passionate. I'm sure she had a good reason. Mom was right. More than she knew. And sometimes you do things at the moment without thinking about the consequences. You can get in a lot of trouble in a situation like that. You're still making it sound like this was a crime of passion. Nell looked at me in a way she had never had before, like she couldn't believe what she was hearing. Are you sure you don't have doubts? Mom knew better. It sounds more to me like my daughter is speaking from experience. I braced myself, waiting for more, but nothing came of it. For once, she was willing to let something go without raking me over the coals first. All it took was knowing her best friend was suspected of murder. Instead of playing dumb, which would only have been a waste of time, I looked down at the next batch of cookies. Come on, they aren't going to eat themselves. Maybe they'd help me forget how naive I'd been about Ethan. Chapter 12. It was mid-morning, the day after Mom's taste test, and I still had a stomach ache. I mean, we didn't eat the entire cookie any of the 8 times we tested. I sipped my peppermint tea, hoping it would help, but it feels like there's lead in my stomach. It's amazing you got any sleep last night after all that sugar. I snickered at my assistant. The inevitable sugar crash helped, believe me. We'd finally come to consensus by the end of the night, at least. The entire debacle would have been for nothing otherwise. Which one did you choose? I shook my head while wearing the closest I could come to a Mona Lisa smile. Nice try. We're keeping it a secret, so there's no chance of anybody knowing in advance which cookies Mom baked. Boo. Guess I'll have to wait. I guess you will. She stuck her tongue out at me and went back to organizing the graphic novels after a trio of teenagers went through them. So who's judging again? And how do I get in on that action? I giggled, even as my stomach churned at the thought. Sorry, too late to throw your hat in the ring. Emma asked Angelo to do it since, in her words, She bought enough pizza from him over the years to keep him in business. Makes sense. Then, because we already had a foodie, it made sense to go with somebody whose business has nothing to do with it. Brianna Schultz seemed like a good idea, and she's totally enthused. Even though there won't be any all-natural vegan options? You don't know her life. She might binge ice cream when nobody's looking, full fat and everything. Becca didn't look convinced. Probably jealous she couldn't take the yoga instructor's place. Hey, she just about jumped up and down when we asked, so I don't think she minds a little sugar. And the third is that Barbie woman, right? She stuck her tongue out again, this time like she'd tasted something sour. I'd already fully filled her in on good old Barbie and her antics. The whole bridal shop ordeal was one that I wouldn't soon forget. Yes, indeed. I sipped my tea, but it did nothing to soothe the irritation that inevitably rose to the surface whenever Barbie came to mind. Becca didn't know we suspected her of killing Jacob because, frankly, there was no proof in either direction, and it might come off like we were grasping at straws out of desperation for Trixie's sake. Becca knew me better than that, but still, I didn't want her to think I'd throw an innocent woman under the bus, no matter how much I wanted to. It was like magic. We started talking about Barbie, and the door opened with a soft jingle from the bell. Only it wasn't Holly's aunt. Her cousin, more like. Jenna! She was nothing like Barbie, which meant I liked her even more than I would have without the added familial context. Eric followed her in, lifting his sunglasses before looking around the store in an appraising sort of way. I tried to avoid taking it personally. What brings you in? We wanted to see what all the fuss is about. Jenna grinned as she examined a holiday-themed display of romance books in the front window, which we'd surrounded with garlands of fall leaves, pumpkins, and other cute bits of decoration. This is so neat. Thanks. I've been toying with the idea of shifting inventory primarily to romance, but I'd hate to pigeonhole the store.
Yeah, you'd do better by keeping it diverse.
That was Eric's contribution to the conversation. He was cute, for sure, but I wasn't unhappy when he wandered into the biography section. Jenna slid a small smile my way. Business people, they think they know everything. I hope you don't take offense. Not even a little bit. I'd heard much worse. So what's on the schedule today? Holly said something about a cake tasting. She's going with my mom and Aunt Fran. I think they're taking the baby with them. He's so cute and so easygoing. I had nothing to do with either of those things, but couldn't help feeling a little proud, even so. He's the best. He's lucky to have so many people to love him. She glanced toward her husband, now chatting with Becca. Can I talk to you for a minute? Something about the way she whispered it instead of speaking out loud resonated with me. Sure, I can show you where we stock those. I beckoned her with a crooked finger, leading the way to the cookbook section near the back of the store. It was quiet, sort of secluded. What's up? She crossed her arms, cupping her elbows with her palms. Everything about the way she dressed screamed glamour. No, she wasn't wearing a designer gown or dripping in jewels, but she had the sort of upscale, casual look I often noticed in photos of celebrities going about their day. Yet there was something in her eyes, in the downward turn of her mouth, that betrayed whatever was going on under the surface. I had to tell somebody. From chatting with your dad, I know there's a big thing going on about my stepfather's death. Her brows drew together, pain etching itself on her face. I really am sorry about his passing. I took a chance and touched her arm, sympathetic. I got the feeling the day we met that you liked him. He wasn't an easy person, she chuckled, a little dark. But then again, neither is my mother. You know that by now. I winced. No comment? Her snickering told me she got the joke, which wasn't really a joke. Anyway, I've been fighting with myself about this. You have no idea how much. She looked over her shoulder, gauging Eric's position. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I'm happy to listen. It's just that if I told your dad, everybody would know it was me. And I don't want Mom to know, if that makes any sense. It totally does. At this point, I would have agreed to anything she said, so long as she got to the point. I was hardly breathing, waiting for the bomb to drop. She started trembling a little.
Mom spent the night with us a week before we made the trip out here. We went to dinner, the two of us, and she had a lot to drink. It was easier having her spend the night. Even if she got home okay, then she'd be there alone. I didn't like thinking about it. Understandable. My heart went out to her, and not for the first time since the family's arrival did I thank my lucky stars. Mom gave Emma and me a lot to be concerned about, but we never had to hover over her that way. I didn't have to worry about her physical safety. So it was maybe between 4 and 5 in the morning that I heard her down the hall from our bedroom. Eric sleeps like the dead, but still, I didn't want her to wake him up. Besides, I was worried for her. I went out to the hall and heard her talking to somebody. They were obviously arguing. On the phone? She nodded. I opened the door a crack and she was sitting on the bed, muttering into her phone, trying to keep her voice down, you know? But sometimes she'd get louder. Her eyes drifted down to the floor. It was Jacob. She used his name more than once. Something about property, how she would never sell to him, so he'd better stop wasting her time. Never had I fought so hard to keep a straight face. There were rockets blasting off in my head, and an entire chorus line of frantic butterflies wreaking havoc on my already sour stomach. But I had to play it cool. A week before they arrived, meaning, I think he was talking with her when Trixie saw him and started shouting. He was right across the street from here. Was he? She looked toward the window, frowning. It's hard to believe he was here. Now he's gone. You really did like him, huh? He was the closest thing to a dad I ever had, I guess. My real dad? She scoffed, rolling her eyes. I think I've spent all of 3 or 4 hours with him over the entire course of my life, including my wedding day. I was surprised he showed, and the loser she married after Jacob was no bargain either. Her expression softened. Jacob was tough, but only because he cared enough to be tough. He took an interest in my grades and extracurriculars, came to my volleyball games and plays. Don't get me wrong, I know a lot of that was to look good in front of people. He was a politician first, but it still meant something to have somebody there, yelling my name when I scored or took a bow. And there I was with parents who'd never held back their affection or attention. Even their divorce had been timed out to make sure Emma and I were old enough to handle it. That's why I'm here. She drew a deep breath, shuddering as she exhaled. I don't want you to think I'm trying to betray my mother. I'm not. Really, I'm not. I understand. I didn't, but that was what a person said at a time like this. But I know she didn't want to sell him that property. I heard her saying something about... She closed her eyes tight, her face scrunching up. Something about condos and all the money he would end up making when he bought everybody out and sold the land. She didn't want to see that happen. He must have said something about their divorce settlement because she laughed and dared him to even try renegotiating. So she got the properties through the settlement then. She nodded. And she's been living off the income for a long time, renting the buildings out, but she wasn't the only person who was holding out either. What do you mean? She said something about hoping the other people he was swindling seeing through him the way she did. How she would reach out to them and make sure they didn't sell. She was laughing when she said it. I think she might have still been a little drunk, to be honest with you. Sure, if it was only 4 in the morning for them, it was possible. The pieces were starting to come together. Not completely, but more than they had the day before. Barbie was thinking about getting together with the other owners and standing up to Jacob, if not for the sake of the town, for the sake of herself, and wanting to hurt him in any way she could. What if somebody felt bold enough after speaking with her to lash out at Jacob? Jenna wasn't finished, though. She had one last bombshell to drop. Please, don't tell my mom I told you this, she gulped, eyes wide. She wasn't with us the whole time after we got here, at the hotel. The men went out to look at the golf courses nearby, and my aunt and I napped after we unpacked, since we got up so early for the flight and were tired. Mom went out and didn't come back until after I woke up. I backed away until I bumped one of the shelves. And that was the afternoon Jacob died. Please, please don't tell her I told you. Her nose and cheeks were red. Her eyes swam with tears that hadn't yet overflowed. I've been sitting with this for days, and I had to tell somebody.
Eric was starting to look around for his wife. I grabbed her arm, whispering, "Do you think she had it in her to—" "I don't know." Her voice was flat, like she'd asked herself that question countless times and didn't like the answer. "I really don't." Chapter 13. You promised not to say anything. I promised not to say anything to Barbie or the family. That's a loophole. No, it's the truth. He'd want to know. It might help Trixie. It was a good thing my downstairs neighbor was out of town, or I might never hear the end to the complaining about wearing a hole through the floor and into their apartment. I should have worn a step counter to track how many miles I covered, pacing for what felt like hours, arguing with myself the entire time. Naturally, Jenna's confession left me wanting to burst out of the store and hunt Barbie down. I wanted to interrogate her under a single bare bulb, the way they did it in hard-bitten crime dramas and noir stories. I'd ask just the right questions in just the right way and leave her defenseless. She'd have to admit to her wrongdoing. I'd leave her no choice. I would break her down. This wasn't a book, not a movie or a TV show or anything. It didn't go that way in real life. I wouldn't trip Barbie up and force her to contradict herself, confusing her until she finally threw her hands into the air and admitted everything. How she'd what? That was the part that kept tripping me up even hours after seeing Jenna. Had she pushed Jacob into the water? Knocked him over and made him hit his head? Picked up a rock and smashed his skull? I could see her doing it. That was the worst part. I could imagine so clearly the way her face would transform in rage before delivering the blow. How her chest would heave as she caught her breath and the truth of what she'd done in a moment of madness started sinking in. I had read way too many books, obviously. And I wanted it to be true. That was why it was so easy to envision things in a way that would exonerate Trixie. There had to be a way to find out if she was responsible. Obviously, she'd lied about being with the family all day, resting back at the hotel. Why had she lied if there'd been nothing to hide? She hadn't lived in the area for years and years. The odds of visiting a friend weren't exactly non-existent, but it wasn't likely she would associate with people from her old life now that she had money and a much more fabulous life in California. And even if she had, again, why pretend she hadn't? As far as I was concerned, there was just as much reason to suspect her as there was to suspect Trixie. More even. Trixie had fought with the man. Barbie had been married to him, and by all accounts the divorce wasn't exactly friendly. Then there was the phone call. So that was why Jacob looked so angry and stressed when he was on the phone. Nobody but me, Jenna, and Barbie knew what that call was about, or that it had taken place aside from phone records. Phone records! I gasped when I remembered the records. There would be a record of the call, and if the police hadn't yet asked Barbie why she was on the phone with Jacob at what for her was the middle of the night, they would. If they had reason to, if they knew in advance what Jenna had overheard. I had to do something, anything as long as it meant clearing Trixie from suspicion. I had only promised not to tell anybody in Jenna's family or in mine, meaning Dad or Joe. Pete was another story. I was already on the way before I thought to call to see if he was home.
I was just about to settle in with the game. I recorded it earlier.
Oh, I don't want to interrupt anything. Why was I saying this?
Why are you saying that?
He laughed, melting away my doubts.
I can wait a little while before turning it on. Besides, if you're coming to see me, it has to be important.
I think it might be.
Then, by all means, I'll leave the downstairs door unlocked.
And he did, leaving me free to walk up the narrow stairs to his second-floor apartment. It took up the entire upper level of the house and was somewhere I'd only visited a few times, and only for a little while. I told myself that was why my heart fluttered as I knocked at the door. He didn't look the least bit flustered when he answered, wearing sweats, his feet bare. The apartment was neat, too, without so much as a speck of dust in view. Part of me was almost disappointed that he didn't need to run around like a chicken with his head cut off when a last-minute visitor threatened to show up. But that would have been completely out of character for Pete. He liked being prepared. I followed him into the small kitchen, where he pulled a bottle of water from the fridge and handed it to me.
So, what's up?
Straight to the point. also very much in character. I decided to get to it. Barbie lied about where she was the day Jacob died. There might have been a better way to time my announcement. Doing it while he was in the middle of taking a swig of his beer only meant choking him. He managed not to spit anything out, swallowing before coughing his head off. Finally, he looked up from where he was half bent over the counter. "You're trying to kill me, aren't you?" "Sorry," I held out my water. "Will this help?" He cracked a smile. "I'm fine, thanks." However, his face was still red. "Now, tell me what you're talking about." I told him. By the time I was finished, we were seated in front of the TV, where he'd paused the football game in the middle of what looked like what would become a quarterback sack. "What do you think? Can you do anything with this?" He was quiet for a long time. If it had been anybody else, the silence might have made my skin crawl. I might have taken it as a sign of him thinking I was completely off base, chasing shadows or something. Instead, he took time to mull it over. He never liked going into anything half-cocked. Another thing I appreciated about him, whatever he had to say, it would be the truth, whether I wanted to hear it or not. "It does look suspicious." Of course he'd lead off with the obvious. "If she had nothing to hide, she wouldn't have told us she was at the hotel all afternoon before going to your dad's house." "So you did talk to her?" "Briefly." He snickered at my reaction. "Why are you so surprised?" "I don't know. I figured—" "You figured nobody at the station is smart enough to think, maybe we should talk to the ex-wife who happened to be in town at the time of his death." He cracked a grin when my face flushed. I couldn't see it, but could certainly feel it. "I didn't hear anything about it, is all." "Why would you?" There was a twinkle in his eye when he stared at me, obviously daring me to look away. I wouldn't do it, no matter how much I wanted to. "Okay, fine." I held up a finger. "But she lied to you, didn't she?" "To your father, but yes. She did say she was at the hotel the entire afternoon before they went to the house." "And now you know she wasn't." "But you just finished telling me Jenna begged you not to say anything. If we throw this in Barbie's face, she'll know how we found out." It touched me how concerned he was for a girl he didn't know. There were plenty of people who'd shrug off a little concern like this in light of what could result. Closing a case that up to this point seemed impossible to solve. "Then the phone records should be enough. Did Dad talk to her before or after the phone company released them?" "Before." He fell back with a thud, blowing out a long sigh. "Sometimes I wonder if you're in the right profession." "What does that mean?" "It means you think like a cop." "Nah." I waved a hand, faking modesty. I was raised by one, and I've read a lot of books. "Which puts you ahead of the curve. Compared to some of the people I work with, you're an accomplished detective." His fond smile faded a little low. "You're right. Now we have reason to ask why she was on the phone with him at that time of night. Though there's something you're forgetting." He might as well have put a pin in my proverbial balloon. "What is it?" "Was Barbie using her cell, or were they talking on a landline?" He was right. I had forgotten that. Landlines are sort of passé, though, aren't they? Nowadays, I mean? "Yeah, they are." "I think the odds are in our favor." Then something even better occurred to me. Maybe we'll get lucky and it was the landline. That way you can ask Jenna why she was on the phone with him, and that'll give her a reason to spill everything about her mom. Pete shook his head with a smile. "Slow down before you give yourself a stroke." "I'll keep that in mind, Doctor." "So long as you don't go and get yourself in trouble somehow." "And what's that supposed to mean?" I sat up straighter, ready to fight. "I came to you, didn't I? Here I am thinking this is a gesture of good faith, that you'll be glad I came to you instead of barging ahead and snooping into Barbie's—" It happened so fast. 1 second I was ready to tear him limb from limb, working myself into an epic meltdown. The next, he lunged for me. I didn't have time to react before our lips met, and he was kissing me for all he was worth. Surprise made it impossible to kiss him back right away. I managed it, though. It wasn't exactly difficult or unpleasant. But it wasn't exciting. There was no thrill, no racing of my heart, no delicious sense of shakiness. In other words, it was nothing like Ethan's kiss. By the time that had ended, I wasn't able to breathe or think, and I was glad to be sitting down that first time because I would have dropped to the floor. That wasn't all that mattered, though. There was a lot more to our relationship than racing hearts and weak knees. Pete was a sweetheart. He was kind and thoughtful and adorable in just about every way. Yet I felt sort of sad even before he let me up for air, and even worse when I saw understanding touch his eyes. Nice eyes. Warm, friendly eyes. Not the eyes I wanted to look into, though.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. That was the last thing I wanted. It was nice. I'm glad you did it. He looked sad, even worse than I felt.
You're a good person, Darcy. I can't help but like you, but I'm not going to force you to feel things for me that you don't feel. It wouldn't be right.
I opened my mouth, prepared to argue, but he stopped me by touching his fingers to my lips.
You don't have to. I mean it. You don't have to let me down easy.
It was the nicest thing he could have said. In other words, it was very much like him. I closed my fingers around his and squeezed gently. There was nothing to say, and besides, my throat was too tight for speaking. I turned to the TV instead and picked up the remote to start the game. Just like I guessed, the moment the players were in motion, the quarterback went down and the ball popped free. Our offensive line needs to remember what they're getting paid for. Chapter 14.
There will be no bagpipes at my wedding. I'm sorry, but I have to put my foot down.
Dad rubbed his temples, wincing with his eyes squeezed shut. Like if he closed them tight enough, all of this would disappear. We were only thinking of you. Fran looked more than a little offended, which of course had Emma and me biting back grins. Was it childish of us to take pleasure in watching every single one of her outlandish ideas get shot down? Maybe, but neither of us cared very much.
Of me?
Dad pointed to himself.
Where does that come from?
Don't they always use bagpipes in parades and such? When officers march? Fran looked around at all of us, obviously hoping someone would back her up. Al did, but he was half-hearted about it.
I think you're thinking of funeral processions. Maybe the St. Patrick's Day parades you've seen on TV, too.
It was clear from the look he shared with Dad that he was much more on our side than on his wife's, but he had a duty to stand by his woman, even if she couldn't take a hint when it was handed directly to her, gift-wrapped and with her name on the tag. Holly had won the attire battle, but she hadn't won the wedding war. Even with only a week to go, there were still all kinds of ways for her family to put their mark on what was supposed to be her day. I guessed Fran figured her idea would go over if she framed it in a way that put Dad front and center. She was incorrect. I don't think we need bagpipes, Mom. Holly glanced my way, but was quick to avert her eyes, her lips twitching like she was fighting back laughter. Was she thinking back on our almost wetting ourselves from laughing in the dressing room? Good thing we hadn't, because it would have meant having to buy what we were wearing. Fine, it was just an idea. Fran shrugged, but was clearly hurt as she went back to her list. The woman had a list. I wondered how easy it would be to accidentally, on purpose, lose it. Jenna was at the stove, a glass of Chardonnay beside her on the counter.
Is your mom joining us for dinner?
Dad poured a little more for her before topping off Fran's glass. He and the other men had been enjoying beers and had recently come in from the backyard where they'd admired the patio Dad had insisted on putting down. I don't think so. She said something about meeting up with an old friend. Jenna's smile was almost as brittle as her voice. Sure, she tried to inject warmth into it, and anybody unaware of the mixed feelings she struggled with might not have noticed. I could have been reading too much into it. No surprise there. How was I supposed to forget everything I'd learned? Doves? Fran looked up from her list, hope gleaming in her eyes. Can we release doves? Mom! Holly looked pained as she sank into a chair at her kitchen table. No! How many different ways do I need to turn you down before you let go of this?
How are things going with the bake-off?
Dad's smile was way too wide.
I'm sure your mom is pulling her hair out by now.
He placed a hand on Holly's shoulder, a sort of silent signal that he was doing his best to change the subject. Emma pounced on the opportunity.
She'll need a wig when all this is said and done, poor thing. But I think she has a real shot of winning. Careful of what you say. Jenna turned away from the sauce she'd been stirring, smirking as she lifted her glass. Word might get back to my mom, and she's supposed to be impartial. As if I would tell her any specifics of what I heard. Fran was trying her best, but even Al snickered and shook his head, like we didn't all know she'd blabbed to her sister. No specifics. Emma held up her right hand like she was taking an oath. Let's just say she's taking it seriously, not resting on her laurels.
She's even developed new recipes to make sure nobody knows who baked which items. I noticed how appreciative Dad looked when I said it, impressed even. What about Ethan? Is he working hard? Holly had no way of knowing how her question would slice me up inside. I wished I could laugh it off or play it cool and wink and pretend not to know a single thing about his strategy. I wouldn't be pretending, that was the problem. Not because he withheld it from me for the sake of fair competition, because he obviously hated me. If I know Ethan, he's working his fingers to the bone. I did my best, but clearly Emma saw through it. Holly, too, since she looked about as pained as she had at the mention of bagpipes. Either way, it'll be a great contest. Emma was truly doing the most, trying to keep the conversation flowing in the right direction, in other words, away from the wedding. There were reporters coming in from all over the area. Mom's the established baking queen of Cape Hope. Ethan's the brash upstart. David versus Goliath and all that. It's a shame Trixie won't be writing about it. Dad's face fell a little. There was a wistfulness in his voice. It reminded me that, while the divorce had left Mom's friends taking her side, they were all very close once. She will. His eyebrows shot up, and I nodded. Absolutely. The whole thing was her big idea in the first place. No way is she about to let anybody else at the paper write about it instead of her. I thought she was sort of keeping to herself lately. Huge understatement, which of course Dad knew. We were in mixed company. He didn't want to air her dirty laundry in front of virtual strangers. A shame, really, since so much of his dirty laundry had been aired in full view of the entire cafe back in the day. But that was different, I guessed. Everything was raw and new. Mom's sense of betrayal was a deep wound that had only healed over time. In other words, it had been a bloodbath back then, and, I was ashamed to admit, I hadn't done much of anything to protect his reputation, because I'd been hurt too. She is, which I think shows how much it means to her, supporting Mom, I mean. So they worked things out? The concern in his voice was touching. I thought I might have heard Emma sniffle like she agreed, but then the slightest thing had her reaching for tissues. I nodded in affirmation, and his relief was obvious. He cleared his throat. I'd better put those sausages on the grill if we're going to eat tonight. I saw my opportunity and jumped at it. We'll help you. I looked at my sister, who didn't live in my head and therefore had no idea what I was thinking. She was game, though, and carried a bowl of peppers and onions out to the grill, while I followed with a platter of hot and sweet sausage. Holly's family had provided quite a feast, everything picked up from an Italian market in Philadelphia earlier that day. How long has it been since you girls helped me with the grilling? Dad was all smiles as he lifted the grill's lid, but his smile faded to something more natural once he was sure we were alone. He lowered his voice, too, so only we could hear. I don't blame you for wanting to get out of there for a few minutes. You're handling everything so well. I looked to Emma for backup. She nodded, enthusiastic. Absolutely, you have the patience of a saint. But then, we knew that already. I know Holly appreciates your help with them. I do as well. He placed the sausages and veggies on the racks before closing the lid with a sigh. I'm too old for all this excitement. I was a much bigger fan of heading down to City Hall. But Holly deserves whatever she wants. And I do get the feeling she wanted to tone things down in hopes of not offending your mother. The man was intuitive, for sure. Because she loves you and wants to keep the waters still. I wondered if this was the right time, then reminded myself there was no such thing as the right time. We wanted to talk to you about a few things we discovered while researching Jacob's land holdings. Dad's head snapped back, his eyes bulging. You know how to blindside a man, don't you?
We didn't want to talk about it with everybody else around.
Emma waved a hand toward the kitchen, while I reached into the pocket of my cardigan to pull out a folded list.
What is this?
Dad looked at us, brows drawn together. See for yourself. A list of the property owners along the block where Emma used to live, where Jacob was trying his best to push a development deal without anybody finding out. He didn't register surprise.
I see. You've been busy, young ladies.
Mom asked us to help. Emma bit her lip, glancing my way, wondering, as I was, how he'd react. He scanned the list of names.
She has as little faith in the department as you do, then.
Don't be like that. I wound an arm through his. You're busy. Everybody is. And we're only looking into public records, even if it took some time to figure out the individuals attached to these shell companies. Most of them were Jacob anyway. But we found the names, and we know he was pressuring at least one of the owners to sell to him so he could then turn the land over to those condo developers. He drew the sort of deep breath that seemed to go on for hours. I wished he wouldn't, since it only meant waiting that much longer to see what he had to say. Would he scold us? Forbid us to have anything to do with it? He exhaled, sagging a little.
So you know about that, too. I'm glad.
What? We both might have shouted it in perfect unison. The three of us then looked to the window, waiting for somebody to ask what had happened. All we heard was a burst of laughter, the sort of fond sound I recognized as a reaction to something adorable from Georgie. Dad held up a finger to his lips before lifting the lid to the grill and flipping the sausages.
I'm glad you know. I'm glad you've been looking into it. Fact is, I can only put in so many hours down at the station with my semi-retired status, and rumor has it, the general consensus is now leading toward an accidental death.
So the case will be dropped.
It looks that way, which I don't necessarily disagree with. The man was seen walking in the area, talking on his phone.
Emma and I gaped at him in surprise.
No, we haven't released that information. We haven't released a lot of information, truth be told. This is a highly public figure we're talking about, and the few family members who cared enough about him to care what happens now have requested a few things be shared only on a need-to-know basis.
Like what? When Dad only lowered his brow, Emma doubled down. I need to know. We both do, for Trixie.
Don't pull that with me.
Was he in trouble with anybody? I figured that was a simple enough question. He could answer without revealing anything more, though even then he didn't want to give in. He must have seen the uselessness of fighting the inevitable.
Not that we're aware of. I've been chasing down one lead after another. So has Joe, so has Pete. They're the two I trust most on this. None of us has found anything pointing to him being in danger.
What did you find? And had Pete told him about Barbie? I decided to wait and see if Dad mentioned her, rather than showing all my cards at once. He heaved a sigh.
I shouldn't have let you come out here with me. I should have known.
Emma gave him a hug that was painfully awkward thanks to her shape. Dad, come on. It's us you're talking to, and it's Trixie we're worried about. Until she feels confident enough to be in public, she's going to rot away at home. She really wants to cover the bake-off, too. It would be great if we could clear her name this week. I folded my hands. Please?
He wasn't in any danger we're aware of.
Why did that disappoint me?
And according to phone records, the last call he made was to the developer. We reached out to the company, and the owner was forthcoming. He said there were further complications, that Jacob told him to put the plans on pause while he ironed out a few last-minute issues.
I wonder if Trixie was one of those issues. Emma stared off into the yard, chewing her lip, eyes narrowing. I'm thinking the same thing. I looked to Dad, more concerned than ever. What if he was planning on doing something to shut her up?
Darcy.
Dad gave me one of his patented looks.
Don't let your imagination run away with you.
What if there were other issues? I had to do it. I just had to. Like... I looked at the kitchen door.
Like?
I whispered, even putting a hand to the side of my mouth in case anybody was watching. Barbie. She was holding out too, wasn't she?
How did you know that?
Suspicion swirled in the man's eyes. How did you know? I gave him my sweetest smile. Let's just say I hear things.
And you share them with other little birdies so they'll pass it along, huh?
He ran a hand over his thinning hair, resting his hand on the back of his neck.
I should have known.
Don't be mad, okay?
Tell me one thing, young lady.
He pointed to me with the tongs he used for the meat.
Where did you hear it from?
It would have been easy to give her up, but the girl was right there in the kitchen fixing dinner for us, probably glad her mother wasn't around to pester her. It's confidential, but I'm not making it up, I'll tell you that much. Emma's lips practically disappeared. She drew them into such a tight line. She wasn't going to spill the beans either.
Fine, insist on stonewalling me.
He could pretend all he wanted to be annoyed, but I knew better. He was trying to hide his admiration. Meanwhile, I was more determined than ever to make sure the world knew Trixie had nothing to do with Jacob's death. The man might have been plotting her murder for all we knew. The least she deserved was a clean reputation. Chapter 15. I wish Trixie could see what she'd set in motion as I gazed down the length of Main Street the Monday before the bake-off. The town civic association had outdone itself, encouraging the business owners up and down the street to put a little extra effort into their typical fall decor. They'd even paid extra to have banners rush-printed and hung overhead between the light poles. First annual Cape Hope Bake-Off. First annual? I wondered who they'd get to do it next year, smiling to myself at the thought of Ethan's having to go through this again. Then again, if he won, he'd be all for it. That was how his brain worked, and I hated knowing him so well when it hadn't gotten me anywhere. We weren't even on friendly terms anymore. Stop it. I had to quit this woe-is-me mentality. There was a rehearsal dinner to get through on Friday, the wedding on Saturday, then the bake-off. I had more than enough on my plate as I hung a sign for the contest in the store's front window. There was no room for worrying about Ethan, except to hope Mom creamed him. Brianna Schultz passed the store as I finished fixing the sign in place, and I waved her in.
It's so exciting. I can't wait to see what your mom makes.
Brianna's eyes closed, and she sighed.
You have no idea how I'm looking forward to judging.
Well, I've tested Mom's recipes for the contest, and I'll just say this. You'll be happy. I couldn't help but feel my spirits lift in the face of her glowing enthusiasm. Then again, Brianna was always upbeat, bubbly. It was probably the result of all that exercise she got. There might have been a lesson in there, but I chose to ignore it. Not that I was a couch potato by any means, but I couldn't imagine sticking to a rigid routine. My morning walks were all I wanted or needed.
How is Trixie?
She whispered it, then cringed slightly.
Sorry, I had to ask. I've heard she's nowhere to be found lately, and she was always so sweet and friendly.
Sweet? How Trixie would laugh at that one. But then Brianna was always complimentary. She also didn't know the woman like I did. She's okay, I think. She doesn't want to face the gossip and questions she was getting at first.
Honestly, between you and me?
She leaned in, whispering,
I don't think that many people care anymore about Jacob himself. I feel bad saying it, but it's true. Like, he died, and somebody took his place as mayor, and that's it.
I've noticed that too. The sign in the hardware store window was gone, along with most of the others declaring love for Cape Hope's late mayor. There were no more mentions of him in the paper either. Everything focused on the bake-off and the upcoming holidays, including the names of businesses planning on offering specials to out-of-town shoppers and tourists over the next 2 months. There was no room for talk of a dead man whose death hadn't been particularly grisly. Now, if they'd found him with a knife sticking out of his chest or a bullet in his head, something gruesome, it might have been a different story. Like the old saying went, if it bleeds, it leads. The blood trail had dried up, and there was nothing outwardly salacious to keep people interested, so the story had faded. And since too many people had the attention span of a goldfish, they'd moved on to other things.
Tell her I said hi if you see her, okay?
Brianna checked her smartwatch, one of those fitness thingies I'd expect somebody in her profession to wear.
And if she wouldn't mind a little bit of wisdom, tell her I said it's better to get out there and face the stares and looks. Get them out of the way. Let people move on. If she becomes a full-on recluse, The gossip will never completely die. I wanted to hug her, but settled for a smile and my murmured thanks. She was absolutely right about Trixie's tactic for facing this challenge, doing nothing more than keeping people interested in why she was hiding. Of course they'd assume she had something to hide if she kept hiding. Had she thought of it this way? Only one way to find out.
And she even brought dinner.
Trixie eyed the bag hanging from my hand. I would have done my hair if I'd known this was going to be a date. She was full of vinegar, for sure, probably from not having as many opportunities to smart off to people in town. She was all backed up now. I'll take that as a thank you and move on. Thank you. She stepped aside, allowing me into the house. The smell of food hit me right off, but it wasn't a nice, homey sort of smell. My mouth wasn't watering. What have you done around here? The kitchen sink was stacked with dishes that hadn't been cleared or rinsed. Spaghetti had dried onto plates, glued in place by caked-on sauce. A loaf of bread was getting moldy on the counter. There were spoiled bananas and apples in a bowl. I haven't exactly been keeping up with the housework. That was an understatement if I'd ever heard one, like calling my mother high-strung. It was the embarrassment in her voice that struck me to the core. She knew it was a problem. She didn't have it in her to do anything about it, was all. Her bathrobe looked like it needed a good washing, along with her hair. In all my years, I'd never seen her anywhere close to this. No problem. I can take care of that. Not what I'd come over to do, but she needed the help. I opened the fridge and peered inside to find hardly anything on the shelves, except a box of baking soda and a half carton of eggs. Takeout had been a better idea than I imagined. You don't have to, really. I was planning on calling a cleaning service. It's just gotten to be too much. I set down the food on the table, which was mercifully clear, and started unpacking the containers. Nonsense. You'll do no such thing. Just sit down and eat this while it's still hot. You even brought my favorite. She opened a bag of egg rolls and inhaled deeply. Heaven. Eat up. I made sure to pour her a tall glass of water, since she clearly had her share of wine. The contents of her recycling bin said so, the bottles stacked high. While she ate, I tossed out the bad food and started loading the dishwasher. There was no way I'd be able to sit and eat with this mess staring at me. Once the dishwasher started its cycle, I washed my hands and took a seat. Did you leave me anything? I've let myself go, sweetheart, but I haven't gotten that bad. I was glad to see she'd made a dent in the food, though. When was the last time she'd eaten a decent meal? Not that takeout was the best option, but it was better than moldy bread and mushy bananas. I helped myself to lo mein and an egg roll. So how much longer is this going to go on? Hitting me with the big questions right off the bat, huh? I just loaded your dishwasher and plan to continue cleaning this place once I'm finished eating. I think you could at least answer an honest question. I popped a piece of chicken into my mouth, chewing while I waited for her to come up with a response. What do you want me to say? She raised her head, her face an emotionless mask. Why would I want to go out there for people I've known my entire life to laugh at me? Snicker, point, whisper? Why should I put myself through that? Her expression might have been blank, but there was a well of deep emotion behind her words. I know that's how it seemed at first, but I promise things have quieted down. Nobody cares one way or another anymore. I find that hard to believe. You'd believe it if you saw it for yourself, I promise. When all she did was roll her eyes, I got indignant. Do you think I'm stupid enough to come here and tell you a bunch of happy little lies, all in hopes of making you believe me? Obviously, I know all of this could be disproven in the blink of an eye if it weren't true. But it isn't. You're not the one everybody suspects. She went back to staring at her plate, where she now pushed her food around rather than eating it. Darn my impulsiveness. I should have waited until she was full before starting the interrogation. You know what? I stood, leaning over the table with my palms flat on the surface. It was slightly sticky. I should have wiped it down first. I'm disappointed in you. Don't start. I am. I thought you were strong, smart. I thought you didn't take anything from anybody. She went from looking at her plate to looking at her lap. There are two women in my life who I look up to more than anybody else. That would be Mom and you. You're letting me down. You're letting yourself down.
That's enough." For the first time since her meltdown at the cafe, I heard strength in her voice. She lifted her chin, and this time there was light behind her eyes. "I don't want to hear any more of that." "Why? Am I hitting too close to home?" I spread my arms, indicating the kitchen. "Listen, I don't blame you for being depressed, even feeling betrayed by people you thought knew you better than this. I'm just as disappointed in those people as you are. We can agree on that. But letting yourself fall apart? Tucking your tail between your legs and retreating to a cave?" I shook my head. "You're letting them win. And I'd bet you the store none of this is that important to them. None of them are giving you a moment's thought right now, but you're letting them rule your life." "I'm not letting them rule my life." "Then what is it?" "I've never been out of control of the narrative." She slammed her hands against the table, making me jump while the silverware clattered. "That's it. That's the problem. I can't control this, and it's eating me alive." She held up a palm, reddened from the strike on the table. "And don't tell me it's karma coming around or I'll slap you silly." "I wouldn't dream of it." "Thank you." She was breathing hard, cheeks flushed, eyes sparkling. She was closer to the Trixie I knew, in other words. I softened my approach. "We're doing everything we can to make sure everybody knows you had nothing to do with Jacob. But you've got to show your face around town, or else nobody will ever get over this. It'll always be the story of how you locked yourself up. That much you can control. You can control how you handle this from now on." She sank slowly to the chair, staring past me. "You're right." I couldn't help but smirk. "Don't sound so surprised." Either she didn't hear me or didn't care. I reacted without thinking things through. I should have been smarter. "It's okay. You were blindsided by this." At least she was starting to think things through. I sat down and finished my food, which was now cold. I didn't care. All that mattered was getting through to her. "I should get out of my bathrobe, shouldn't I?" She touched a hand to her hair, wincing. "And this mess? I need a wash and cut." "You deserve it, too." I put the leftovers in the fridge, while Trixie continued pondering what to do first. I figured she had to be overwhelmed at the enormity of it all, so I gave her space to think it out, while continuing the kitchen cleanup. By the time the first load of dishes was finished, and I'd switched everything out, she got up from the table and set the kettle on the stove. "Time to ease back on the wine, too. I've adopted too many bad habits." "It's understandable," I offered a smile. "I'm glad you didn't throw me out." "I considered it." Her lips twitched, and I wondered how many times in my whole life I'd seen them without lipstick. "I'm glad I didn't, too." Before I could reply, her expression shifted to something more serious. "There's something that's been bothering me. I've kept it to myself because I didn't want you or Pete or your dad thinking I was trying to deflect. But things have gotten to the point where I don't care anymore." "You mean there's still something you didn't tell us?" I had to rein myself in before I flipped out. "I just told you the reason why. It would have seemed like I was making things up to take the focus away from me." She reached into the cabinets for tea bags, raising brows in a silent question. I accepted. "When I met with Jacob the day he died, we ran into somebody. Rather, she ran into us." "She?" "Barbie, his ex-wife." I practically had to hold myself up. "And you didn't tell me?" She ignored my squealing. "She came to the restaurant looking for Angelo. At first she didn't notice us sitting there, so it isn't like she was looking for Jacob. She had no idea he was there." "Why would she be looking for Angelo?" "She told us when Jacob snapped his fingers and caught her attention." There was a flash of the old Trixie in her snicker. "No love lost there, I'll tell you that much. She didn't bother using code language in front of me either. She informed Jacob she was meeting up with what she called interested parties." She made air quotes around the words. I tried to picture the real estate list in my head. "Angelo owns that building, doesn't he? Emma rented directly from him." She nodded. "He bought it around 10 years ago. Barbie was actively trying to keep the other owners from selling to Jacob. She was triumphant about it, too. Angelo was too busy to come out and talk to her, so she promised to come back before sashaying out." "What did Jacob do?" "He cut our meeting short, first of all, jumped up from the table and muttered something to her about nothing getting in his way, about how she knew better than anybody what that meant." I wasn't there when Jacob and Barbie set eyes on each other, but I sure felt a chill when Trixie described it. That sounds ominous. That's how it struck me at the time, for sure. Trixie fixed 2 cups of tea, clicking her tongue. You can see how I might not want to come out and tell that story. It's a little too convenient. But every word is true. She paused for effect. And Barbie faltered a little when he said it. She recovered quickly, but I noticed. She took it as a threat? Wouldn't you? She shook her head slowly, lifting the steaming brew to her lips. It's enough to make me wonder about a motive, though. Here we all were, wondering if one of his enemies wanted him out of the way. Our eyes met. What if it was self-defense? Chapter 16. This was either a great idea or the worst one I'd ever had. It was almost 9 o'clock by the time I pulled across from Ethan's store. It was closed for the night, but there was still light coming from the window in the kitchen door. No surprise there. It was 2 days until the bake-off, so he was sure to be doing the most to perfect his recipes. My peace offering sat in the passenger seat. I picked it up and carried it across the street, wondering if I should have stopped at my apartment after leaving the restaurant so I could change out of my dress. Not that looking nice was a bad thing. I didn't want Ethan thinking I went to the trouble for his sake. I needed to get over it. Besides, he'd know where I came from once I showed him my peace offering. He took his time about answering my knock. He had to know it was me, unless I wasn't the only girl who snuck around in his alley and showed up after hours. Not a mental image I wanted to spend time mulling over. The door finally opened, much to my relief. It was a cold night and my legs were bare, while warmth poured out from the kitchen. However, Ethan wasn't so warm. Hi. It was barely a grunt. Hi. The contrary part of me wanted to mirror his energy, to give him a dose of his medicine and see how he liked it. That had only ever gotten us into trouble, though. I figured I would find you here. I held up a bag of food left over from the rehearsal dinner, choosing to overlook his attitude. And I figured you'd be hungry. He eyed the bag with a whole lot of interest, telling me my assumption was correct. What is it? Something to give me food poisoning? Are you that messed up? I raised the bag higher. Do you want it or not? I'll even take a few bites if you're that worried about being poisoned. Okay, fine. He took the food, but held the door open so I could come in. I took it as a good sign, just before wondering why I wanted there to be a good sign in the first place. The man thought I'd stoop low enough to give him spoiled food. What is this? He set the bag down on a prep table and started to pull out the foil containers. One is chicken marsala and fettuccine. One is roast beef and mashed potatoes. The last one is lasagna. There's garlicky spinach in one of the smaller boxes and a box of rolls, too. When he raised an eyebrow, I shrugged. I didn't know what you'd be in the mood for. You put this together with me in mind? A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Shut up and eat the food. I pulled out a plastic fork, stuck it in the mashed potatoes, and took a taste. They're to die for. He followed suit, grunting. They are. I hope I don't actually die. Seriously, get a grip. I wasn't the slightest bit hungry after eating more than my fill at the restaurant, so I tossed the fork in favor of watching him eat. Now that he knew I wasn't trying to kill him, he ate like a man starving. I was glad I took the chance of coming by. After inhaling half the pasta and demolishing the potatoes, he slowed down long enough to breathe. So this would have been from the rehearsal dinner, I guess? Everything on track? Right then and there, the strangest sense of longing washed over me. He should have been my date at the dinner. I should have been able to share all the ridiculous nonsense of the past couple of weeks with him. We would have laughed over the wedding dress debacle, over the thought of bagpipers and doves, and all the other ideas Fran and Barbie had pitched. I wanted him with me at the wedding. My heart was determined to get me in trouble, wasn't it? Everything's as on track as it can be, considering who we're dealing with. His knowing expression surprised me. You mean Barbie and Fran? How do you... I figured it out before I could finish the question. Of course, they came by to check you out before the bake-off. You should have seen Barbie winking and flirting with me. He batted his annoyingly lush eyelashes, making hints about voting for me.
She even said something about taste testing, and I don't think she was talking about the food.
Oh, gross. Don't make me throw up. I didn't know whether Barbie's antics were cringy or infuriating at this point.
Yeah, it was awkward, but lucky for me they came in at my busy time. I had an excuse to make myself scarce.
He tried a bite of the chicken.
Very good.
I was too busy imagining my hands around Barbie's throat to care much about his opinion of dinner. It wasn't easy to laugh off her behavior where Ethan was involved, apparently. I know my dad will be glad once they're out of here.
They must be driving him insane.
It's Holly they've really upset, but she managed to keep them under control, mostly.
How about you?
How about me?
How have they treated you?
Just fine, I guess.
But you don't like them.
He flashed a knowing smile. They're not my favorite people. Too overbearing. And I was still suspicious of Barbie, half convinced she'd killed her ex-husband and let Trixie take the blame. But I doubted either of us had time for me to get into that.
How was dinner? Everybody get along well?
Sure, dinner was great. I think tomorrow should be decently okay. A little more than Holly was originally planning on, but a lot less than her mom wanted. I giggled at the memory of the gown. You should have seen what they made her try on at the bridal shop. It weighed more than she does.
Having met her mother, I'm not the least bit surprised.
A timer went off, and he stood ramrod straight. For a second, he didn't move. He only stared at me in what looked like horror. Are you going to do whatever that timer was telling you to do? I jerked a thumb in the direction of the oven in question. Or are you planning on letting whatever it is burn to a crisp while you do your best impression of a deer in headlights? My sarcasm snapped him out of it. His customary scowl was the last thing I saw before he turned away.
Don't look at it when I take it out.
For heaven's sake, you think that's why I came over here at this time of night, when I have to be up at an unreasonable hour to get my hair and makeup done? It was going to be a very long day filled with hair and makeup artists, a photographer, all sorts of fun. The very thought exhausted me.
I take this competition seriously.
He also went out of his way to keep his body between me and whatever he took from the oven. The smell of it brought banana bread to mind, but I knew better than to take a guess. So does Mom. You know she came up with completely new recipes, so nobody will know who baked what? He paused for a moment before draping a towel over the loaf pan. I made sure he could see me rolling my eyes at his paranoia.
She did, huh?
Trust me, I tested 8 different versions of chocolate chip cookies, and I don't think I'll ever willingly pick up one for the rest of the year. Even I knew that was an exaggeration. Chocolate chip might not have been an inherently holiday cookie, but it was my favorite around Christmas. He returned slowly, eyeing me all the way.
And which version did you settle on?
The one that's going to win the bake-off. I couldn't help but laugh when his mouth fell open a bit. He closed it right away, but not soon enough.
That's what you think.
He finished the last of the chicken before replacing the lids to the rest of the containers.
I even have Max coming in for this. I have a best-selling author to impress.
I'm sure he'll be impressed either way. Considering the lengths Ethan had gone to for his cousin, the least Max could do was be supportive. We could have both gotten ourselves killed for the man. Silence fell between us, and I realized with a sinking heart it was time to go. I had a big day to prepare for, and didn't want to show up with huge bags under my eyes. I'll leave you to it. At least I know you had something to eat.
Hey, Darce.
Ethan blew out a big breath, his scruffy cheeks puffing out.
I have to apologize for the way I've been acting. You didn't deserve any of it. Competition makes me crazy.
No kidding. I get it. I'm competitive too. I guess it runs in the family. Go figure. I lifted a shoulder.
It's no excuse, though. I'm sorry.
He held my gaze for a long beat.
You have no idea how sorry.
Funny how my first impulse was to wave it off, to tell him it was no big deal. How many times had I dismissed my very real feelings without thinking about it? I had to change that, or else nothing else would change. I appreciate that. You did hurt me, but I would like to move past that. If you think we can.
I know we can, so long as I figure out how to keep my big mouth shut.
He rubbed his scruff-covered cheek, the sound bringing sandpaper to mind.
It's always been a problem. I don't know why it is, but
Whenever I find something good, I immediately find a way to ruin it.
A girl only had so much self-control. So you think you found something good, huh?
You would latch onto that part.
He surprised me with a grin. He was so much more handsome when he wasn't scowling or smirking or otherwise making me want to wring his neck. After weeks of silence, what do you expect? Instead of arguing, he only nodded slowly, like he was absorbing this.
I should have gone along with the bake-off for your sake, because it would have made you happy.
That was one curveball too many. My throat tightened. My eyes welled up. I didn't want to cry. It was the last thing I wanted, getting all emotional and weepy. But darn it, that was exactly what I needed to hear. The fact that I didn't have to prompt him or manipulate him in some way to hear it was icing on the cake.
And I was unforgivably rude the last time you came by. I was having a bad day, but that was no excuse to take it out on you.
He sighed, scowling not at me but at himself.
I've wanted to reach out and apologize so many times, but I chickened out. You would have had every reason to tell me to get lost.
My lips twitched at his self-censorship. Thank you. It was barely a choked whisper, the best I could manage. You're right.
I can't promise I'll never make another mistake, but I'll always try not to make the same mistake twice.
Another cheek rub, this time accompanied by a rueful grin.
Even though I never seem to stop myself before getting in a fight with you. But I'm trying. That's the most I can promise.
He lowered his hand with a sigh.
I hope it's enough.
My heart was so full, I didn't know what to do. The only thing that felt right was going to him, kissing his cheek, and wincing after I did. You need a shave.
I'll take that under consideration.
He walked me to the back door and followed me down the alley, then across the street to my car. That, plus admitting he was wrong about the bake-off, pretty much erased his wrongdoing. The kiss he gave me before I slid behind the wheel didn't hurt things either. Once he let me up for air, I had to admit something. I wish he would come to the wedding.
I wish I could too.
He offered a sheepish grin as he backed away.
Remind me the next time not to act like a raging jerk so close to a big family event so I can score an invite, okay?
I plan on holding you to that. He turned away, still grinning as he walked back to the store.
I would expect nothing less.
Chapter 17. All in all, it was a beautiful day. The weather held out, the skies clear and blue, the air crisp. Dad and Joe, his best man, went to the barber shop for fresh haircuts and shaves, while Emma and I went to the house to get our hair and makeup done.
Of course it's so much easier for men to get ready for these things,
Emma grumbled good-naturedly as she spread an obscenely thick layer of cream cheese on a bagel, all of which had been provided by Al. Granted, he'd practically tossed the food out of his car window before heading to the golf course with Eric, but a gesture was a gesture. At least we wouldn't walk into the wedding ready to collapse from hunger. Even the older women in the group managed to stay on their best behavior all morning, keeping their opinions to themselves. The one and only time Barbie offered advice, this time related to Holly's hairstyle, Jenna shot her a look filthy enough to make me recoil in horror. I suddenly understood why the women were holding back. There must have been a stern lecture delivered at some point. I made a mental note to buy Jenna a drink at the first opportunity. Maybe I would offer her a kidney if she ever needed one. What mattered most was Holly and how happy she was. She glowed, sitting at her vanity table, touching up her lipstick after having a snack at our insistence. It's funny, but I didn't think it would feel this way.
What way?
Emma was busy playing with Georgie, who was fascinated by the kicks the baby was delivering from inside his big sister's belly.
Oof, that was a big one, huh?
Georgie only giggled, delighted. This fluttery feeling in my chest. Holly's cheeks flushed an instant before she pressed her hands to them, laughing softly. I've lived with George for years. We have a son. I told myself for a long time that marriage was a formality. I figured today would be nice, but I had no idea how I would really feel when the time came. I had always been a sucker for weddings, especially when people I loved were involved. Stop, or I'll need my eye makeup fixed. I blinked rapidly, waving my hands in front of my eyes as if that would help anything. Why did people do that? Holly turned in her chair, facing my sister and me. Thank you both.
Thank you so much for everything. You have no idea what it means to feel accepted. I've hoped for a long time we would get to this point, and I hope I didn't just ruin anything by bringing it up."
Of course not. I couldn't speak for Emma, but I could speak for myself. For what it's worth, I apologize for how hard I must have made it for you. That was wrong and childish.
You've more than made up for it. I'm just so happy we're friends now.
With that, she got up and went to her dresser. There were 2 small boxes there, one of which she handed to me before handing the other to Emma.
I just couldn't let the day go by without giving you bridesmaids' gifts. That's how it's done, right?
I'm already halfway to tears, Emma sniffled before opening her box, while I opened mine. What I saw nestled in the sapphire blue velvet took my breath away. "Holly!" Emma gaped at me, her mouth hanging open. She'd given us both the same thing, a string of pearls.
"I hope you like them. Heather over at the jewelry store thought they'd be perfect for you two, and I agreed with her."
Holly looked back and forth between us.
"Do you like them?"
Emma replied by bursting into tears. I managed to hold back, but just barely, pulling Holly in for a tight hug. "Thank you, and thank you for making Dad so happy." I had to stop. I was on the verge of a full-blown sob fest. By the time Jenna knocked on the bedroom door, carrying a tray of champagne and ginger ale, the 3 of us were waving our hands in front of our faces, like we were caught in the grips of a joint hot flash. And here I was thinking the drama would only come from my mother. Jenna set the tray down and admired our necklaces before helping me clasp mine around my neck. "Beautiful." I leaned in and whispered, "And thank you for stopping the drama before it started." "No sweat. It's the least I can do." After that, we got dressed, and there was no question that we all looked better than we would have had we gone with the dresses from the bridal shop. Emma's wrap dress fit perfectly, accentuating her curves, but also stretchy and comfortable. I'd gone with something similar so we would at least match a little bit. But Holly, of course, was the star. She wore a simple floor-length cream gown, no embellishments, no sparkly bits, except for diamonds on her ears and a tennis bracelet on one wrist. She looked classy, dignified, and so much more like the woman my father was marrying than the dolled-up bride her family wanted her to be. Of course, Fran instantly burst into tears at the sight of her. She was her mother, after all. "How about a dance?" Dad extended a hand to me, smiling as the playlist Jenna and Holly had put together for the reception queued up a soft, slow song. Not that we were doing very much dancing. There were only 10 of us, after all, not including Georgie. But Joe pulled Emma onto the floor, and Eric did the same with Jenna. Holly sat with her mom and aunt, holding a sleeping Georgie on her lap. I would be honored. I let Dad lead me onto the small floor laid specially for this afternoon. Money talked, clearly, because the caterer had gone out of their way to make a lot of last-minute accommodations once Al started flashing cash around. It was rare for a party as small as ours to get this kind of restaurant. "Thank you so much for everything you've done." Dad squeezed my hand as we swayed to the music. "It meant the world to me having you there, seeing you and Emma standing behind Holly while we exchanged our vows." It was a big moment for me, too. Thinking back on it made me emotional all over again. I should have brought a lot more tissues today. Dad chuckled, brushing his thumb over my cheek to catch a tear I couldn't hold back. "How do you think your mom's doing?" If he thought that question was going to help me control myself, he had another think coming. The fact that he would even think of her struck me as incredibly touching. "I think she's okay. I gave her a call earlier this morning, and she seemed happy and upbeat." "I'm glad she has something to distract her." He cleared his throat in his usual gruff way. "And I'm glad she has someone to take care of her. I would normally make a joke at this point, something about her needing all the help she can get, but that's a deflection. Deep down inside, I will always love her. She gave me you girls, and you've been the light of my life since the day you were born." I was too overcome to say a word. I settled for leaning against him, resting my cheek on his chest. I might have been a grown-up, but for a few minutes, I could be a little girl again, dancing with my handsome, dashing daddy. "You know I have to ask when it's going to be your turn, right?" I laughed softly. He didn't miss a trick. I wish I could give you an answer to that one. I guess these things just happen in their time.
That's true.
I looked up at him and found him watching Joe and Emma. There was unmistakable pride written all over his face.
When you find the right one, you know, just like those two.
Let's be fair, they didn't know right away, did they?
Good point, but it was always there, and I liked him from the beginning.
His gaze shifted, returning to me.
I like Pete a lot.
So do I. And suddenly this dance had become pretty uncomfortable.
But I don't think he's necessarily the right person for you. I'm sorry, I know my timing is terrible, but...
Whoa. My head snapped back in surprise, and all lingering emotional stuff was swept aside. I'm not dating him. I mean, I sort of was, but we're just friends now. I didn't even know you knew about it.
Please, just because I don't throw things in your face doesn't mean I don't hear about them. But I've always believed in letting my girls make decisions on their own.
I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help it. I'm glad that's how you remember it. My memory, on the other hand, was slightly different.
All I mean to say is there are plenty of great guys out there. Guys I would trust with one of the 3 most precious things in the world.
I didn't have to ask what he meant by that.
But that doesn't make them the one for you.
He was right. I had already figured that out on my own. I couldn't force myself to feel things for somebody, no matter how wonderful they were, and not when my heart wanted something else. You don't have to worry about me. I'll be just fine.
Oh, sweetheart, that's one thing I'm sure of. You'll be just fine.
He kissed my forehead, and when he pulled away, it was my turn to wipe a tear from his cheek. All this emotion had me in need of a trip to the ladies' room so I could freshen my makeup. I grabbed my purse and scurried off, hoping for a few moments of peace and quiet in what had been a very busy, emotional day. Unfortunately, peace and quiet weren't on the menu. I'll be out of your way in a minute. Barbie stood in front of the mirror over the sink, 2 bathroom stalls behind her. Both were empty, the doors open. At least we were alone. I just wanted to touch up. I've been fighting back tears all day. She moved aside so I could squeeze in. For all her flash and sparkle, she'd gone with a classy, understated look today. I appreciated her wanting to avoid showing up the bride. Weddings are so beautiful, especially one like this. They didn't go off half-cocked the way so many other people do. There was an undertone of regret in her voice. It's a shame we can't see into the future, isn't it? You're telling me. I would have done things a lot differently. She looked at herself in the mirror, head on. I've been trying to fix one of my mistakes ever since I got back to town, in fact. Well. Maybe my timing had been better than I imagined. What do you mean? I made a point to keep my eyes fixed on myself, like nothing in the world mattered more at that moment than reapplying my mascara. An old friend of mine still lives here. We haven't seen each other in years, not since I moved away. Unfortunately, he was married at the time, or else... She let out a short little laugh. Anyway, his wife recently left him, and I figured I would look him up. This was the first time I'd gotten so much as a hint of any of this. Jenna hadn't hinted at it. What do you think? Could you maybe get together? I'm not sure. The divorce isn't anywhere near final anyway. But I know I want to. Nothing in the world could stop me from heading straight out and finding him the day we got here. In my head, there was nothing but the sound of screeching brakes. Here I was thinking I might be able to lead her toward talking about Jacob. She was the one who brought up mistakes, after all. But she had managed to surprise him. You went and looked him up right away? I couldn't help it. We ended up going for a long walk by the beach and talking about old times. Seems that the timing was never quite right for us before. Now we have to decide whether it's worth taking a chance. I stopped pretending to care anything about my makeup in favor of turning to face her. So that's where you went the afternoon you guys arrived in town? Because between you and me, I heard you were spotted at Angelo's when Jacob and Trixie were there. She scowled. That creep. Yes, had I known he was going to be there, I would never have visited. I admit I had more than one agenda in mind. I didn't want anybody to know because I didn't want to seem selfish. So why did you go to Angelo's? Don't tell me he's the one. She blurted out a high-pitched laugh.
Please, he's practically old enough to be my father.
Not quite, but I was willing to allow her that one.
No, I want to see if he still refused to sell his building to that jerk I made the mistake of marrying. You know Jacob wanted to sell it to condo developers, right?
There was nothing I hated so much as the feeling like I was on the spot. Finally, I had to admit it. I heard a rumor.
Believe me, if that ex-husband of mine had his way, you wouldn't have heard a whisper about it until the wrecking balls started knocking those buildings down. He was determined to keep it quiet because he knew the backlash he'd get. Not to mention the fact the mayor of the town holding so much real estate is a massive conflict of interest in my opinion. But then what do I know?
She shrugged, rolling her eyes. So then, after Angelo's, you went to see your friend?
Sure. Look, I even took a picture of us.
She pulled out her phone without asking whether I wanted to see, revealing the subject of her secret rendezvous. I recognized him immediately as Dr. Miller, the town vet. Come to think of it, I'd heard rumors of his recent separation. He was considered quite the catch. It wasn't seeing them smiling together in the picture that had me reeling, though. It was the location and timestamp above it. Cape Hope, New Jersey, 3:30 the day Jacob died. In the background was the Ferris wheel on the pier, closed like the rest of the rides now that the season was over. In other words, she'd been miles away from the place Jacob's body was found at roughly the time it must have gone into the water. Chapter 18.
Well, now what?
Emma looked from me to her husband, who had just changed out of his suit and into something more comfortable, while I rubbed his wife's feet on the sofa. My own feet were bare, propped up on an ottoman. There were random shoes strewn about their apartment, lying where we'd discarded them. Joe shrugged with a frown.
Now I don't know. She didn't share that with us either. I mean, it's a tight alibi.
She might not have wanted to mention it in case Dr. Miller didn't want people knowing until his divorce goes through. Barbie mentioned it was sort of a recent thing.
Okay, so she was protecting his reputation.
Emma rolled her eyes, snickering.
She probably never even considered anybody thinking she was an actual suspect. Her head is always in the clouds.
She then nudged me with her foot.
Rub harder, please.
You realize you should be doing this, right?
I shot Joe a dirty look I didn't really mean before digging my thumbs harder into Emma's arches.
Joe pulled water from the fridge, handing us both a bottle. He was wearing his serious cop expression, telling me his thoughts were far away. Emma saw it too.
Oh, Detective Sullivan's on the case.
A lot of good it's done us up to this point.
He took a seat in a chair across from the sofa, turning his bottle around in his hands without opening it. For what it's worth, she did tell me Angelo's was the first place she stopped. She also visited a couple of others on the block who didn't want to sell. Who knows what she stirred up? Any one of them could have had it in for Jacob if he was pressuring them.
It's possible.
He sat back with a grunt, still frowning, looking unconvinced.
Honestly, ladies, I'm beginning to think it was an accident, and we'll never know what made him fall into the water. If he was in the middle of a phone conversation, he could have gotten distracted. Stranger things have happened.
I guess you're right. So why did I feel so disappointed? Although the phone was found in his pocket, wasn't it? So he must have ended the call with the developer before he went in.
Right, of course.
His frown deepened. I could see how it was eating at him, not being able to solve this.
That's kind of a letdown, isn't it?
It didn't come as a surprise, Emma being on the same page as I was.
I want things to be neat and tidy. I want to be able to tie them up with a bow.
Wouldn't that be nice, if everything was that easy?
Joe finally opened his water, taking a big swig before shaking his head.
Unfortunately, most of the time this is how it turns out. I can't tell you how many cases like this I handled up in Paradise City. Accidental deaths, drownings, you name it. Of course the families wanted closure, but that's not always possible.
Something about that struck me as being very sad. In this case, it isn't the family that wants closure, it's us.
Not everybody has a family to care about them. It doesn't sound like he was an easy person to get along with.
What about Jenna? Doesn't she deserve some sort of punctuation mark at the end of this? They might not have been super close anymore, but he clearly meant something to her.
Joe answered what Emma probably intended as a rhetorical question.
We're going to give her that closure. I called into the station during the party and confirmed that. There's going to be a press release in the paper tomorrow, declaring Jacob's death accidental.
You're squeezing too hard. I hadn't noticed when my hand clamped down around Emma's foot until she pulled away. Sorry. I was still staring at Joe. And I guess the timing isn't accidental either. Emma finally got the point. Oh, sweetheart.
Don't start.
But you did it for Trixie.
I'm telling you, don't start.
When he found me still staring at him, he held up a finger.
Don't you start either. I didn't write the press release myself, by the way. Don't give me too much credit. But I did call over there to make sure it was ready for publication. I thought it would be a good idea to have it in the paper before the bake-off. I thought it would make your mom happy and maybe give Trixie a little courage.
I'm sure they'll both appreciate it. I know I do. No sense in asking Emma how she felt, since she was blubbering all over the place. I handed her a box of tissues after snagging one myself, since my eyes had started to leak a little too. It was an emotional day all around. Emma was obviously exhausted, so I decided to head out soon after that. There was one more stop to be made before I went home, one person I wanted to check in on. I wasn't lying when I told Dad how upbeat and positive Mom had seemed over the phone that morning. Now, with mere hours left before the bake-off, and the knowledge of her ex-husband being officially remarried, it didn't feel right not to at least check up on her. Instead of driving home then, I pointed the car in the direction of her house. And much to my happy surprise, I found she wasn't alone. Because she had people to take care of her. Best friends who knew she might need them on a day like this. I let myself in through the unlocked front door and found Mom, Nell, and Trixie hanging out in the living room, watching a rom-com in their pajamas. I checked the time with a laugh. It's barely 7 o'clock and the three of you are in your jammies already? It's a girls' night in, smarty. Mom covered her mouth with one hand when I took off my coat. You're absolutely stunning. I'm so glad I got the chance to see you today. Are those pearls? I went to Nell and leaned down for her to admire them. They were a gift from Holly. I glanced toward Mom, worried how she might take it, but she looked just as impressed as her friends. That's one thing I can say for her, she has good taste. Mom's smile faltered just a little. So everything went okay? It did. It was very nice. I thought I would swing by to see what you're up to, but I find you busy with your gal pals. Seeing Trixie up and around, though still in her pajamas, but at least this time it was deliberate, gave me a huge surge of relief. I would sleep better knowing she was pulling herself out of that dark place she'd visited. By all means, join us. I'm sure there's something upstairs you could change into. Mom was halfway off the sofa before I stopped her. No need. It's been a very long day, and I would probably pass out after a couple of minutes. I should go home. Then, because I couldn't help myself, I turned to Trixie. Did you hear what's being published in tomorrow's paper? I did, and alleluia. I don't care what else happened to that man anymore, so long as nobody thinks I did it. The three of them raised their glasses in a silent toast. It was roughly as positive an ending as I could hope for, though there was still the nagging sense of something being left undone. Loose ends hadn't been tied up yet. Trixie was right, so long as nobody thought she did it. Life would have to go on. I made plans with Nell and Trixie to meet up near the judging stand the next morning before leaving, blowing kisses as I did. Funny the feeling that washed over me as I walked to the car, looking up and down the street at the familiar houses all lit up and warm inside, houses I'd seen my entire life, hearing soft laughter floating from Mom's living room. Well, it couldn't have been too soft inside the house since the windows were closed. I could still hear them all the way out on the sidewalk. Knowing my family was safe, happy, everything felt right for the first time in a long time. Why did it still seem like something was missing? Right, because I was going home alone. Because right away after checking off my loved ones, knowing they were okay, my mind immediately went to the store. What had the day's receipts looked like? Had Becca been able to manage well on her own? I drove down Main Street, taking my time admiring all the decorations. The judging stand was set up a block down from the cafe, the table festooned with streamers in orange, gold, and brown. There would be balloons come morning, along with a bouncy castle and face painters, cotton candy, even live music. Trixie's little idea to take Mom's mind off the wedding had turned into something big. I wanted to always be part of this town. I wanted to help make it grow, thrive. The way everybody came together, the way they pitched in, did their best for each other. It meant everything, even if they also had a tendency to drive me to the brink of insanity sometimes. And there was the store, my baby. I'm so proud of it, even with the lights turned off. But I couldn't go home to it. And that was the problem in a nutshell, one that had brewed in the back of my mind for ages. I needed more than this, more than work. I needed a life. Instead of resisting change, I had to learn to embrace it. There was no better way to do that than to take the first step. Which is why, when I got home, I gave Becca a call right away. I've been thinking about it, and you've convinced me. Starting next weekend, we'll close the store on Sundays. Okay, it was a very tiny step, but to me it meant everything. I was finally going to give myself a chance to live a life. Then I'd pick out an outfit for the bake-off. I wanted to look my best when I cheered for the winner, whomever it happened to be. Chapter 19. Sunday morning dawned gray and cloudy, the opposite of Saturday's brilliance. My heart sank when I woke up and looked outside to find what appeared to be storm clouds rolling in. I checked the weather app on my phone, where it assured me and anybody else checking that the day would be sunny and bright. Was I looking at the right day? My phone rang not 10 minutes later. Was it supposed to rain today? Mom sounded beside herself. Good thing I had 10 minutes to prepare for this. I didn't hear anything about rain, and there's nothing about rain in today's forecast. Hopefully it blows through. Besides, they can put a tent up over the judging table. But who's going to come out in the rain to watch a bake-off? Darn it, why didn't anybody think about that? I'm sure they did, Mom. I'd always known she would be frantic today, so none of this came as a surprise. Besides, I had a lifetime's worth of experience handling her ups and downs. Either way, what matters is you and Ethan presenting your submissions to the judges. That's what this is all about. Everything else is secondary. She sniffed loudly. It won't be nearly as much fun winning if there aren't many people around to watch. I had to give her points for honesty, at least. It'll be just fine. I'm sure there are more than enough people in town who would brave even a hurricane to see which of you two is finally crowned the best baker in Cape Hope. She didn't sound so convinced, but then I didn't expect her to. Nell and Trixie had spent the night, and I heard them both in the background. It sounded like they were loudly, almost boisterously fixing breakfast. Once again, they were trying to distract her. I couldn't have loved them more for it. I knew better than to call Ethan after I encouraged Mom to go back to her friends. I settled for a text instead. Good luck today. Fingers crossed it doesn't end up raining. I didn't expect a response, decided to toss the phone aside before heading to the shower. If I waited for him, I might spend the rest of my life waiting. Naturally, he surprised me. When I came out of the shower, wondering how the heck there had still been pins in my hair after taking down my elaborate updo last night, there was a string of texts waiting for me. Can you believe this weather? Wish I got paid for being wrong most of the time, stupid forecasters. Do you think they'll have a tent? Who would I even call about that? Oh, how was the wedding? I plopped down on the bed, laughing at the progression of his messages. No, I can't. I know, right? I'm sure they will, but I'll call over to the Civic Association to double-check and let you know. The wedding was great. I can't wait to tell you all about it when you have the time. Was it wrong, grinning to myself at the knowledge of there being something, somewhere, that could knock Ethan off his game? He was certainly beside himself, though I knew he would never admit it. It was almost cute. I was way too far gone over him. We would close the store at 11:30 so both Becca and I could go to the bake-off, but I couldn't see not opening for a couple of hours when so much foot traffic was bound to build up as the morning went on. Of course, if it rained, that entire theory went out the window. All I could do was cross my fingers as I blow-dried my hair and got dressed. At least the weather would be cool enough to let me indulge my fall wardrobe. The sight of blue sky peeking through the clouds when I stepped off the front porch made my heart soar. Amazing how something so small could make such a difference. Mom would be so happy. So would Ethan. Darn it, this was a lot easier when I was mad at him and wanted Mom to kick his butt up and down Main Street. Who was I supposed to root for now? Obviously, my loyalty was with Mom. I would cheer her on as loudly as I could. But what if Ethan won? Could I pretend to be upset? I had to do something because something told me Mom wouldn't be too thrilled if I cheered for him. Polite clapping would probably be the best way to go. Then, when it was just the two of us, I could let him know how thrilled I was. Of course, he would be impossible to live with after that. His ego was big enough already. But he was worth the effort. At least, I desperately wanted him to be. I was stunned to find Mom behind the counter at the cafe when I walked past. The place was buzzing, with people from all over town stopping in to wish her well and pick up breakfast. "I thought you had Frankie coming in alone today so you could stay in the kitchen." I had to shout to be heard, standing on tiptoe to see over the people in front of me. "Are you kidding?" Mom laughed, maybe a bit too loudly, a bit too manically. "Like I would sit in front of the ovens and drive myself crazy all morning." She made a good point. She'd also enjoyed a lot of coffee that morning, practically flying back and forth as she filled orders, while a concerned but no less amused Frankie handled the rest. It was encouraging seeing so many unfamiliar faces. It seemed word had spread the way Trixie promised, with papers in the neighboring towns and counties having advertised the event. It made sense for people to come out, too. Cape Hope was a gem of a town, and it absolutely sparkled on this particular morning. Up and down the street, there was a sense of excitement, anticipation, and fall lovers like me could indulge to their heart's delight under trees covered in orange leaves. First, the business of opening first edition. It was a good thing we'd decided to open at all, considering how many people wandered over after picking up their coffee. I asked any unfamiliar people if they'd come in for the bake-off, and made sure to bring up all the other events and fun things going on after the judging wrapped up.
"Darcy Harmon, as I live and breathe."
Max Green raised his sunglasses, perching them on top of his head after entering the store. He was dressed exactly how I would have expected, like he'd just wandered out of a very exclusive corn maze that required a cover charge. Though his scarf game was undeniable, I had half a mind to ask where he'd bought his. "Max Green, you almost get anybody killed lately?"
"Not recently."
Still, he offered a warm smile. Our relationship had improved over the course of his stay in town, though considering I practically hated him at first, that wasn't saying very much. "Becca's not here yet if you're looking for her." The two of them had casually dated ever since his first visit to town a month earlier. The more she told me about him, about what a nice and genuinely warm person he was when not preening for his many fans, the more I liked him.
"Oh, I know."
He winked, grinning, and I realized with a little bit of embarrassment that I might have interrupted them when I called her last night. I had to get out of the habit of assuming nobody around me had a social life just because I didn't have one. "Are you staying with her?" He shook his head, perusing a row of mysteries.
"No, with my cousin. He didn't tell you?"
It didn't come up, but then I haven't spoken much to him. It was enough to leave me holding back laughter watching him silently appraise the names and titles we had in stock. I could tell which ones he didn't particularly care for, because he had a way of screwing his mouth up in disapproval.
"Trust me, you haven't missed much. The bake-off is all he can think about or talk about."
He shot me a sly look out of the corner of his eye.
"If I didn't know any better, I would think he was going to all this trouble for somebody he cares about."
"Don't take the bait. He's only teasing you." "Of course he's doing it for somebody he cares about. Himself." I laughed when he rolled his eyes.
"That's not what I mean. I saw it from the very beginning, as soon as I watched the two of you together."
"Funny, you seemed a lot more involved with yourself."
"There's that sense of humor Ethan talks about."
"He talks about me? Darn it." He laughed long and hard, but not unkindly.
"I knew it. I knew it."
I pretended to be bored when really I was embarrassed. "Okay, you're a genius. Whatever." He made a big deal of looking around, like he was checking to see if we were alone. Clearly we were, but he never shied away from being a little dramatic. It must have come from being a writer.
"Between you and me, he's severely torn about how to approach this contest."
At last he wasn't joking. I waited for the punchline, but it never came. "What do you mean?"
"On the one hand, he wants to win. Of course he does. He's the most competitive person I know, and I'm me. Make of that what you will.
I saw his point. The man had gone to tremendous lengths to get his hands on the diary of a woman whose death had for a long time been considered sketchy. It wasn't that he wanted to give her justice either, but rather so he could write his next bestseller. Max then jerked a thumb behind him, indicating the cafe.
But winning would mean beating her. She just happens to be your mom. No matter what he tells you, that's the reason he was against doing this at first. Either way, it felt like he would end up losing.
I couldn't believe I hadn't seen it. There I was, up on my high horse, telling myself Ethan would do this for me if he honestly cared. Meanwhile, there he was, trying to do the right thing, not knowing what the right thing was. I never thought about it that way.
I didn't think you had. That's why I wanted to come in and let you know. I know you guys sort of made up, but keep it in mind, you know?
I will. Thank you. And don't worry, I won't tell him you said a word.
Thanks, because I don't feel like hearing about it for the rest of my day.
Something told me he wasn't exaggerating either. Ethan knew how to hold a grudge better than Mom did, which was saying something. Sorry I'm late. The words were out of Becca's mouth before she looked up and discovered Max had beaten her to the store. Her face went as red as her hair. Oh, hi. All I could do was laugh. Next time, tell me you have company when I call at the wrong time, okay? Instead of comforting her, all I managed to do was make her blush harder than ever. The next couple of hours passed in a blur, with people coming and going all the time. There was a brief moment where I second-guessed myself, wondering if closing the store one day a week was actually a good idea. But this wasn't any ordinary Sunday, and I couldn't give in to my silly fears. I wasn't going to lose the store over closing one day a week when business was traditionally slower than molasses. It would take time, but I would learn to adjust. The way I had learned to adjust to having Becca around. Look at all the good she had done for me, for the store. How many times did I tell myself to trust her instincts? I had to put my money where my mouth was, figuratively speaking, and trust her. At least all the activity meant less time to stand around and fret over the contest. In fact, I was almost surprised when Nell stuck her head in from outside. Are you coming? It's almost time. You go ahead. I'll just lock up. We can always close the register later. Becca waved me on, promising to meet up with us in a few minutes. I grabbed my jacket and followed Nell, who had already continued down the sidewalk. Where's Trixie? She went home this morning to shower and to change, but promised to meet us near the judging table. Nell's voice dropped to a whisper. I think she's still nervous about being out in public. I don't blame her, but it'll be okay. If anybody dares say a word to her, they'll have me to deal with. Because I certainly had not gone to all the trouble to drag a woman out of her house for some idiots to push her back inside. The town's acting mayor, Richard Lane, stood in front of the table where the judges were already seated. Mom stood off to one side, next to Bob, while Ethan stood on the other side with Max and people I recognized as employees from his shop. I held up my crossed fingers to Mom, smiling from ear to ear. She tried to smile back, but it looked more like a worried grimace. Ethan and I made eye contact, and I figured nobody would be too offended if I gave him a little smile. He responded with the briefest of grins before turning his attention to Richard, who held his hands over his head.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. It's time for the bake-off judging to begin.
Chapter 20. Sorry, somebody had a blowout in their diaper just as we were getting ready to leave. Holly kissed my cheek before generously handing Georgie to me. Blowout or no blowout, I couldn't get enough of the kid. Did we miss anything? I shook my head. They're trying the first entries right now. I noticed Nell offering her murmured congratulations on the wedding to Dad, who looked genuinely thankful. Our eyes met briefly before he looked over at Mom, then back at me. I could read the question he was asking, and all I did was shrug and hold up crossed fingers. She seemed to be holding up well, even if she was practically vibrating from all the caffeine still coursing through her veins. Emma came barging through the crowd, apologizing in a whisper. I cannot believe I overslept. I swear this baby wakes me up every 2 hours to use the bathroom, so you'd think they would have woken me up at a reasonable time this morning.
Maybe that's why you didn't wake up at a reasonable time, because you're already up every couple of hours.
Joe rolled his eyes good-natured before asking the same question Holly had. I let him know they were trying the chocolate chip cookies first before we all turned our attention to the judging table. I recognized Mom's cookies right away, their little flakes of sea salt sparkling in the sun. Was it crazy to still want one after overdosing on them? That had to be the mark of a winning recipe, right? Still, Ethan's looked impressive too, thick with chocolate he'd also tucked inside the cookie like a lava cake.
Is it wrong that I want to try that?
Emma looked around, shrugging. I'm just saying. Rather than bite my nails and hold my breath the entire time the 3 judges made notes on their little cards, I looked around for Trixie. I found Jenna, Eric, Fran, and Al instead, and waved them over to stand with us. What was taking her so long? I hoped she hadn't chickened out at the last minute. I exchanged a look with Nell. She said she was coming. All I could do was hope she would. The street was sort of congested, and there was less parking thanks to the additional cars. Maybe she'd gotten held up.
All right. If our judges are ready, we'll present them with the second item for judging.
2 members of the Civic Association carried the quick breads to the table, while Richard read aloud from the descriptions written by the bakers. I recognized Mom's right away, knowing she had taken her carrot cake recipe and adjusted it for a loaf pan. She had also added a sweet cream cheese center. If memory served, Ethan would be offering banana bread. At least that was what my nose told me when I was in his kitchen most recently. Oh, it looks like they really like that one. Nell clutched my hand, squeezing tight enough to almost hurt. Yes, it looked like they thought Mom's was terrific, but then they dug into Ethan's banana bread, and clearly they were equally impressed. I looked over at Mom, who was surprisingly blank-faced. For once, she found a way to hide what she was thinking. I wonder if that was the kind of thing she could carry with her for the rest of her life. A girl could dream. There was a murmuring not far from where I stood, and I couldn't help but look over to see what had everybody reacting. I should have known before I looked, really. Trixie was in all her glory, decked out in her usual animal prints, a bright red scarf wrapped around her neck. She would have stood out anywhere. My heart swelled with pride. While she could have tried to fade away, to blend into the crowd, she'd done the exact opposite. It's about time you got here. No matter what she said, the relief in Nell's voice was unmistakable. You wouldn't believe the time I had trying to reach Main Street. She was wearing sunglasses as usual, but I didn't have to see her eyes to know when they landed on me. She lifted her chin a little, jutting it out for effect, and I did the same. She could handle this. Even if several of the people nearby insisted on murmuring behind their hands, I caught 2 of them, women I recognized from the salon a few blocks down from the store, and made sure to glare at them until they both looked away, a little shamefaced. For her part, Trixie ignored them. My pride had no bounds. Richard, meanwhile, was playing the crowd for all he was worth.
Let's see how our judges feel now that they've tried 2 of the 3 items up for judging.
He practically thrust the microphone at Brianna, who let out a startled little gasp.
Brianna, what do you think so far?
Brianna recovered quickly, at least. Mr. Lane, I've been looking forward to this for weeks, but I couldn't have imagined how delicious everything would be. I don't know how we'll ever be able to pick a winner. She was such a sweetheart. Angelo was next, and he was in the process of finishing up a second bite of Ethan's banana bread.
I'm with Brianna here. This is almost enough to make me give up making pizza and bake sweets for a living.
He winked at her like the old slickster he was, making her giggle.
What do you think about that, folks?
Richard held a hand to his ear, cupping it like he was checking for a reaction. And he got one, too, with countless people booing at the idea of Angelo going anywhere. Boy, if they only knew how close they'd come.
Guess they don't agree with you.
Richard played it up, shrugging comically before moving on to Barbie.
And here's an old friend. Barbara, how is it being back here in Cape Hope?
Jenna blurted out a laugh. She hates being called Barbara. Barbie smiled through it, though. It's wonderful, Dick. Did she emphasize the name a little more than necessary? It's been so nice to reconnect with old friends. She was laying it on thick, but then she usually did.
And what about these delicious treats?
Let me tell you. She dabbed the corners of her mouth with a napkin. Contestant A's cookie was superb. The flavors were perfectly balanced. But B's cookie was complex. And that surprise chocolate center... Jenna shrugged. She watches a lot of food shows. Richard, meanwhile, looked impressed.
My, you know your stuff. No wonder you're judging today. The least we can let her do after her ex got murdered.
My head whipped around so fast my neck ached. I wasn't the only one looking to see who said it either. Joe, Emma, even Dad glared in the direction that little quip had come from. Trixie, meanwhile, stared straight ahead. Nell squeezed my hand. Don't pay attention. It would be easier not to breathe. Now my attention was split between the judging and a creep who couldn't keep themselves from making nasty comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the final entry.
Richard stepped back so the last items could be placed in front of the judges. My mouth watered at the sight of Mom's pumpkin bars with their gingerbread crust, but Ethan's cream cheese brownies looked sinfully good. Are there chocolate chunks in the brownie? Please tell me there's chocolate chunks in the brownie. Emma nearly clawed my arm off, panting like an overheated dog. I don't know, but I'll probably need my arm at some point. I pulled it away, leaving her no choice but to turn to her husband and maul him instead.
The judges have an extremely difficult choice on their hands.
Richard wiped invisible sweat from his brow before turning toward Ethan and doing exactly the worst possible thing.
Let's talk to our bakers while the judges make their final call.
Oh no. I wanted to cover my eyes with both hands, but at the same time couldn't bring myself to look away. Plus, I was still holding Georgie. It was like a slow-motion train wreck unfolding in front of me. I knew how it would turn out, but there was no stopping it. Ethan tensed up as Richard approached. Max took a big step away from him, which struck me as hilarious since he usually loved the spotlight. Right now, he looked like he'd rather somebody hang him using his scarf.
Ethan Crosby, no matter which baker you turn out to be, you've outdone yourself for this contest. What would winning this bake-off mean to you?
Right. Let's not put him on the spot or anything like that. Has anybody ever cringed to death? I didn't ask the question of anyone in particular, but I heard a few sympathetic murmurs around me. Maybe I could scream at the top of my lungs and distract everybody. Ethan cleared his throat.
Winning the bake-off would mean I've proven myself against K-Pope's legend. She's royalty. I'd feel like I'd finally earned a place here in town if I managed to win today.
The breath I was holding rushed out of me in one big gust. Wow! It was the most I could do since I doubted anybody would appreciate my running to him and throwing my arms around his neck. Royalty. Nell cast an approving look Mom's way. I know she has to like that. It doesn't look like she does, Holly bit her lip, nodding toward Mom. She was right. Mom stood frozen in place, eyes wide, her face blank. Was it shock or embarrassment? Or both?
And what about you, Sylvia? What do you think about being called royalty?
Richard crossed the judging area, microphone outstretched. Once again, I held my breath. I think we all did. Mom sputtered a little. I have to admit, I've been jealous of Ethan's success around here. It's an honor to hear him say that, even if I'm not sure I deserve it. Having him in town has kept me on my toes, which I'm grateful for.
Well done.
Dad nodded slowly, smiling. I was so proud of her. She's come a long way, hasn't she? Trixie gave Mom 2 thumbs up when she looked over her shoulder like she was searching for us.
Shameless.
It was a hiss from behind us, coming from what sounded like the same man as before.
Showing up here like we don't all know what she did.
We weren't the only ones tired of hearing it.
Be quiet.
It came from somewhere else nearby.
Please. Like we don't know she works for the paper and they'll print anything she tells them to.
I was through with trying to be dignified. With my teeth bared, I turned around and searched for the big mouth. Enough!
Mind your business.
I finally spotted him, though I didn't recognize the middle-aged, dark-haired man. He wore a windbreaker embroidered with the name Avalon Gazette,
A journalist from another paper. I should have known. They were still bitter and trying to stir up trouble, all because Trixie was a better reporter than anybody in the area, and they knew it. Mind yours, nobody wants you here. Somebody touched my shoulder, pulling gently, but I wasn't having it. I stared the man down until he snickered, shaking his head while turning his attention to his phone. It was Dad's hand on my shoulder. Don't give him the satisfaction. He said it just loud enough to be heard while he took the baby from me. He isn't worth it. As I turned around again, I noticed how pale Jenna had gone. She held on to Eric like he was the only thing keeping her on her feet. That's right, protect your own. The reporter snickered loudly. Jenna whirled on him. Was he your stepfather? Do you even live here? No? Then you should be the one to mind your business. Eric positioned himself in front of her, his back to the reporter. My chest ached when I saw the tears in her eyes. Trixie had heard enough. I should go. Don't you dare. Nell took her by the hand. Knowing the strength of her grip, no way was Trixie escaping. You deserve to be here as much as anybody. He's just trying to stir up trouble. I shot him a dirty look over my shoulder. Richard raised his hands over his head, and all other conversations came to a stop. It looks like we have a winner. First, we'd like to thank our judges for taking the time to be with us today. We applauded them, and, at least in my case, hoped their choice wouldn't upset either of the contestants too badly. We'd also like to thank our sponsors, as well as everyone who came out to be with us. We hope you stick around and enjoy the rest of the activities we have planned. Don't forget to visit our contestants' bakeries either, so you can test their skill for yourself. Another round of applause. The man was good, much better at this sort of thing than Jacob ever was. Jacob brought to mind nothing more than a used car dealer in a third-rate lot. This is it. I held Emma's hands, both of us staring at the back of Mom's head. I kept glancing at Ethan, too, half hoping he'd win. Did that make me a traitor? Richard dragged it out for effect, making us wait one breathless moment after another. The winner is Contestant A. Emma threw her arms around me, while Nell and Trixie jumped up and down, screaming. Bob hugged Mom, who looked dazed. I was just as thrilled as anyone, cheering and clapping. What thrilled me most, though, was the genuine smile Ethan wore as he clapped for her. He then crossed the judging area, one hand outstretched like he wanted to shake. Mom didn't want to shake. She threw her arms around him, patting his back. Whatever she said was for his ears only, but it made him laugh. He pulled away, nodding, and they laughed together. It was a perfect moment. Until... What a surprise! Like none of us knew how this was going to go. That was it. I spun around, ready to fight. How many times do we have to ask you to keep your thoughts to yourself? Why come here if all you want to do is ruin things? Darcy, don't. I barely heard Dad over the roar of blood in my ears. I'm not the one who got away with murder. He pointed to Trixie. She's the one who has no business being here, walking around free when everybody knows. Everybody knows nothing, you creep. Get out of here. More than a few people chimed in, agreeing with me. Maybe I want to hear it from her. He tried to get past me like he wanted to get in Trixie's face. I got in his way, hands on my hips. Leave her alone. Bully! Jenna made a rather obscene gesture with her hand. Rather than stand back, the reporter made a big mistake. He shoved me aside. It took me by surprise. I teetered, arms pinwheeling, but it was no use. I fell backward and yelped when my tailbone hit the ground. There were shouts all around me, but I couldn't tell who said what. My head was spinning. Only 3 things registered. 1, the sound of Ethan's roar. Don't touch her! I looked up in time to see him haul off and punch the reporter square in the jaw. 2, Emma's groan. Oh! Ow! She doubled over, gripping her belly. Joe bent over her, murmuring frantically. 3, a shout from behind us. Angelo's voice filled the air. He must have grabbed the microphone from a stunned Richard. I can't take it anymore. Trixie didn't kill Jacob Hayworth. I did. Chapter 21. We ran for the doctor the second he came through the automatic door. He held up both his hands in hopes of slowing us down, but it was no use. We almost crashed into him anyway.
Mama and baby are fine.
Did she go into labor? Mom clutched Dad's hands, her voice shaking.
No, we're sure of that. Everything points to this being brought on by the stress and excitement of whatever happened out there today.
He looked round at us.
What did happen?
It's a long story. A very long story. My tailbone still screamed with every move I made. Ethan and the reporter were down at the police station, along with Angelo, after his sudden confession. My head hadn't stopped spinning since I hit the ground.
The baby's vitals are perfect, as are Emma's. We'll keep her in here for a few hours to be sure, but I'm confident she'll be home by dinner time. Joe is back there with her, and they're both relaxing.
Good thing, since I'd never seen him in the sort of state he was as we rushed Emma to the hospital. We thanked the doctor, breathless with relief. Then, for the first time in years, Dad held out his arms for Mom and me. The three of us hugged, and for a moment, time fell away. We were a family again. Then again, we always would be. There'd always be ties binding us. Dad cleared his throat, sniffling softly while letting us go.
You should get down to the station. They'll want your version of events.
I should never have given that creep the satisfaction. Man, oh man, was I regretting it.
He was jonesing for a fight. After all the garbage they printed about Trixie in that so-called paper of theirs, he probably felt like an anticlimactic ending wouldn't do for his readers.
Dad came as close to snarling as I'd ever seen.
He got his ending.
I just wish I could have seen Ethan sock him. Mom was pretty snarly herself. There were too many people in the way. I couldn't quite wrap my head around that part. Was it flattering knowing Ethan had punched the guy's lights out for knocking me down? I'd be lying if I said it wasn't, but I didn't like the idea of him getting into a fight for my sake either. He could have been hurt, though he hadn't been, since he knew how to throw a punch, not to mention the reporter, whose name I hadn't yet learned, was a wimp. Typical bully, nothing but a puffed-out chest and bluster. It didn't feel right, leaving the hospital while Emma was still inside. Mom insisted we go to the station. Nell and Trixie were in the waiting area and would keep her company. I'm sorry this is the way your big day turned out. I'm so proud of you for winning. Gosh, I'd almost forgotten about that. She laughed softly, a little wide-eyed. You could have knocked me over with a feather. I thought for sure Ethan would win. You didn't. Not really. She lowered her brow. I did. Once I saw what he brought out. I thought for sure he had it in the bag. It's a good thing we weren't supposed to taste along with the judges, or else everybody would have known right away which was which. I wouldn't have been able to hide it. But you won, and on your own merit. No favoritism. I gave her a hug, just like I knew you would. We'll have to throw you a party to celebrate. She seemed to like that idea, so I encouraged her to ask her girlfriends about it. A distraction, of course, but she was still concerned over Emma. Besides, Mom would always need something else to look forward to, a new goal, a new event to plan. Dad helped me into his car, where I lowered myself inch by excruciating inch into the seat. I could only hope we wouldn't hit many bumps along the way to the station. Once he was behind the wheel, he asked the question I'd been waiting for.
Do you want to press charges?
Gosh, no, it's not worth it. I'd feel petty.
I thought as much.
He snorted softly while turning out of the parking lot.
I wish you'd do it, though. I would love to watch that guy squirm.
I'd rather let go of the whole thing. I winced when we hit a bump, trying not to bounce in the seat. Amazing how much I took for granted, like having a tailbone that didn't hurt enough to bring tears to my eyes. Do you think Angelo really did it? He blurted out a humorless laugh.
Who knows at this point? Stranger things have happened.
But he's got to be, 70 at least?
What's his age got to do with anything? Older guys like us can still kill people.
He blew out a long breath.
That didn't come out right.
You're nowhere near 70 for one thing. For another thing, he's sort of small, shrimpy, and he's the sweetest man in the world.
I can't disagree with you.
He tapped his fingers on the wheel.
We'll find out once we reach the station. I'm sure he's given his statement by now.
He had. The station was a buzzing beehive of activity, busier than I could remember ever seeing it. We caught Pete as he was coming down the hall, talking with another officer. His eyes flew open wide when he saw us.
"How's Emma?" "Just fine. False alarm."
Dad's voice shook ever so slightly.
"And how are you?"
Pete looked me up and down, brow furrowing in concern. Chapter 22. I've been worse, though I was having a hard time coming up with an example of exactly when. Do you want me to give a statement? He shook his head, grinning.
"No, it's obvious what happened out there. I'm glad you're okay." "What about Angelo?"
Dad looked up and down the hall.
"Do you have him upstairs?"
Pete nodded slowly, sighing.
"Come on, let's have this conversation somewhere else."
Dad took us to his office and closed the door, muffling the noise coming from outside. So what happened? I would have been too excited to sit, even if sitting was an option, which it was not. I'd be sleeping on my stomach for a while, too. I could hardly wait. Pete blew out another sigh.
"Long story short, it seems like an accident. I think Angelo got a little ahead of himself, confessing over a microphone in front of hundreds of people. The guilt's been eating at him ever since he watched Jacob go into the water."
I suddenly recalled him dropping our pizza. Was it a random accident, or had he freaked out when he saw a cop sitting in his dining room?
"So he was there when Jacob went in, but why?"
Dad was in full cop mode, his chest puffed out, his arms folded. I doubt he even realized he was doing it.
"He followed Jacob out of the restaurant and tried to talk to him, but Jacob wasn't having it. The way Angelo described it, he brushed him off and got in his car. Angelo followed him until Jacob pulled up near the jetties, down by the lighthouse. He was on his phone, which we know. With the developers. Right. Angelo went to his car and knocked on the window. Jacob got out and shouted at him, threatened him. Angelo told him he'd never sell. Jacob advanced on him. Angelo backed away. He says he thought Jacob would hit him."
Pete shrugged.
"But he lost his balance and went into the water, too busy screaming to notice where he was standing. Angelo described the sound of Jacob's head hitting the rocks. I'll spare you that." "What's his excuse for not telling anyone?" "He got scared. He panicked and drove away. And it's been eating him alive ever since. Notice how much thinner he seems lately?"
Dad and I both nodded. I had noticed it during the judging, but thought it was one of those passing things, a random observation not important enough to hold on to for long. Poor man, he must have been so upset and scared. To think we'd imagined so many violent, vengeful scenarios. In the end, it had been an accident, and Angelo blamed himself somehow.
"He thought I was going to lock him up." Pete looked sheepish. "I couldn't convince him there was nothing to lock him up for. His description of events lines up with what the coroner theorized. Jacob fell, hit his head, and that was it." "I'm satisfied with that."
Dad lifted his eyebrows.
"What about our other guests?"
Pete slid me a furtive look.
"One of them lost a tooth. I'll leave it to you to figure out which one."
I couldn't quite muster up any sympathy. How's Ethan?
"Proud of himself, refusing to apologize."
Yes, that sounded like him. If he'd been apologetic, I might have wondered if there was something wrong.
"Considering Mr. Hayes hit you first, and Ethan was only defending you because he was afraid you'd be hit again, I doubt any charges Hayes wants to file will go far."
My heart skipped a beat. Is that what he told you? Did I sound like a breathless, crushing schoolgirl? Probably a little too much. There was no helping it.
"It's what he told me, and what at least a half-dozen witnesses corroborate. It seems like Mr. Hayes didn't make any friends today."
Pete scrubbed a hand over his cheeks, trying not to smile and failing. So Ethan won't face charges or anything. I felt Dad staring at me and tried to ignore him. Pete's smile softened.
"No, he won't face charges or anything. He actually seemed more worried about you and Emma. I'm sure he'll be glad to know everything's okay."
Something passed between us when our eyes met. Understanding, the sense of a door closing. We'd always be friends, I had no doubt of that. He deserved a girl who thought he hung the moon, though. Somebody who'd adore him for all the many reasons he deserved it. Dad cleared his throat.
Is this your way of saying you want to go find Ethan?
There was something in his voice, on his face, that told me he saw exactly what was going on. Whether or not he approved was another story, but I thought he might. Somebody should at least tell him Emma's okay. Dad stepped aside so I could leave the office with a promise I'd call him soon. We still had Thanksgiving dinner to look forward to later in the week. Then he and Holly would go on a short trip to New York for a honeymoon. I'd have the absolute thrill of taking Georgie while they were gone. Some people might have considered that an imposition. I could hardly wait. First, finding Ethan. The officer at the front desk told me he'd left, so I headed outside. Slowly, very slowly. I was relieved to find him sitting on the bottom of the front step, elbows on his knees. "Hey, Crosby, nice right hook." His head snapped around, and to my astonishment, he smiled. How often did he smile?
There you are.
I hope you don't mind waiting. I took one slow step at a time, wincing. I'll be moving slow for a while.
How's your sister?
Just fine. She'll be home later tonight. The doctor said it was probably all the stress and excitement. There was a lot of excitement going on in my stomach and chest, for that matter. An entire colony of butterflies flapped their wings ecstatically when I reached Ethan.
Not the way I saw the day turning out.
He smirked, looking up at the building. I'm sorry it went the way it did.
Don't be. You didn't start it.
He flexed his hand, trying to hide it and failing miserably. You could use some ice.
Apparently so could you.
Shut up, it really hurts.
But you're okay otherwise?
He came closer until there was barely a whisper of space between us.
Because I'll hunt that jerk down and finish the job if you aren't.
Don't bother. I took his hand in mine, holding it gently. But thank you for doing it, even if it was a caveman thing to do.
I saw red.
He reached out, tucking a strand of hair behind my ears and letting his fingers trail down my cheek.
He hurt somebody I care about very much. If that makes me a caveman, so be it.
I guess I could get used to spending time with a caveman if I had to. Just don't expect to drag me around by my hair or throw me over your shoulder or anything like that.
You sure? 'Cause that last bit doesn't sound half bad.
His smile faded into something more serious.
You'd better get used to me because I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me.
My heart was ready to burst. Am I? Don't I get any say in it?
I'm afraid not.
Though he did frown for a split second.
I promise to do my best to be better. More open, less prickly, all that.
It was enough to make me wonder if I'd hit my head or something. Can I get that in writing? Rather than smart off, he pulled me in for a long, lingering kiss that said everything he didn't have words for. And that was just perfect. Though there was still one question on my mind. What did Mom say that made you laugh when you hugged her? He winked, taking my hand before we started down the sidewalk.
That's a secret between us.
I could live with that. Chapter 23. I think it was nice of Emma to go into labor on a Sunday so you could be here. Mom handed me a cup of coffee from the cafeteria, one which I gratefully accepted. We'd been waiting since 4 a.m. when Joe's group text had come through. It's time. 2 words had never held more weight. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon, and we were still waiting. I'd be here whether or not the store was open, obviously. However, Mom made a good point. It was quite thoughtful of her. At this rate, though, we'd be waiting through the day and well into Monday morning. The first baby always takes the longest. Mom exchanged a knowing smile with Holly, who nodded. I spent almost the entire day with Georgie. There was one point where I considered going home. She settled in with the baby, who didn't seem so much of a baby anymore. Sure, he'd just gotten his diaper changed, but the idea of a newborn being hours away from entering our lives made him look much bigger in comparison. He was behaving himself, as always, though the waiting had started to take a toll on him as well. He napped on Holly's shoulder while his mother watched Dad pace the waiting room for maybe the 100th time. Trixie had enough of it, getting up from her chair and taking him by the shoulders. "George, get a hold of yourself. We'll have to send you to the ER for exhaustion if you don't let up with the pacing." It's a father's right. Though he took a seat just the same, Trixie always did have a way with him. Bob walked in with Nell and Ed, her longtime boyfriend.
Nothing yet?
They set down bags of food for those of us who'd turned down the idea of getting lunch from the cafeteria. Not only did the menu seem less than appealing, but the idea of leaving the waiting room was unthinkable. "Hey," Ethan covered my knee with his hand, holding it still. I had a habit of bouncing it up and down when I was nervous, and right then, nervousness won out even over boredom and fatigue.
"Relax. Everything will be fine."
I know. She's healthy. The baby's healthy." I placed my hand over his. It's an older sister's prerogative to worry.
"I'm starting to learn that about you."
He went back to his book, one I'd recommended after it sold like hotcakes down at the store. The fact that it was written by a true crime author who wasn't his cousin had only added to his interest in it. He couldn't wait to tell Max all about it the next time we got together with him and Becca. I'm here! Raina tore into the room, breathless, with her phone in one hand and a latte in the other. She looked like she'd rolled out of bed and gotten straight on a plane. "Of all the stupid nights for me to turn my phone off!" "The fact that you were able to get here so quickly from LA is amazing enough." Mom hugged her, then hugged her fiancé Nathan when he walked in behind Raina. "How was the flight?" "Not to brag, but having a family with a private jet comes in handy. I never would have gotten here otherwise." The poor girl was beside herself. "How is she? Any word?" "Joe came in about half an hour ago and said things were okay, just moving slowly." Mom stepped back, looking her up and down. "Are you wearing pajamas under your coat?" "I was in a hurry." Yet somehow she still looked like $1,000,000. She had a way about her.
"You could have gotten changed on the plane."
Nathan chuckled before turning to Mom.
"She's had a go bag packed for weeks."
"I was too nervous all through the flight. Of all times for the magazine to send me all the way across the country. At least there weren't any big blizzards to fly through." It had been a snowy winter so far on the East Coast, but we'd gotten lucky with a string of clear days. I'd lost count of the number of phone calls from Mom, freaking out over the possibility of being snowed in when the baby decided to make his or her entrance. Things had gone as well as possible, all things considered. An hour passed before a new visitor arrived. Pete waved hello, grinning his sheepish little grin.
"I thought I'd stop by and see how things are going."
He held up a teddy bear with pink and blue ribbons tied to its wrist.
"And to drop off a present for the baby. Is it here yet?"
"Not yet. Turns out Emma's baby's being just as punctual as she is." Raina looked around at us, most of whom were staring at her. "What? Tell me I'm wrong." We couldn't. "This is very sweet of you." Mom accepted the bear. "I'll put it in their room once we're allowed in."
"Thanks."
He and Ethan exchanged a friendly nod. Now that Pete was dating my friend Olivia, it didn't feel so awkward to be around him. The weeks that had passed since Ethan and I officially started dating had helped smooth things over too. Time tended to do that. Pete was on his way out when Joe barreled into the room. Those of us who'd been sitting jumped to our feet. I grabbed Ethan's hand. Dad almost pounced on Joe. "Well?" Joe looked around at everyone and smiled, eyes shining with tears.
"I have a daughter. We have a daughter."
Insanity erupted. Happy, joyful, weepy insanity. It wasn't much longer before we were allowed in the room. The nurses looked like they wanted to warn us that only so many people could enter at once, but thought better of it. That was a good idea, since they would have been wasting their time.
"I didn't expect half the town."
Emma offered a tired but wide smile from her bed. In her arms was something very small and very sweet, wrapped in a pink blanket. "Come meet my daughter. She's very brilliant. Sleeping the way I'd like to be right now." "You should get your rest, sweetheart."
It was amazing Mom could speak, she was crying so hard. No way, I don't want to miss a second with her.
Emma kissed the baby's forehead before holding her out to Mom. Dad joined her, putting an arm around her shoulders. The smile they exchanged before looking down at the baby was almost painfully sweet. They'd come so far. I walked over to the bed and leaned down to give Emma a hug. What will you name her? There were roughly 10 or 15 names she'd tossed around over the past couple of months, changing her mind sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. Not that I would have expected anything less. She and Joe exchanged a look. I finally figured we should stick to family tradition. I'm Emma, you're Darcy. Right, because Mom had been going through a big Jane Austen phase when we were born. What do you think of Eleanor Marianne? I think that sounds beautiful. I leaned across the bed and pulled the blanket aside to get a look at my niece's sweet face. And it suits her perfectly. Eleanor yawned, flexing her tiny fingers. She seemed unimpressed, but then she'd been through a lot that day.
Here, godmother.
Dad was so careful as he passed Eleanor to me. I held her in the crook of my arm, where she yawned again and basically took ownership of the part of my soul Georgie didn't yet own. I had never seen anything so perfect in all my life. Until Ethan reached over to stroke her tiny hand.
Hey there. You even have fingernails. I didn't know babies were born with fingernails.
When Eleanor closed her fist around his forefinger, he let out the tiniest little gasp. Only I could hear it. Only I needed to. I think she likes you, I winked at Emma. The first woman in the family to like you right off the bat. Emma giggled, along with Mom. Mom waved it off, though. Ethan knows that's long in the past. I doubted he heard her. He was too enthralled with Eleanor.
Okay, don't hug her.
Raina took her turn, very obviously eyeing Nate like she was imagining them going through this with their own baby. I could relate, because suddenly the thought of Ethan someday being a dad was clearer than ever. Sure, we had a long way to go before we reached that point, but I could see it now. The idea took shape in my head. I could almost see him holding our baby one day. The things a new arrival did to a girl's brain, even when the arrival wasn't hers. My heart was as full as the room itself, a room full of family, full of love. We might not have all been related by blood. We'd fractured and come back together with new pieces added, like Georgie, who examined his baby niece with open-mouthed wonder. No doubt we'd keep growing over the years, adding new branches and leaves all the time. I couldn't imagine any family I'd rather be part of. Can I get you anything, sweetie? Mom was hovering, as we'd all expected, brushing Emma's hair away from her forehead. You know what I want. Emma's face went stony. Give it to me. Joe sighed.
For the love of all that's holy, give it to her. The last few days have been the worst.
Mom reached into her purse and pulled out a blueberry muffin. Baked fresh this morning. Frankie brought it over. A beam of sunlight hit the top of the muffin as if on cue, making the coarse sugar on top sparkle. Emma took it, eyes round, looking almost as blissful as she had while holding her newborn. We all watched her take a massive bite before falling back against the pillows with a happy sigh. All was, indeed, right with the world. The end. This has been Off-Season Bake-Off, K-Pop Mysteries, Book 12. Written by Winnie Reed. Narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2016 to 2023 by Winnie Reed. Production copyright by Winnie Reed.